Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 2023 Lancaster Archery Classic from Manheim, Pennsylvania, from the Spooky Nook Sports Complex. It is the largest indoor archery tournament on the East Coast, and we are ready for our shoot-up finals with a host of classes. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the broadcast booth. I'm Greg White, sitting alongside Chris Schaff, our latest 2023 NEAM winner, and we'll be talking about his resume. So we've been here a couple days, Chris, and how have things been here at a record-setting attendance for the Lancaster Archery Classic?
Yeah, it's been an awesome shoot so far this weekend. Everything's ran super smooth, like any good tournament should be. And this weekend has actually panned out in the plus for me.
Over the next 2 days, we're going to have tons of shoot-up finals for you. Let's take a look at the schedule for today and what's coming up, because Chris is going to be joining us for a couple of these events. So first up on the docket is going to be Senior Open. Then we'll transition to Women's Open, to Masters Open, Women's Masters Open. Then we're going to have 3 youth classes. You're going to see the 11 to 17 classes, and then we're going to transition back into our very popular Women's Barebow, and then we'll wrap things up today with our Barebow final shoot-up. Now, the majority of the shoot-ups you see are going to be 4 people participating. We're going to go into more detail about how that goes. But Chris, here you are, center stage. It's 1 versus 1, and the tension's really high, isn't it?
It is. You got to go back to your basics and everything when the nerves do get to you.
Yeah. Let's take a look at how we got here. So these are the rules. The top 4 qualify for this Senior Open that we have coming up. Rank tied broken by 11s, and it's a bottom-up format. So basically what that means is we're going to have the 4th place qualifier, who got to 4th place by shooting eliminations earlier today, is going to shoot against number 3. Whoever wins that match will shoot against the number 2 qualifier, and whoever wins that match will get to go up against the number 1 qualifier. So it is going to be exciting. So Chris, the thing is, if you're that 4th place qualifier and you're able to work your way all the way up, you have a lot more arrows than everybody else, don't you?
Yeah, for sure. You get to shoot, 4 matches if you're number 4.
Yeah, so that's a lot of arrow count, and there's advantages and disadvantages to that, which we'll talk about. But we have one more thing we want to show you, and that is how this match gets scored. So what's different from the way it is in qualification is we do have a 12 ring. It's a 1.5 centimeter white dot that's nestled in the middle of the target. We'll show you that. Max points are 136, and in order to get that 12 ring, you've got to call it, and we'll show you that. And you can call only 1 per end. So that's the 12 ring. Boy, it's kind of a, it's different. It allows you to take a risk if you're a little bit behind.
For sure. You can shoot a 9 out there and still catch up.
All right, so now it's time to get our first match underway. So let's introduce you to PJ Riley, who will introduce the archers to the field of play. Hey, PJ.
Thank you, Greg. All right, folks, let's get things started here for the 2023 Lancaster Archery Classic Finals. Thank you all for being here. We're going to start things off with Senior Open, and so we're going to bring out our 4th seed, our number 4 seed, Kevin McKim from Holbrook, New York. Kevin qualified 11th and has 40 years of experience shooting here. Not here, but shooting. Our number 3 qualifier is Glenn Talley from Media, Pennsylvania. Glenn should be a familiar face because he is our 2019 LAS champion, so he's up here on one of these banners. Welcome back to the stage, Glenn.
All right, so on the left we have lane number 1. On the right we have lane number 2, Chris. And what's being determined right now is who gets to shoot first. How's that decided?
It'll be the highest qualifier.
So the number 3 qualifier in this case, Glenn Talley, got to choose if he's going to shoot first or second. Now you can see the archer standing on a platform under lights. It's 20 yards down to a 40 centimeter target face, a 3 spot. So we're going to get our first arrow of competition underway in this Senior Open 60+ category. Good start.
Yeah, looks like it did just hang that 11 line possibly.
Kevin McKim. Goes a little bit wide. Now there's a practice area that's set up not too far where we are, but they can't simulate 100% the lighting situation here.
That one's a good one there. And they do get 30 seconds to shoot this one arrow. It's alternating back and forth.
Just left of that, the smaller circle is the highest value, and that small circle is worth 11. Chris, how do you actually get an 11? Did you have to get it inside out or what?
You just have to touch that line. You don't have to break it or anything like that. The arrow just has to barely touch it.
Upper left-hand part of your screen is going to be the tally, unofficial tally as we see it. So Glenn Tally in at 31 points out of 33. No one's called for that 12 yet.
No, not yet. Usually the first end, you're pretty amped up on nerves. So it'll probably be, second and third end. Once you get calmed down just a little bit, you should probably see some
Kevin,
12 buttons.
welcome to the LAS Classic stage. How's it feel up there?
Oh my God, I'm so nervous.
I don't believe it.
Oh, I am.
Well, we want you to settle down, have a good time. Tell us about your equipment.
Okay, I got a Matthews TRX 8 with shoot stabilizers, Excel sight, and a ultra view scope.
So 40 years experience, I saw. Competition that whole time, primarily a bow hunter. What's your archery?
Bow hunter and competition. I gave it up for quite a few years, and then I came back. I just started coming back.
Well, we are certainly glad that you did.
All
Thanks for
right.
being here.
Thank you.
Don't forget, we got that red button out front. Step on that for 12 points.
Well, you can see that white dot down there, that's at the 7-8 ring right there. That's the risk that you have to take. And, we're looking at a class right here, Chris Schaff, 60-plus category. It also shows you that you can shoot well into the latter stages of life. You're 30 years old, and how long have you been shooting so far?
I've been shooting for like 21 years.
Amazing.
So
and
I
you're looking at
started
these
young.
guys 60-plus. Can you see yourself up on stage?
No.
Great shot by Tally.
It's a better start than the last end.
Definitely. When you look at this archer right here, Glenn Tally, 4 times IBO world champion, as PJ mentioned at the top of the show, 2019 Lancaster Archery Classic champion. But really, Chris, you've been on this stage, and you have to perform on this stage tomorrow as the #2 qualifier in the Open Pro category. How nervous are you when you step up to the stage like this? And does being up here 10 times even help?
Yeah, I think, the more times you put yourself in that situation, you're going to, react to it better. But there's definitely going to be nerves out of everybody that steps on that platform.
Tally nearly hitting the same hole he hit the first time.
9-10 line.
It's a 9-10 liner. So it looks like Tally was able to hit 11-10-9 for 30 and 10-11-9. Now here at the, we're going to go to talk to Glenn, find out what he's about.
You got to be up there somewhere. Did you find yourself yet?
No, I didn't even look.
Oh, there you are, on the far right there, camo hat. Looked pretty good. You hoping to be up there again?
I'm trying.
Glenn, tell us about your equipment. What are you shooting?
I have a PSE Perform X. I'm shooting Excel sight, true ball release, gold tip arrows, and bee stinger bars.
Gotcha.
I have a Hamsky Resk.
And that win in 2019, was that also in senior or was that down in masters?
That was in seniors.
Seniors as well.
Yeah,
All right.
1 hour shoot off.
1 hour shoot off.
Yeah,
How was that for being nervous?
it was nerve wracking.
All right, Glenn, thanks for being back here. We have, at the end of our second end, Glenn Tally leads 61-59.
All right, so our shoot-up finals. Now, Chris, obviously, as tense as it was when you win, you always want to come back for more. All right, so Greg White, Chris Schaff in the middle part of our first shoot-up final here at the 2023 Lancaster Archery Classic. It's the Senior Open 60-plus category, and that 60-plus, of course, denotes age. Now, Chris, when you look at these archers and you look at the technique, I mean, you know, right now there was Kevin McKim, and his major accomplishments are being club champion versus someone who's had this experience like Tally here, who's already won this event. What do you see in terms of like just technique, overall technique, and ability to hold the bow?
I mean, they're both up there for a reason. So, I mean, they both obviously know how to shoot really well under the pressure circumstances that we had earlier today. You know, I see it looks like Kevin is shooting a back tension style release, and Glenn is shooting a finger trigger. You know, so he can kind of command shoot it when it's in the middle. Whereas a back tension, you kind of want to just relax on it and let the pin float.
Opportunity to close the gap here. Oh, didn't quite get it.
I would assume he's going to be hitting that 12 button this next end.
That's what I'm thinking. A good look at what our judges, when they look at the target, scoring target. Now, the larger those two middle rings, that's a 4 centimeter scoring ring. We call that middle one where that little plus is as kind of the baby 10, right? There's a lot of different ways to refer to it. That's one of the things that's, I think, unique about this particular tournament is the fact that when you're in qualifiers and in this finals, that little ring is 11.
Yeah, it is. You know, it'll be 11 all weekend here. But like I said, there is an option for the 12.
Hey, another unique thing is the fact that in between ends that you get to talk to basically the crowd. It's different, completely different. Do you like it when you're up there? Does it help to break the tension? Like, what's your view of being able to give those interviews?
You know, I've only been up on this stage once where they were asking me questions like that. Normally it's just, you know, you're in your own head and you're talking to your coach. There's no crowd interviews. You know, so it'll be something new tomorrow, but as soon as that buzzer blows, you have to get back into your mental game.
2-point lead.
With 3 arrows to go.
11.
Solid shot. And there he goes.
Yeah, he did hit that 12 button.
It's 12 button. You can see the 12 over his shoulder. He's going for it. If he doesn't hit it,
Oh, just above it.
there's the risk.
There is a risk, yep.
Just above it.
But even if you call that 12 ring and you accidentally shoot it high and hit the 11, you still score the 11. So it's where the arrow lies, no matter if you hit that 12 or not.
I think a good risk McKim had to take. Even if he hit that 12, he would have been a point down, but the 8.
Yeah, at this point where you're down going with 3 arrows, you have to hit that 12 button.
Chris mentioned earlier, if you're just joining us, 30 seconds for each archer to execute their shot.
11.
That starts once that arrow impacts the target from your competitor. That's when your 30 seconds start.
And that's I mean, great final end for Glenn there.
9.
And you know, Chris, how important is it to shoot a 33? Because Tally's got to go now shoot against the number 2 qualifier.
Oh, it's, you know, he just built his confidence up right there going into the number 2 qualifier. You know, his nerves probably calmed down a little bit where, you know, the number 2 seed now coming in is going to be all amped up coming in.
So $500 for our 4th place finisher, McKim. Great shoot. Now he gets to add this to his resume. Got the shoot on the final stage for the shoot up here at the 2023 Lancaster Archery Classic. So our first match of the 2023 season, done and dusted. So let's go to PJ.
From Shelby, Michigan, who's been shooting for 35 years.
All right, so Carl Wank.
Carl
Coming on
gets
out.
to pick his spot.
Gary, can you
Bumping
please
Glenn over. We remind both archers, when you hit the red button, after you're done, just step on it again to turn it
confirm
off.
totals?
All right, while they're explaining the rules to, you know, what's going with the archers, let's talk about the fact that Carl Wank moved Glenn Cali off his spot. He moved him from the number 1 to the number 2 spot. Why are you going to do that, Chris?
you want to get them uncomfortable or get them off of the spot that they just went on, where they're comfortable. They know that their sight's hitting. It's, I guess you could say, a little bit of a mind game, but it shouldn't affect anything because, the lighting's all the same on both targets.
Mm-hmm.
But you'll probably see that on almost every case.
First arrow of our number 3 qualifier shooting up against our number 2 qualifier. The Shelby, Michigan resident.
9.
Shot a 628 out of a possible 660 coming in here, and then had to get through eliminations.
10.
And the eliminations that we went through is pretty much the exact same as what's going on right now. 4 ends of 3 arrows, 20 yards. The only difference is to get here, we didn't have the 12 ring.
Oh, okay. Now for Carl Wenk, he's been Senior Open winner in 2015. He's also been the runner-up twice. This archer familiar with the pressure of being under the lights here.
10.
And the lighting's probably a little bit different out on the stage from the practice range, so that might have been that little bit of right there.
Yeah, the staff did everything they could to try to simulate it, but it's hard when you have a room this big.
Absolutely.
Have you been here before?
Oh, yeah.
What years and when?
Well, I started years ago, but on this format, 2015 was before the TV. I won then, and then I've been up here twice since. I had a couple seconds, so.
Do you ever get used to it?
Not as you get older. It's always exciting to get up here.
Well, run through your equipment for us. Tell us what you shoot.
Well, I got an old Barnesdale bow. I won with this in 2015.
Yes, look at that.
I've cut down some stabilizers I put on it. Sherlock sight, Pro Tuner rest, shoot some Easton 25-12s with 100 grain knockbuster tips and boning vanes on them. So.
Gotcha. All right, well, welcome back to the Lancaster Archery Classic stage. Let's get our scores here. After the first end, Glenn Talley 31, Carl Wenk 29.
Greg White, Chris Schaff bringing you the action in the Senior Open 60-plus category here at the 2023 Lancaster Archery Classic. We just heard from Carl Wenk about his equipment. Chris, is there a bow you have or have had that you think about often, like, because being a professional archer that you are, you're required, obviously, to shoot what's being sold currently. So if a bow goes out of rotation, that's it for you. You can't pick it up and shoot it. Have you ever thought at times, boy, I wish I could shoot that old bow somewhere in the closet?
No, not really. The companies now are coming out with new innovative stuff that just makes it easier on everybody to shoot. It's kind of cool that Carl is shooting a bow that he actually won with in 2015.
Yeah, 8 years ago already, right? Pretty amazing.
11.
It sounds different than a modern day bow, doesn't it?
It does.
It's got a different kind of a release sound to it.
If you look at, his bow, it's still got the solid limbs, where most companies now are coming out with the split limb technology.
There's a crowd on hand in the shadows watching.
11.
The older bow still shoots.
It still shoots.
Still shoots. That's an awesome end. Coming in end two, being down after the first end.
Yeah, I think there's, there seems to be a couple of different camps in archery. There's people like me who always wants to buy the latest and the greatest, thinking that's going to solve my problems of hitting the middle. And then there's archers like, you take a Sergio Pagni, who he shoots a new and modern bow, but like the rest of the stuff he has on there, the sights, the stabilizers, all that stuff. His release
Yep.
hasn't changed forever.
Nope.
And still can absolutely pound the middle of the target. Pretty incredible.
Yeah, once you get comfortable with something, it's hard to, change away from it.
All right, well, we appreciate
And if you're just joining us, Chris Schaff is with me in the booth, and he comes off of the 2023 NEAM Championship. He also won that in 2018, Indoor-Outdoor World Cup champion, second in Vegas a couple times, NFA Indoor Nats champ. I mean, resume is long and distinguished, but boy, you just have had a resurgence, haven't you, in 2023? You seem reinvigorated.
Yeah. I gotta really give a shout out to Brady Ellison. He actually moved up to Billings where I'm at, built an awesome house where he's got a range, and I've been shooting more arrows there this year than I have in a long time.
Yeah, it's always good to have someone to help you motivate, especially a really nice place to shoot. Senior Open 60+ category. We're shooting for 3rd place, so this is guaranteed podium. But the question is, who's going to win this match and then shoot for the #1 spot as they will run into the next archer who's their #1 qualifier.
And that's 4 in a row there for Carl. So
He's starting to find his rhythm up on the
he is.
stage.
That first 10, probably a little bit of nerves coming up, and then now he's calmed down.
It's funny, though, because Tally was moved off of the #1 spot into the #2 spot. Now we see everything kind of drifting to the right
Yeah,
for him.
do you see that? Oh, he hit the 12 button.
All right, so we're going for that 1.5 centimeter dot.
Definitely the risk reward right here.
Yeah, all right.
But it's still, the same distance right as his other 2 arrows.
Yeah.
So that's got to be, a good feeling for Carl there. He did just give up a few more points that if their 12 ring wasn't there, he maybe gave up 1 point, got it, gave up 2 points, but there, he gave up 4 points.
Yeah. Now you can do that once per end. I remember last year when we came up with the light calling, the 12 ring, that Dave Cousins got up there and hit it.
Very first arrow.
Very first arrow, and then turned it off. It was pretty funny.
I mean, it's a good strategy if you hit it.
Just go for it
just
straight away.
Come out swinging.
Especially if you're someone that has a see, the thing is, if you're an archer that has a tendency to maybe drop your bow arm a little bit when you're nervous and maybe drop them out of the bottom, that's what I like about the 12 ring, is it's not that close to like the bottom of the 10 ring or the bottom of the 9 ring.
Yeah, you have to aim at it.
You
You
have
can't
to, yeah.
look into it.
Yeah, it'd be such a brutal shot if you lucked into it. And that's also why you're going to call it.
No, he calls it again, first arrow here. So if he hits this, it'll probably change the momentum of this match a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Ooh. He did not call that one. That wasn't like he was trying to go for it, so that was just a little miscue. Something we often see at this age category without question, especially on the longer holds. There's a reason, I think, if you look at archery and you have categories of a bunch of different categories from the youth side of things, and then you get into this adult category where you're like, say, 21 to 49, and then after that, a lot of organizations have 50 to 60, 60 to 50 to 59, 60 to 69, 77, because your performance can vary so much in those 10 years as you get older from experience.
Yeah, and you see a lot of people, in the open pro class that are getting, older. They're more excited to go into the senior pro class, because, it's hard competing with the young guns, I guess.
Yep.
So there we have Carl winning the second match here, so Glenn will take 3rd place.
Congratulations to Glenn. Great shooting from 3rd to 3rd. No, both Glenn Talley and Carl shot the same amount of points, 880 points total, 924 to get in here. So we take our 660 round and then all the elimination rounds add up those points. The difference from 2nd to 3rd was the amount of 11 shot. Talley had shot 48 of those 11s to get here, and Carl Wenk had shot 50. So now we move on. As these arrows are going to get scored, our shoot up for the Senior Open 60+ category at the largest indoor archery tournament here on the East Coast in the United States. as we'll now shoot for who is going to be able to stand on top of the podium and take the prize.
Yeah, you see Carl actually already standing off the platform, expecting he's going to get moved over here.
Score is confirmed. Carl Wink, 120. Glenn Talley, 111. Glenn, you're walking out of here third place, $1,000.
Thank you
Thanks
so
very
much.
much for being here.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Thanks for coming, Glenn.
Outstanding performance from Glenn.
All right, let's bring out our #1 seed in Senior Open, Kurt Naystetler from Logan, Ohio. Looks like Kurt also was our first place finisher in qualifications. At the Classic, every arrow counts, so you can be the first place after qualifications and not come in here as the #1 seed. But it looks like Kurt did that.
I'm a huge fan of that, Chris. The fact that every arrow you shoot here makes a difference.
Yeah, I mean, you can have an awesome qualification round, and then when it gets to the head-to-head matches, you know, if you have a few, you know, bad ends or bad matches, but still move on, you know, that the total arrows added up together are going to determine where you come in at. You know, so qualification really doesn't mean everything here.
So we're down to the final two. 114 competitors came out to shoot the Senior Open 60-plus category in a record-breaking Lancaster Archery Classic event this year. As people are wanting to get out and use the equipment that they picked up, a lot of people.
That's a good start coming out.
Yeah, and that's what you really want to see, because what is that also telling you about the practice range?
That it's identical in here.
11.
Both of them.
Looked like Carl tried to put a little English on it, but didn't need it.
$10.
A little bit low.
Still not a bad. You know, he's got his sight dialed now. I mean, it looked like it fired a little low for him.
9.
We're looking at, there's Kurt Naystetler, who's a gold medalist in the Senior Games. If you're getting up there close to 50 years old, you don't know what the Senior Games, it's basically all kinds of sporting activities in each state. Almost every state in the United States has it. I mean, we're talking from archery to bowling to cheerleading, and they break it up, you know, into 10-year increments.
11.
And then they have, every 2 years, they have a national championship.
The crazy thing here that I think is Kurt came in actually with less 11s than Carl, but he's still qualified number 1.
Yeah.
Naystetler. Welcome to Lancaster Archery Classic stage. Have you been here before?
No, I've made it to the shoot down a number of times, but never made it to the Final Four.
All right. #1 qualifier. Obviously, you felt pretty good through the weekend.
Yeah, it held on, you know what I mean? There's times it goes bad, but it held on.
Sure. Run through your equipment for us. Tell us what you shoot.
I shoot a PSE, and I shoot a stabilizer from Fairfield Outdoors. Shane Heim, he makes them. The Sight CBE release is the stands.
What arrows you got there?
The
PSC.
PSC 26s.
23s or 26s.
26s, yeah.
Gotcha. How does it feel coming out there? This is your first time on the stage. How'd you feel after that first end? Pretty strong.
Yeah, it felt pretty good. Yeah, you just kind of hold everything and keep at it. You know, just like normal, you just got to keep at it.
All right, Kurt, welcome to the stage. Keep it rolling. That was a great end. Kurt Naystetler? Naystetler. I'll get that right eventually. 32, Kurt Wank, 31.
All right, so Chris, we heard Kurt Naystetler say that he's shooting 26s. For someone who's new to archery, what is he even saying by saying I'm shooting a 26?
So a 26 is 26/64 of an inch on your arrow size. The max diameter is 27/64 for this tournament. You know, there's some tournaments that 23/64 is the biggest. So he's not shooting the biggest arrow he can possibly shoot, but it's a 64th of an inch.
Yeah, and maybe it's just what's shooting best out of his bow.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a different spine than a 27. So, you know, you want to get the spine, which is how much an arrow flexes coming out of the bow, and that helps the arrow react better.
A lot goes into it. And he's shooting the relatively new Super RTX, a bow that came out not too long ago for PSE. The one thing we do find, though, with a lot of these different age groups as you get a little bit older is that a lot of these archers will start to dial back a little bit of the poundage that they shoot. So they could be shooting anything from 60 pounds to 50, 40 something pounds, and that also is going to affect the spine and the point weight that they use as well.
Yeah, I've talked to a few people this weekend actually, and they were saying that they've, had shoulder surgeries, back surgeries, so you shoot whatever is comfortable with you because it's 20 yards.
It's 20 yards.
You don't have to worry about speed, you don't have to worry about wind. It's
Yep.
20 yards.
Oh yeah. When you're outdoors, say you're shooting your world archery stuff, how fast do you want your arrow, like a range of that you want it to go outdoor? Because you have to fight all the elements, the wind and so on. Are we talking 270 feet per second, 290 feet per second? Like, what's your range generally?
My bows are usually about 280 feet a second, where, you want to shoot a heavy arrow at a fast speed, because the wind's going to affect the heavier arrows less than a lighter arrow. And, the faster it's out of your bow and into the target, the less wind drag or wind you're going to get.
Yeah, where I know people that shoot indoor arrows that are so heavy that they're literally shooting 210, 220 feet per second out of a compound bow. Obviously, a bare bow is going to be a little bit different, some slower stuff, but it just, as long as it hits, right?
Yeah, as long as it hits, it hits. And even outside, as long as you have an arrow that is set up and shooting very well, you can play the wind then. But indoors, it doesn't matter how fast it is.
Center stage here at the 2023 Lancaster Archery Classic Shoot Up Finals. This is for the #1 spot in Senior Open, 60-plus category. Archers are standing on platforms, shooting at 40-centimeter target faces that are 20 yards away. We are winding down the arrows for the 2023 champion. 63, Neistetler, to 57 for Mike.
And one thing that is different here than some of the other tournaments that I've shot, so you see Kurt is actually leading this match. So he gets to choose if he wants to shoot first or second each end. Where some of the other disciplines of archery, world archery, if you're the trailing archer, you actually shoot first no matter what. So it kind of puts pressure on the person that's beating you.
I like that. It affects the game a little bit more.
Yes.
You actually can have an influence, or hope that you have an influence, on the match outcome if you are leading the way.
Yeah, they know they have to do what you did or better.
Carl Wink trying to come back here. He doesn't want to be runner-up for a third time in this tournament, but right now, Kurt Neistetler is having his way.
And what's cool is Kurt has never made the Final Four here. He's made the elimination matches out in the normal room, but he's never made this, and he's putting on a show for sure.
Yeah, and the senior games, which he gold medaled in, that's a 50-meter shoot. So this is a little something different for Neistetler on the indoor side of things. A good look at different vane choices. People still using feathers, not always plastic. Do you have a preference, feather, plastic?
Yeah, I think it all depends on your setup, because if you get with the bigger arrows, you have your cable slide, your cables that could get in the way. So if you are getting a little bit of vane contact on things like that or on your shelf, you'll want to run feathers just because it affects everything less. If you hit a plastic vane off your shelf, it's going to affect the arrow. But I use plastic.
Out of the Carpenters Union out of Columbus, Ohio.
Gotcha. How long did you do that for?
35 years.
Longer than you shot archery? Or did you start archery before that?
Started archery a little bit before that, yeah.
All right. We are, after 3 ends, we have Kurt 31, Carl 29.
BJ trying to influence a little 12-button action.
Well, there's one end to go, so
Yeah, risk reward.
it needs to happen, I believe.
#1 seed, trying to close this one out.
And Kurt will just stay shooting at that middle there. I mean, he's got a lead, so there's no need for him to risk anything.
Kurt's got a good shot, too. It's a really good-looking shot. Didn't call for the 12.
You see, a lot of his arrows have been drifted low this match. Maybe nerves are holding down there.
11.
Yeah, you could see that late, kind of late in the holding cycle. He just had that adjustment left, right.
And this arrow will probably seal the deal here.
Nice settler going for the ball. Great arrow.
Good arrow to finish on.
11.
Good finish for Carl Wenk. And another second place finish for Carl. His third at the Lancaster Archery Classic.
It's still awesome shooting. I mean, to be up on the stage and be a runner-up for 3 years now, you can't be upset with second place finishes for 3 years.
All right. Kurt Naystetler takes that one 126 to 114. Carl is walking out of here second place, $1,500. Give it up for Carl Wenk.
Thanks. That's almost what my same check when I won it in 2015, so. And thanks to Lancaster for hosting this and all the people that work out here, so.
Appreciate you, Carl. You betcha. All right, Kurt Naystetler is our champion. And first place payout is $3,000. Kurt, congratulations. How's that feel?
That feels great. That feels great. First time I made enough money that it paid for my trip.
Paid for your trip, so now you know you can come back next year, right?
Well, I always say if you can shoot for free, that's the best way. If you
That's the best way.
If you get your entry fee paid, they're ready to go.
Now, when you go back home to the home club, you're going to be the guy to beat now, right?
Oh, this boy right here, he's one to watch. I tell you, Mason, he's coming for me. He's already up and coming.
Your grandson?
No, good friend.
Good friend, gotcha.
I shot a lot with his dad.
All right. Well, Kurt Naystetler, Senior Open Champ 2023, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
It's nice to hear that the archers that have been around this sport for a long time, that, this is what happens. The more people participate, the more the prize pool opens up, and it's pretty spectacular.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good comment there. I mean, he took second place and won the same thing as when he won it.
So that'll do it for our first match here at the 2023 Lancaster Archery Classic. Senior Open 60 Plus, we've crowned a champion, and we can't wait till they return next year. It's time for the 2023 Lancaster Archery Classic from Mannheim, Pennsylvania, from the Spooky Nook Sports Complex, as we are setting the stage for the final shoot-ups for today's match, which is our Women's Open category. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Broadcast Booth. I'm Greg White, sitting alongside 2023 NEAM Indoor Champion, just fresh off of that, Chris Schaff. Chris, welcome to the booth. Good to have you here.
Thanks for having me.
All right, so we're looking at a match here. It's Women's Open category. We've had 88 women sign up for this, and we're down to the final 4. And, of course, here at the Lancaster Archery Classic, we do things a little bit differently than some of the other archery tournaments that you've had, but we have an entire host of archery coming at you today. And let's take a look at the schedule. We've already had our Senior Open, which is done and dusted. Now we go to Women's Open. Chris is going to be here for Masters and Women's Masters Open category. And then we're going to go to our 3 youth classes, and we're going to finish off the day with Women's Barebow and the always popular Barebow category. Most of these classes, we have 4 in the shoot-up final. And in Barebow, we have 8 because that class is so enormous. But so far, Chris, it's been an exciting weekend here in Mannheim, Pennsylvania. Let's take a look at the shoot-up rules. Top 4 qualify, and the rank is tied by 11s. It's a bottom-up format, which simply means, Chris, that the number 4 qualifier is going to shoot against number 3. Whoever wins that goes against number 2. Whoever wins that is going to shoot for the top prize. And when we look at our scoring, what's different from our normal scoring, which we'll get into, is the fact that there is this 12 ring that is available. Chris, that's a high-tension, high-risk, high-reward 12 ring. And you got to call it. It's available once per end, but most people are using it in our 2nd year of availability, using it in a different way. Usually they wait till later in the round. So now let's go ahead and get to the 3rd member of our broadcast team. It's PJ Riley. He's going to introduce our archers to the field of play.
All right, Women's Open we have up next, and we will bring out our finalists. Our 4th seed from Roaring Springs, Pennsylvania, Ryan Detterline. Ryan's got a great cheering section here. She qualified 28th and worked her way up to the number 4 seed. Good shooting, Ryan. Next up, our number 3 seed, we have from Boca Raton, Florida, Madison Grimm. See these jerseys coming out here. Madison's representing University of Cumberland, one of the great archery colleges out there. Welcome to the LAS Classic stage.
All right, Greg White with Chris Schaff as we get ready for our first match in Women's Open category. And you can see that Ryan Detterline is just thrilled to be out here, and it's probably a little bit of nerves as well, Chris.
Yeah, I would assume both of them, are definitely amped up a little bit right now.
So for Ryan Detterline, when we asked her about her major accomplishments in archery, she says none. And you can see the smile on her face, top of your screen, getting the explanation of what to expect. And of course, for Madison Grimm, who shoots for the University of Cumberland, she's been on the national championship team.
Yeah, I bet you Ryan adds the Lancaster Archery Classic, because, being top 4 is doing awesome.
Especially after qualifying in 28th place. I mean, that's what elimination matches can do for you. All right, here we go. First arrow is going to be Madison Grimm.
9.
That's a 9-point shot. Our first look at Ryan Detterline's shooting style.
10.
There is 30 seconds on the clock to execute your shot. She had about 6 seconds left in that one.
Yeah, you could tell she held that one for a long time. And that's what pressure does to you. It takes you out of your element, so you do some things that you normally wouldn't do.
Yeah. We're also getting to know this archer, and we'll see if that's her normal style. What kind of release is she shooting? What style of release?
It looks like she's shooting a back tension. You see her squeezing her hand on it. There's no trigger, so it's actually off of a half moon and a hook, so you have to rotate it to get it to fire.
And that was a much quicker shot from Ryan.
9.
But in these shoot-ups, she qualified 28th. So being 28th, you're going to have to go up your first match and shoot against, I believe, number 4 qualifier.
10-11.
If they took 32, she'd have to shoot against the number 4 qualifier, being in 28th position.
Oh, initially, and yeah.
Initially.
Yeah.
You know, so
That was
she,
this morning at 8 o'clock.
she had to go through some heavy hitters already to get here.
Can't see that sign. But anyway, so Ryan, welcome to the Lancaster Archery Classic stage. Have you been up here before? Have you shot the Classic before?
This is my 3rd year.
3rd year. This is where you wanted to be. How's it feel now that you're here?
Scary.
Scary. Well, we want you to calm down, so tell us about your equipment.
I'm shooting a Hoyt Invicta with a Sherlock sight, beeline bowstrings, a trophy taker rest, a Doinker front bar, Bee Stinger side bar, Scott Ascent release, and Easton full bores.
Easton full boards. Okay. Back home, where do you shoot? Club, shop? What's your home range?
I shoot out of Shawnee Archery and Bear Rock Bear Rock Sportsman's.
All right. Well, congratulations for making it to the LAS Classic stage. After the first end, we have Ryan with a 31, Madison 29.
So Ryan will get a pick if she wants to shoot first or second here on this end,
Okay.
being the leading archer.
It's just fun to watch her excitement and the way that Ryan Detterline is kind of dealing with the adrenaline of being up on stage. But good shooting, a 31 right out of the gate is solid for someone who's never made it. And again, you're looking at 28th qualifier. And of course, for Madison Grimm, she was the 14th qualifier. But beginning at 8 o'clock in the morning this morning, we had elimination matches. They're single round, like same thing that we see here. If you win, you move on. If you don't, you go home. And there were some massive surprises across all categories on who was able to make it and who wasn't. Some big names in each class took a seat.
Upsets.
For sure.
Yep.
Even in your category, in Open Pro, there were people that didn't even make the 64.
Yeah, there were some big names that didn't make the 64, and then once the eliminations happened today, there was a lot of upsets. But I truly believe if you qualify for the eliminations here, that anyone in any class can shoot just as good as everybody else.
Agreed.
10.
If you're just joining us, we're in the middle of the Women's Open category, shoot up. 4th place shooting against 3rd. The 2023 Lancaster Archery Classic. Archers are shooting at a 40-centimeter target, 20 yards downrange.
10.
The smallest circle in the middle is worth 11 points. And then as you go out ring, it goes 10, 9, 8, 7. And there is that little dot that's hanging down there on that
11.
8, 7 line that's worth 12 points, but you have to call it.
Have to call it. And you can only shoot it that one time per end.
One time per end.
So it looks like the scores are pretty close here.
Stage. Have you been here before? No. Have you been to the Classic before?
Yes.
You have shot it. All right. So this is where you wanted to be, and is it everything you ever dreamed of?
It's a little scary, but yeah.
Gotcha. Run through your equipment for us. Tell us what you're shooting.
I'm shooting Matthews Halon. Bee Stinger stabilizers, and True Ball release.
Gotcha. You got X cutters, I believe, there. Gold tip.
Yep.
University of Cumberland's big archery school. I'm guessing you compete for the team. What's your specialty?
Indoor.
Indoors. That's it. Well, now we see why. You're going to calm down now, right?
Yeah.
Good shooting so far. All right, after 2 ends, we have Ryan Detterline 60, Madison 59. Don't forget those 12 buttons. You can step on that button anytime.
You can step on it. You can also use that front stabilizer bar. I saw one of our seniors do that. He just casually went click and hit that button.
Yeah, PJ's out there trying to persuade him into hitting that 12 button.
Yeah, oh yeah.
But with the score this close right now, I might, I don't know if I was up there, I might wait till the last end to hit that 12. You know, because like that, she just, you know, it was a 2-point swing. Here she, you know, 1 point, got it back.
Yeah,
So they're tied up.
that's a close one too. 11-10-9. All you have to do is touch the outer edge of that ring to get the higher point value. 30 seconds for each archer to execute their shot. Their 30 seconds begin once the competitor's arrow impacts the target.
11.
And you can hear the buzzers that go off. That's an indication that it's the next archer's turn. Grim right now starting to find some rhythm. Their line needs 11.
See a lot of her arrows are impacting low and a little bit of left into it. I see her out there adjusting her sight a little bit.
11. Good shot.
Good shot.
I've always told everybody that asks me, you know, what the pressure's like up there. It's the fastest 15 minutes of your life.
Is it really?
Everything just goes by super quick. You're in the zone. There's not a lot of distractions going on.
Now we do have a coach's box here, and so you know when you have someone in your box, do you want them to kind of remind you then if that's the fastest 15 minutes, but it's like, hey, don't forget, grab a click or two. Do you want somebody to mention when you're up there specifically, or do you want just to kind of be in your own game?
No, I mean, having them back there, you know, you always put who you trust, you know, your friends, who you trust in the coach's box that you know that they know what they're doing. So when you're in the zone like that, you kind of need some, you know, reassurance. Hey, you know, everything's hanging low. Let's give it a couple clicks, or everything's hanging right. You know, so having someone in there that you trust is what you need.
Well, tomorrow, then who are you going to get in the coach's box for you? Because one of the guys who you trust is not going to be there. He's going to be here with me, commentating, in case you didn't know.
Realistically, I'm hoping I can have the same one I had in Eames.
Brady?
Brady Ellison.
Okay. We'll see how that one goes. You can stay tuned right here for tomorrow's matches, which will begin 8 o'clock Eastern time in the U.S. and go all the way to somewhere around 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
This is their final end here.
88-92, Grim leads the way. Detterline kicks us off. In desperate need of a solid 11.
Exactly what
gets
she
it.
needed here. So now as a coach, I'd be saying hit that button because you are down to put more pressure on your component.
Yeah, so you were saying if you would tell Ryan do it. She
Yep.
didn't do it.
Yep.
She got one more shot at it.
11.
Okay. A 9 or a 10 here could really change this match.
She has to hit it.
No,
No,
she
it
didn't
doesn't
do
look like it.
Yeah. And of course, if you're up on the stage for the first time, you probably don't even remember. I would say that's the coach's box.
Yep, there I would have hit it. If you hit that 12 ring, it puts a ton of pressure on Madison.
7 to win.
11.
Yeah,
Great shooting from Madison Grimm.
awesome shooting from both of them.
So we'll wait to get the official score in, but it looks like Madison Grimm is going to be advancing to the next level in our shoot-up to shoot against our number 2 qualifier. But for Ryan Detterline, great performance. I mean, you can't say how many people dream of qualifying in 28th and making it to the Final Four.
Yeah, if I qualified in 28, I'd kind of already count my weekend over. But you know, that's the best thing about match play.
Ryan Detterline giving hope to Chris Schaff. Didn't think we'd hear that. So there you go. Learning from the youth.
You know, but being 4th place for your very first time up there, you know, just making the Final Four is a great accomplishment.
Yep.
Ludwig getting these scores for us.
Staff here at the Lancaster Archery Classic plenty of people. We have our officials, and of course we have people running arrows back and forth. And it's confirmed now, 124 to 119. Madison Grimm will advance. $500 payout for Ryan Detterline. There were multiple lines, 5 different times when you could shoot your 60 arrow qualifying rounds. It began in the afternoon on Thursday, evening Thursday, and then they had 3 different times, 8 a.m.,
Noon,
and 4.
and I believe, yep.
From Bethlehem,
Yesterday.
Pennsylvania,
Here's PJ.
Beverly Hamilton.
He just introduced Beverly Hamilton from Pennsylvania.
Beverly qualified 16th, so once again, she shot her way up to get here.
Pretty incredible that we're seeing these 2-digit qualifiers. 14th place, 16th place now, going up
28th place.
28th place. So for Madison Grimm and Beverly Hamilton, guaranteed 3rd place.
Yeah, and it looks like, their total number of arrows this weekend, which is what seed you coming into the Final Four. They were only 1 point apart out of, 100 or 1,056 points. They were 1 point apart.
All right, so we have Beverly. She'll be on her number 2 spot. We're looking at the target. It's the right target. Good 11. You can see kind of the nerves in that hole and the release hand.
Yeah, but coming out with that, I mean, you got to be happy with it, and hopefully some of your nerves dissipate a little bit.
Oh boy, Madison Grimm right now has settled into a really solid rhythm.
And that might be a perk coming in, and shooting your first match. If you can get past your first match, your nerves have settled down a little bit. You know what it's like up here. And then you have someone like Beverly here coming in new. She hasn't had the experience on this stage today, even though it's only 1 match.
And you can just see those nerves.
10.
But that's the thing. When you have those nerves, Chris, and you do hit an 11 or you hit a nice solid 10, it helps you, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Absolutely. You just stay with your basics at that point in time.
11-10. Cannot see that side of the alley.
I believe Madison is shooting she's shooting the X cutters from Gold Tip, so they're going to be a 25/64. I believe so. It's still not the biggest arrow that's legally allowed here.
I know you've been to the Lancaster Archery Classic before, but I don't remember if you've been on the finals stage.
This is the first time.
First time. How many years have you shot the Classic?
I started coming in 2011, but didn't shoot it the first couple of years, but I shot it a lot. I lost track.
Gotcha. How's it feel making it up here to the final stage?
Feels pretty awesome.
Run through your equipment for us.
I have Matthew's TRX 36, Joey's bowstrings, shooting Gold Tip 30X, Hamsky Trinity Rest, Conquest stabilizers, 3rd axis grip, True Ball XL scope sight, and I'm shooting the Abyss.
Gotcha.
True ball.
Now, Beverly, I know you shoot 3D too. What's your preference, indoor or 3D?
Anymore, it's been indoor, honestly.
Indoor.
Yeah.
That's the right answer
The older
today.
I get, the worse my vision gets, so 3D's a little bit harder.
Gotcha. All right. Well, congrats to making it to the Lancaster Archery Classic stage. After our first N, Madison 31, Beverly 30.
You don't know about that yet, Chris Schaff, about the age and the vision thing, especially when it comes to light, shooting in the woods with 3D archery. It's hard to see what a 3D archer say, muscle definition on a foam animal.
That's why I probably won't shoot many 3Ds.
Beverly Hamilton, who's here with her husband Colton Hamilton, supporting her.
11.
Starts off with a good 11.
Yeah, I used to shoot with Colton quite a bit. He was from Utah. Madison is definitely in the groove right now.
Talking to Beverly Hamilton about what motivates her to keep shooting. She talks about lifelong friendships that she's made in archery, and she likes to push herself to continue to grow. And just a great sport to do that in.
11.
Oh boy. Mm-hmm.
That one she did hold for a little bit longer, you know, with those nerves, trying to get that pin to settle down.
10.
That 9's a little bit of a stinger for Beverly Hamilton. The thing is, Chris, so, you know, in normal qualifications, you're shooting 3 arrows, you have 2 minutes. There's a little bit of time to let down, isn't there?
Yeah, there is. I mean, you can let down probably 2 or 3 times if you really needed to.
But here, with 30 seconds, which is a little different than World Archery, if you have a quick shot process, do you think, I think we've seen it once or twice here, but would you let down in 30 seconds, or you have to be committed to the shot when that buzzer goes off?
I'm committing to it 100%. There's no turning back on the 30-second clock, you know, because then you let it down, you drop back, and then you got 10 seconds left, and then you have even more added pressure to get that off.
Yeah, that's a good point. And especially, a lot of these archers are shooting a blade type of release. And if you have a blade where the arrow just rests on top of it and you are under pressure, sometimes that arrow is going to pop right off and you got to take the moment to put it back on.
Yep.
And we've seen things like that happen in finals as well. All right, so our second place qualifier, Beverly Hamilton. Back will kick us off. This end, and solid shot.
Great start to the third end here.
These are one of those where you look at that target and go, why can't everyone be like that first arrow target, just wearing out the middle?
A lot of, you know, even on Madison's, their first arrows, I think it's because you have that little bit of a break. You know, you can kind of calm your nerves down a little bit, and it's usually the strongest arrow.
I dropped that one a little low. Madison Grimm, when she was asked why she started archery, she says she has a great shop nearby, and boy, that can be really a key. You go in there to sample archery and you get a great shop and they really embrace you, get you in there, help you out. Really helps with the motivation to keep shooting.
If you have somebody at the archery shop that, you know, shoots tournaments as well, you know, you can push each other to make each other better.
What a rock solid hold.
Yeah, you can definitely tell she has calmed down from that first match.
That's so close. Same spot.
All you have to do is touch that line.
That's
Get
right.
that higher scoring.
Our unofficial score is 92 for Hamilton, 95 for Grimm as we wait for the official scores to roll in. We have one more end of competition. Listen to PJ.
This is my husband, Colton.
Colton, you've been a competitor as well for a long time. Would you rather be up there shooting for yourself or back here watching her?
Oh, I am a little bit jealous, yeah. I gave the men's pro class a little bit of a run today. I made it in the top 16.
Yes, you
but,
did.
Man, I was right there, but I'm super proud of her, and I'm happy to see her up there in the sporter 100% of the way.
Nervous? Do you feel nervous? You think she's more nervous
I'm not
than
nervous
you?
for her. I'm excited for her. Yeah, there's two sides of the same coin, but
Gotcha.
I love seeing her up there, and I'm excited that she is.
Spoken like a true pro. All right, after 3 ends, we have Madison 95, Beverly with a 92. Beverly, don't be afraid to step on that red button.
PJ is too funny. He is too funny. He's like, let's get some action going here. It's race day. Drop the green flag.
I think if you could hit that red button on all 3 arrows of end, he'd be pushing everybody to do it.
PJ? Oh, yeah, no question about it. I-9 for Beverly Hamilton, who qualified second, guaranteed herself a podium, just trying to hold on at least to second place in advance.
11.
Madison is on terror right now.
11. 10.
Oh, there's Beverly. She's stepping on that 12.
There you go.
Looked back to the coach, Colton. And
I'm sure they had a conversation about this before they even arrived here.
yep.
That big red 12 over her shoulder.
At
She gonna
this
hit
point in time, you got to do it.
just low off the paper. But see, that's what this is 12's about, that risk reward. So for Grimm, already wrapped it up, just wants to finish off with an 11.
10.
It's a little bit longer shot there from Madison. You see her working that thumb up there to try to change that pivot point in her hand to get that release to fire a little bit quicker.
We know Hamilton had to take that shot. She had to take that risk.
Yep.
Just didn't quite get it executed.
We had 88 competitors in this division this weekend, for those wondering.
So now judges will take a look just to confirm the scores. Beverly Hamilton will be credited with a podium finish in third, our second place qualifier. Overall, Chris, we talk about every point here at the Lancaster Archery Classic counting. So you have 60 arrows in qualifying for a max point available of 660. And then these women had 3 elimination rounds to get to where they are. So coming in here, Beverly Hamilton had scored 1,006 points out of a possible 1,056. So she'll be confirmed as third place, Beverly Hamilton, which means Madison Grimm, representing the University of Cumberland Patriots, will advance. Now shoot for that #1 spot. Here's PJ.
Our #1 seed from Midlothian, Virginia, Gracie Dedamore. In 2016 and 18, Gracie won Youth Female Open. She was our second place qualifier, and she comes in as the #1 seed.
All right, Dedamore shooting out of Shooter's Archery, a great shop that's just north of, say, Richmond, Virginia area in central Virginia. Really neat system, actually, they have at Shooters. They actually give you like a card, and when you go, you can just walk into the shop and you just basically scan the card, like tap it like you would a credit card, and it activates your shooting time indoor. So say, and then let's say that some friends come in and you want to take a few minutes off, you just tap out, tap in, tap out, and they just charge you basically by the minute. It's a really neat little electronic system. I'd love to see it more shops around the country.
That's pretty cool. Is that a shop that's open 24 hours?
I don't know. I don't think so. I wouldn't if I was them, because like the inventory's open where the range is. Yeah. It would be cool though if that was the case. They also have an outdoor range there as well.
Madison's starting off right where she left off.
And she is in Dedamore's brain right now as well. An 11 from Gracie will make a statement.
She looks like she's holding rock solid. Yep, it's good.
11, I believe, and 10. Can't see that side.
Yeah, and this is for the gold.
This is for the gold.
First place.
Man, we are seeing a lot of feather fletching today.
If you look at how high her arrow is up off the shelf of the bow, it doesn't look like it's very high. So she may be getting a little bit of vein contact.
The only risk too is if you travel frequently, feathers don't hold up as much as veins that we're looking at there.
Even shooting, practicing at home, the feathers don't hold up near as long as a vein does.
So it's fine. It's just a little bit more maintenance.
And they take a lot longer to fletch.
Well, that is true.
$11.
Yeah, coming out, 1 down.
Yeah, good
On your
start.
first in. A great start.
Good start. As we'll get to learn a little bit more about Gracie Dedamore from PJ.
Got to get that hydration, Gracie. How you doing? Welcome back to the stage.
Thank you. Yeah.
Two-time champion, but how many times have you been on the final stage?
3, but it was 4 because we had the big snowstorm. But that was when I was in youth, so we were over on the side. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So coming out here today, walking up, did that past experience help you, or do you still feel the nerves?
I still feel the nerves. I haven't shot in 3 years, so came up here and just kind of like on a whim and.
Is that right?
Yeah. So.
And it worked out pretty good, I guess.
So far, so good.
Now you just killed all those people who think they have to shoot 100 hours every day.
Well, you know.
Run through your equipment for us. Let's know what you're shooting.
Shoot an Elite Result. I get it mixed up with a new one. Honestly, I've got Spider, stabilizers, True Ball XL, sight, and an HBC Flex for release.
What do you got for arrows? Gold tip?
Gold tip, triple X's.
Triple X.
Yep.
Gotcha. Well, welcome back to the Lancaster Archery Classic
you.
final stage. After our first end, Gracie has 32, Madison 30. Whoops, sorry.
Oh, those shots landed solid. You can see the look on it. Isn't that their this typical art? She hasn't shot, and she like drops 1 point. It's like, gotta be kidding me. Really?
Yeah, especially up here on the stage where the nerves are at. I mean, she hasn't competed in 3 years, so.
I mean, and honestly, the mind of any competitor, every time you release that arrow, you want it to just go inside out in that middle ring, that 11 ring. All right, 32-30. Dedamore starts off.
She's got a really solid shot. You see her pulling against that back wall to help settle everything down.
How relaxed that bow hand is, too. Just getting in there, getting settled.
Still see that backhand shaking a little bit, but that could be a combination of a little bit of nerves plus the pressure she's using to pull against that back wall to get that release to fire.
Great shot. And Grim, just a release, you can see where Grim is just using that force to just get that, drive that bow towards the target. Dedamore starting to pull out a little bit of a lead. And this is what the interesting bit is about this game, Lancaster Archery Classic, with that small middle ring being worth 11 and then cutting that 10 line at 9. You know, what normally is a 9 is a 1 point swing, all of a sudden becomes a 2 point swing. You know, because we look at a target face that looks very similar to what people often refer to as the Vegas face, but obviously with that little 12 ring for these finals. And a lot of people came here this weekend, I think, using this as a warm-up because unusually we go straight to Las Vegas. You know, you get on a plane and I'm going to be going to Las Vegas and shooting the largest tournament in the world. And this is the largest indoor archery tournament on the East Coast, and with good reason. We have seen such steady growth, even through the pandemic here at Lancaster Archery Classic. We're in Manheim, Pennsylvania at the Spooky Nook Sports Complex. Pretty cool place. Place is huge, not just archery going on.
Yeah, you got
volleyball, rock wall, soccer going on at the same time.
Basketball.
There's a hotel on site, restaurant on site. This is definitely a place that you need to come and shoot a tournament. International archers from all over the world are here attending as well. Spectacular.
11. Got the line.
That looks like, yeah, just hung the line on the bottom there.
Ten.
4-point lead for Dedamore has increased to 5.
11.
Winding down on the arrows here, and I wonder if Madison will reach up there and hit that 12 button here.
10.
I think one of the things that's difficult, Chris, is that, you know, if you look at the scores previously, which a lot of people will do before they come here, and they're shooting kind of mid-pack. The question is, would you go to Lancaster Archery Supply and then purchase
She's hit the 12. Sorry to interrupt, but she's going for the 12.
No, of course, yeah. You called it. That's the move. But this is the question. Do you have the target at home to practice shooting at the 12? You know, some people I talked to said, well, I'm a mid-pack person. I'm not even going to get it. So this might be unusual, or she might have these targets at home. Oh, just off to the left.
You know, personally, I don't even have any of these targets at home to shoot at, so it'll be, I guess, a run and gun tomorrow.
Just wide left.
Good shot.
It's a really good shot. Plus, you got to think about like how your reticle looks as well, right? Like for me personally, when I shoot, my dot is so big in my lens that I actually cover almost all of the yellow total. So when it comes to trying to find the 12 ring, it's completely lost behind it. I more or less just have to guess. What do you use? What kind of reticle do you use in your scope? Do you use a fiber? Do you use a small dot? What do you use?
I was shooting a fiber all year and all last year, actually, until Neems this last weekend. And with the lighting in there, I couldn't see the color of the fiber, so I went back to a dot that I have been shooting in the past. And the dot's about just a little bit smaller than the 10 ring, so even for me shooting at that 12, it's going to disappear behind it.
Good shooting. Gracie, we have, after 3 ends,
96 to 88. Gracie Dedamore, our #1 qualifier, going for the championship again.
Gracie, you can hit the 12 too.
As PJ just told Gracie that if she'd like to, she could hit the 12. I'm not sure her coach is confirming that, but that's
I
a good
definitely
idea.
wouldn't go at it.
It's just the way that Dedamore's handling this pressure too is also what's impressive.
Yeah, especially after taking 3 years off, too.
Yeah.
You know, she comes back.
10.
That was a quick shot for Grimm, a little bit quicker pace than we've seen from her. 30 seconds to execute the arrow for each archer.
11.
Down to our final couple arrows for the Women's Open category to be crowned champion. 2023 Lancaster Archery Classic.
Yeah, you can see the shot's taking a little bit longer than that first one.
10.
Just trying to get that middle.
I think, you know, with the margin that Gracie has, this will kind of seal the deal there.
Yeah, it is.
Just for fun, she's going to hit the 12 here and see if she can hit it this time.
12 is called.
But even with the 12 here, you know, she is going to be second place.
But if the crowd's going to erupt if she hits it.
Yes, they will.
Just wide, little up left. And a nice sigh of relief as this match has come to an end. But Madison Grimm, who came in as our 3rd place qualifier, when it's all said and done, will get 2nd place. And Gracie Dedamore, who had to sit on the sidelines and watch these matches, comes out hotter than a firecracker after not competing for a while.
Yeah, only missing 3.
And only missed 3.
Yeah. That's awesome shooting there.
Mm-hmm. Maybe there's something to the old, well, I guess I'll just go. Nothing at stake.
I might not practice anymore.
Yeah. I don't think you should do that. I think you should.
116. Madison is going to finish in 2nd place, $1,500.
$1,500 for Grimm.
And that means Gracie is your champion. First place. $3,000. Gracie takes home. Gracie, congratulations. 2023 champ. How's that feel?
Pretty good. Pretty good, I will say. I came in with little no expectations, and I've exceeded them, so yeah.
Where do you shoot back home? Because everybody's going to be gunning for you now.
Oh, Lord. I shoot at Shooters Archery up in Beaver Dam, Virginia. So.
Gotcha. All right.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations.
Thank
2023
you.
champ.
Thank you.
You'll be right up there next year.
Oh, good.
Congratulations.
How about that? What a great story. Gracie Dedamore, good solid qualifying, gets her eliminations #1. Before this match, shot 75 11s, scoring 1,032 out of a possible 1,056 points, and is able to step up on stage and be crowned champion.
After 3 years of a break.
After 3 years of a break. We saw great shooting from all 4 of our competitors in the Women's Open category here at the 2023 Lancaster Archery Classic from the Spooky Nook Sports Complex in Manheim, Pennsylvania. Hey, you're checking out the 2023 Lancaster Archery Classic from the Spooky Nook Sports Complex here in Manheim, Pennsylvania. It's time for shoot-up finals in the Masters Open 50-plus category. And hi, everyone. Welcome to the broadcast booth. I'm Greg White, sitting alongside Chris Schaff, who just won Nîmes Indoor Archery Champion 2023 in France. Welcome back to the States and welcome to Manheim, Pennsylvania. And thanks for being in the broadcast booth. How's the weekend been so far here from Pennsylvania?
The weekend's been awesome. I mean, this is one of the greatest ran tournaments, that I've personally gone to. No hiccups, no nothing this weekend, so it's been an awesome shoot.
And Chris, we're going to see him tomorrow in the finals for the Open Pro category, but we're lucky enough to have him right now for this match. And hey, if you're new to what happens here in Lancaster, Pennsylvania area and this classic shoot, let's take a look at the schedule and what we have on tap. We've just got through our Senior Open, Women's Open. Now we got Masters Open category. Chris will be here for this one and the Women's Masters Open. And then we're going to transition to our youth categories for a couple of those. And then we're going to finish off the day with our Women's Barebow and then the Barebow final class. This is how the shoot-up rules are. Top 4 qualified. They're ranked. Our ranked ties are broken by 11s. We'll tell you more about that. And it's a bottom-up format. So in this one, our 4th place qualifier after elimination rounds this morning will shoot off against our number 3 qualifier. The winner of that will go to 2, and then the winner of that round will go to the number 1 qualifier. In this final, we have the ability to call a 12 ring, a 1.5 centimeter white dot, so you can score a maximum points of 136 after 4 ends of competition. But in order to shoot that 12 ring and get credit for it, you have to call it, and you're allowed 1 per end. A lot of information coming at you, but it'll all make sense to you as we roll on through this match. And now, the 3rd member of our broadcast team is PJ Riley, and he's going to welcome the archers to the field of play.
All right, Masters Open. We're going to kick off here. Our 4th seed from Hummelstown, Pennsylvania, Todd McCormick. Todd shot our top score in qualification for this division. And our number 3 seed from Harrisonburg, Virginia, Kirby Gillespie. Kirby is our defending champ in this division. He's up on that banner in the lower right corner.
And Kirby Gillespie had quite a 2022, Chris, didn't he?
Yeah, it looks like, he's won Lancaster. He won the Indoor Nationals and the Outdoor Nationals all in the same year, so he should be feeling pretty good coming into this.
He definitely should. And of course, for Todd McCormick, he's been a national champion in finger classes. Now, there's something that we haven't talked about. We often talk about releases, so when we talk about finger classes, what are we talking about?
Yeah, as you see these guys, when they get up here, you'll have a D-loop on your string, which is a little rope that's tied where you knock your arrow in between, and then he's going to hook his release to that D-loop. Fingers class, you're using your fingers on that string, so you have a lot more variables.
Yeah, that's the release aids have only been around for a short period of time, considering how long archery's been around. Archers are shooting 20 yards downrange at a 40-centimeter target face.
9-10 line.
The innermost ring that you see there is actually valued at 11 points, and then as we go out with the rings, it goes 10, 9, 8, 7, 6.
Each archer will have 30 seconds to shoot an arrow, so as soon as your opponent's arrow hits the bail, your 30 seconds will start.
They're also on a raised platform that has a button on that platform that they can step on or activate with their stabilizer to indicate that they want to shoot a 12. Go for the 12, which is that tiny little dot that you'll see on the target face right down towards the bottom.
10.
And in the prior classes, we've seen some people hit that button and they were, unsuccessful at hitting it. So maybe this class here we'll see our first 12 of the weekend.
Nice shot. One of the things that we see in indoor is more of a variety of equipment being shot. Here we see these two archers shooting aluminum arrows. So far today we've seen a lot of carbon arrows. Generally outdoor, I don't think I've seen an aluminum arrow in quite a while.
No, they don't really make aluminum arrows that are super small diameter that will work off of these newer compound bows. They make a aluminum core arrow, but it's still wrapped in carbon.
Perfect 33 for Gillespie.
You can see Kirby up there. It looks like there's no nerves going on. You know, he's got a super solid shot. Looks like he's aiming well. And that could be from him getting in this position and winning stuff.
Welcome to the Lancaster Archery Classic stage. Have you been up here before?
Not at the stage, but at the Classic, yes.
At the Classic. How many years you been shooting?
About 36 years, and I've shot the very first Lancaster Classic in the shop.
All right. Well, we appreciate the support over the years. Didn't take you too long to get here, though, right?
No. No.
Run through your equipment for us. Tell us what you shoot.
Shooting the Hoyt Invicta 37. I got the XP Achieve sight, Ultra View number 3 scope, the AE rest, dead center stabilizers, and the release of the Executive, the Chris Perkins Executive, and then I got the Easton 2712s.
All right, gotcha. Tell folks at home what that competition is like in the Masters class. It's been getting tougher here the last few years.
It is very hard, yes.
How much practicing do you do at home?
Not too much.
Not too much. All right. Beating the trends there. I like that. Welcome, Todd, to the Lancaster Archery Classic stage. After our first end, Kirby with 33, Todd 29.
You talk about competition. This is an amateur class, this Masters Open 50-plus category. So obviously you have to be 50 years old to the beginning of the tournament, the day the tournament starts. So you have to be 50 years old. 143 competitors came out this year to compete, and we're looking at the final 4 with our shooter right now, Todd McCormick, our 4th place qualifier after a single day of qualification rounds. And then this morning we had elimination rounds, single eliminations. But okay, so Todd's found the middle. That's always a good sign after being on stage for the first time here.
Yeah, and with 143 shooters, that's just impressive in this class. They had 3 elimination rounds to go through to get up here to be the top 4.
Yeah, they had a total of 1,056 points available. And for Kirby Gillespie, he scored 1,019 of those points.
Yeah, these two are just 1 point different after the 2 days.
Pretty amazing. Looking at those arrows, you can see feather fletching.
Another one of feather fletching. Both of them are actually shooting feathers.
Yeah. I mean, there's definitely philosophy behind it. Obviously, you're talking about making any contact, but additionally, a lot of people don't understand that an arrow is just more of a steering mechanism to get the point to the target. And so the philosophy of a heavier point and lighter weight in the back, potentially.
Yeah, and the feathers, they do stick up higher. They're higher profile than most plastic vanes. So they will get a little bit more steer out of that arrow too.
Yeah, that's a good point. And being that the target's only 20 yards away, you want that arrow to steer as quickly as you can possibly get it.
Right out of the bow, you want it coming out straight.
So for Kirby Gillespie, he's only dropped 1 point so far in 6 arrows.
10.
The archer's brain of perfection, right? I mean, it's always the case. If this is Vegas, you're going, all right, hit a 10, big deal.
Yeah.
But here at the Lancaster Archery Classic, it's like, oh.
Yeah, back to your comment earlier too, people using this tournament as a warm-up for Vegas. I don't think many people are using it as a warm-up. They're coming in here to win.
That's a good point.
I want to ask you, because I remember you posted when you got your crystal trophy from last year. Where you got that in your house? How cool was that?
It is very cool. I didn't even expect it. It showed up, and I was like, what is that? And it was from Rob, and I was very grateful.
All right, run through your equipment for us, Kirby. Tell us what
Same
you're
bow as
shooting.
last year, TRX 38 G2.
Didn't change anything.
Didn't change. Same arrows, same everything.
All right, how's it feel up there? You had a year's worth of experience.
Very comfortable. We're ready to go.
I like hearing that. All right, Kirby, congrats for making it this far. You are holding a lead, Kirby, 64 over Todd with a 60.
Kirby's not afraid to load up some weight on those stabilizers, is he?
No, it looks like he's got quite a bit on there.
especially on that back bar. Perhaps one of the most customizable and individualistic sports is archery. No two setups are the same. That is
And everybody, executes a shot and shoots completely different than the next person.
good shot by McCormick. Nice solid 11.
But Kirby's shooting the same exact stuff from last year. He's got to have 100% confidence in it.
Without question.
He won this last year, plus a few other events. Why change?
Yeah, that's a good point. Plus some people, they'll set up a bow just for indoor and then just leave it.
11.
Todd's coming back swinging here in this end.
It's interesting. I shoot this category, 50 plus, and there's a little bit of a performance drop off when you get into your late 40s, and it's normally like 1 or 2 points. But the possibility of just running the table with 11s in this class is so high.
Yeah, like I said before, anybody who makes these top 4 positions is definitely able to run the table.
Oh yeah.
I think that's the first end we've seen today, where they've both matched 33s.
Yep. And that's all you can really do. I mean, unless you're calling a 12, is you just not give a point away.
Yeah, but risk reward.
Home range, shop or club?
The Harrisburg Archery Club.
Harrisburg Archery Club. All right, how's the target archery community there?
Very good.
Very good.
Very good.
Lots of good shooters.
Yes.
All age classes represented.
A lot more older shooters. We don't have a lot of younger shooters, but we have a lot of good shooters, older shooters, yes.
All right, great. Good to hear. Lots of good archery clubs out there. We are caught up. All right, Kirby Gillespie, 97. Todd McCormick, 93. Todd, you got that 12 button there.
This is going to be our 4th and final end for these 2 guys.
That could be another 2-point swing. And this is the shoot-up format. So we have the 4th place qualifier shooting up against the 3rd place qualifier. The winner advances to shoot against our 2nd place qualifier. And right now it looks like Gillespie, who was 3rd coming in, is comfortably in the driver's seat of this match.
That one looks like it's just on the top of it.
I think that'll be a long look by our scoring judge.
Kirby looks super solid up there.
Almost looks like he doesn't have any nerves, though.
11.
It's a good final arrow there for Todd.
Always important to hit that 11, especially when you know you have a couple more matches ahead of you.
And having the confidence in that match there. I mean, he's going to keep using that confidence for the next match.
It's only 3 points dropped. Well, total possible points are 136, and that's if you call the 12 every end and hit the 12 every end. But I think you and I often look at it when you have competition like this as it's more like your 33 points per.
Yeah, for sure. 33 points per end. I think the 12 is just in a dire need kind of deal.
Although it would be fun to see someone come in
Every end.
every
Call
end
it and hit it.
It'd be even better if it was Barebow. 8th place Barebow. Just come in and just hit the button. Just first arrow every end.
Hit the 12, set a statement coming out.
Oh, man, can you imagine?
Okay.
This place would erupt.
All right, our first match, Kirby Gillespie wins.
All right, so confirmation that Kirby Gillespie will win.
McCormick finishes 4th place, takes home $500.
500 bucks for Todd McCormick in 4th place.
Congratulations, Todd.
McCormick was actually our first place qualifier before elimination rounds. But see, what's interesting is that every point matters here at the Lancaster Archery Classic. But our number 2 seed's coming in. Here's PJ.
Iowa, George Morrell. George finished 4th in qualifications, worked his way up to that number 2 seed.
Well, George started archery like a lot of people start archery, which is bow hunting. He's been shooting for about 25 years. And he was our 4th place qualifier, and after eliminations, he was able to shoot his way up to 2nd place. And Chris, I mentioned it for a moment ago at the Lancaster Archery Classic. Every point matters, and what that means is you know 660 points available in elimination rounds, and so every point you score matters in your qualification. But then every point also matters in elimination rounds. Isn't that right?
That is correct. You can come out swinging in a qualification round, and then once you get to the eliminations, if you drop a few, you're going to get bumped down a little bit, or you can work your way up.
And you qualified in the number 2 spot. So, right? So
I qualified 6th.
Sixth
And after the
eliminations.
elimination rounds, I worked my way up into 2nd.
Right, so guaranteed a podium spot before you even start. And that's what's really nice about the way that the point system works here at the Lancaster Archery Classic. In our shoot-up finals, in the Masters Open 50-plus category, this is an amateur class. There is a Masters Open Pro category that'll be coming up tomorrow morning.
As some of you guys seen, you know, George being the number 2 qualifier, he got to pick what stand he wanted to be on. So he actually pushed Kirby over to the other platform.
Yeah, moved him around a little bit. That's a good strategy. I mean, you know, especially as long as these guys have been playing games in their lives, why would you want to leave somebody on their spot who's comfortable, who just shot only 3 points down?
Yeah, knock them off their comfortable zone that they just shot an awesome score in.
Could see a little bit of movement from George just at towards the tail end of that hold.
Yeah, well, when he was drawing back, his arrow fell off the rest. So he had to let down, reset, get that arrow to stay on that blade rest.
30 seconds for each archer to execute each shot. The clock starts once the arrow impacts. Another 33 from Kirby.
George, welcome to the Lancaster Archery Classic stage.
Thank you.
Have you been up here before?
No.
Have you been to the tournament before? Excuse me.
Yes, not since 2017.
2017.
Yeah.
All right, how's it feel coming out there, coming up here?
Oh, it's awesome. It's a little nerve-wracking, but you try to get used to it.
All right, run through your equipment for us.
Shooting the Matthews TRX 38, the Achieve sight, Achieve scope, Conquest bars, the Fulcrum Flex, Freak Show rest, and some Super Drive 27s.
27. All right. Well, congratulations for making it this far. We're just getting started here. And we have Kirby Gillespie with 33, George Morrell 32.
Chris, we heard about 27s. We're talking about the diameter of the arrow. That's the max diameter allowed in this particular competition. I'm curious to find out, have you ever been in a situation before where you've had a larger diameter or smaller diameter arrow kind of hitting better than a larger diameter arrow, and you've chosen that arrow in competition even when the biggest size was available?
Absolutely. Last few years, I felt like my 23 diameter arrows, which are the largest you can shoot in world archery, were shooting better than my 27s. So I stuck with my 23s throughout the whole year.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I think, again, comes down to shooter preference.
Yeah.
Here we go. Kirby is starting to roll.
You know, when you see a carbon arrow here, that's 27 diameter from George, but Kirby's shooting an aluminum that's a 27 diameter, also made by the same company. So, I mean, you can customize what you want to do and what works best for you.
Mm-hmm. You can see that release hand as he's pulling through his shot to get that hinge release to activate.
Yeah, super relaxed on the back end there too.
Mm-hmm. He's a fun one to watch, Kirby Gillespie. After that shot off camera, he turns around, looks at his coach, and just throws his hand in the air. He's into every single shot. Okay. Obviously, Morel would have really capitalized on that 9 by Gillespie had he been able to hit that 11. An 11 will give Gillespie a 1-point advantage unofficially.
But George did gain a point back there, I believe, on that 9.
Yep.
Kirby had one get away from you, but you're shooting pretty clean up there, feeling comfortable.
Thank you, PJ. Glad to be back.
All right, waiting for our judges to verify our scores here, but it looks like Kirby's still holding a 1-point lead, 64-63, heading into our third end.
You're laughing because of what you just saw. Tell us why.
You know, he's got his phone in his pocket and it's ringing.
Yeah.
You know, I think every archer out here probably has their phone in their pocket.
Well, you know, there's somebody who's your friend, right, who just loves to get after it, is watching you live on going like, hey, I wonder if he's going to get my text message, or I could call him right now, right in the middle of everything. Some family member who doesn't know you're out here shooting.
Yeah. It's in the same hole as his last arrow.
Mm-hmm. Kirby taking his time.
Yeah, he let 10 seconds run off the clock there before he even started to pull. Didn't affect him at all.
Worked. You know what, though? That's also an experienced archer. Maybe he was just feeling something, wanted to take that breath. Control his own pace.
Yeah, and having a shorter time clock out there, like you see him waiting here again, you know, it makes you make that shot faster.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're nervous, you know, you kind of want to hang on to it and make sure it's settled up. But with less time, you have to get it up and get it going.
It's a close one. All it needs to do, that arrow, all it needs to do is when it's at rest, is touch. Ooh.
He did not like that one.
Yeah, that one just got away from him.
And it looked like it fired quick for him too, before he was all the way settled.
And George Morel knows with the way that Kirby Gillespie's been shooting.
But he only gives him 1 point there.
Went back. That's a bit of a shock. You know, the other thing too is that if you're, you know, when you're in the 50+ category, every second of recovery can actually make a difference in the way you execute your shot. For Morel, that shot goes off quicker, Chris, right? Goes off quicker. That means that now Kirby Gillespie has got to jump on it and he's got to get going very quickly. And you'd be surprised, I mean, not you personally, but I think a lot of people would be surprised that for people that are rhythmic shooters, when you have your own pace, you're shooting by yourself in practice, that when you get into these competitions, for somebody that has a longer shot process, there's the possibility that you can force somebody into a bad shot who has that process if you're quicker on the button. You're
Very
quicker
true.
getting that arrow out.
Very true.
And that may have been something that Kirby was like unprepared for. I mean, that's probably 12 extra seconds maybe that he didn't get to recover.
Yep.
And maybe that's why he took the 10 seconds. Calming down those nerves, you know, how much he's been shooting. There's a lot of factors involved in that.
All right, we agree, George. That's what you do when
So matches, I think,
winter time.
a little closer than we thought we would be after George shot an 8.
Yes.
We have
Right now, if this was me, I would come out gunning at that 12. I mean, you're down by, I believe, 2 points.
Just straight away, go for
First arrow
it. Mm-hmm.
sets that you know, you hit that, there's a lot more pressure on Kirby.
Yeah, maybe Lancaster needs to make a some type of box, a practice 12 box at home that you can step on the button. Because if you find yourself on center stage, you're unfamiliar with it, how often are you actually going to think about it?
Yeah, that's why, you know, that's why each one of these archers has a coach in the background so they can, you know, say, hey, you need to hit that.
Mm-hmm. 3 arrows per end. So we call when a group of arrows are shot. 4 ends for each of these shoot-up final matches.
Look at his first target there.
Unreal.
All inside out Big 10. If you were in this situation, would you hit the 12?
100%.
Yep, there he goes, stepping on it.
The 12 is called for George Morrell, especially with the way that this place scores. If he can hit this, a 10 from Gillespie, and we're all tied up.
Oh, it might.
Man. Nah, just below it. Just below 7. Oh, that is such a hard one. We have not seen a 12 being hit yet today.
Not today.
Believe that's an 11.
Yeah, solid. But that's what you do. If you're Gillespie, you put the pressure on the other shooter, Morrell, to go for it. Goes for it, doesn't get it, and he can cruise home.
You see that there, just off.
Mm-hmm. That's a heartbreaker of 1.5 millimeters. Well, it looks like that's going to be the final. That will put Morrell, our second place qualifier, will move him to 3rd, guaranteed podium. And Gillespie will move to a possibility of winning it all from 3rd place. You can see the red button. It was added last year. And of course, the great folks here at the Lancaster Archery Classic came up with the idea of putting that illuminated 12 so everybody could see. Official score, 128 to 120.
George is going to finish in 3rd place, taking home $1,000.
You know, I'm looking at that 12 ring, you know, like hockey players. You know, if you're down, you got the home crowd behind you, you start a fight. You know, get the crowd behind you, turn the momentum. You know, that's just like the 12 ring there.
That's just because you watched that game the other night and there was like 4 fights in a row.
Our #1 seed from just down the road in Lebanon, PA, we got Bob Reedinger.
It looks like Bob qualified 2nd this weekend and then worked his way up through the matches and came here in the #1 seed.
By 1 single point. 1,023 points total scored out of 1,056 possible. But it's not often we're talking about thousands of points. And you know, George Morrell had actually shot more 11s, 70 versus 68 heading in here, but obviously more 10s shot.
Yeah, and with these 4 that we've seen now, there was only a 5-point difference through the whole weekend of shooting.
All right, so Bob Reedinger versus Kirby Gillespie. Gillespie now into his 3rd match, where Reedinger lines up for his 1st, and he will shoot first. 20 yards downrange to a 40-centimeter target face.
10.
Bob's got that 1,000-yard stare going. It's all business.
If you look at the difference here, Bob is actually shooting a 2-finger release.
Oh, yeah, he sure
He
is.
is the first one that we've seen today out here with a 2-finger.
Why? Why would someone shoot? I mean, I know we've seen 4-finger, 3-finger, 2-finger configurations. What do you think?
When I've shot 2 fingers in the past, I feel like my backhand relaxes more. But for me, it's harder to get that arrow to fire with only one pivoting finger.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, yeah. Especially, I would think in the wind. If you were shooting a tension release in the wind, you needed to get that thing rotated.
The longer, the longer release, the more fingers you have on it, the more leverage you have on it.
Greg White here with Chris Schaff. We're in Masters Open 50+ category, the 2023 Lancaster Archery Classic here in Spooky Nook Sports in Manheim, Pennsylvania. And we are watching two heavy hitters go at it for the crown of champion, the #1 spot.
Bob, welcome back to the Lancaster Archery Classic stage. Is it a new jersey from the one you got up there, or
Yeah, that one actually had a different bow manufacturer on the back, but pretty much
Gotcha.
the same design.
How many years have you shot the Classic?
Boy, I'm going to say probably 6, 7 years. I've shot it when we did it at the indoor shooting center back at the shop, and then this is my 3rd time shooting here.
3rd time shooting here.
Yep.
All right, run through your equipment for us. Tell us what you got.
I'm shooting a Hoyt Invicta 40. I'm using Excel sight and scope, freak show rest, dead center, dead steady bars, Easton 20 Super Drive 27 arrows. Shooting an old 2-finger Stan Lenhart release. And,
Gotcha.
Make my own strings.
Todd Reich of Dead Center, great guy, Pennsylvania guy. We enjoy his support. I'm sure he supports you as well.
Yep, great guy. Couldn't ask for anybody better.
All right, welcome back to the Lancaster Archery Classic stage. After our first end, Bob Reedinger 32, Kirby Gillespie 31.
And just above the targets, 20 yards down range, we have banners hanging up from 19, 20, and 22. Of course, we had to miss 2021. And Reedinger's face is hanging up there, just off to the left, behind our scoring graphic as the 2019 Classic champion.
10.
The judges will definitely have a look at that
I was
one.
going to say, that's going to be a bit of a tight call. We know with the 27 diameter arrow on those target faces, if you're on the inside of that 10 line, it's cutting.
Yes.
But there is a little bit of play there once you get that line.
The cool thing about these two guys is they've both won this tournament before. Bob won it in 19 and Kirby won it in 22. So they've been there before.
That's right. So we'll definitely have a repeat champion. Just kind of have that feeling this might come down to our first shoot-off of the day.
We all love shoot-offs.
We certainly do, unless you're in it, right,
Yeah,
Chris?
exactly, unless you're in it.
Wow. We're going pretty much arrow for arrow on this one. It's those moments too, Chris, when you know you have an opportunity. Like, talk about, it's not just the pressure of having the elevated platform and all these people around, but also what's different is, and you've dealt with this in World Archery plenty of times, you're hearing the scores over the PA. Like, there's no way to block it out, is there?
No, you just have to focus on yourself. I mean, try to block everything else out as much as possible.
Yeah, but it also has to be when you're looking at your own strategy and you're like, okay, they just told me he shot a 10. You have a TV screen in front of you, you can see. You have your own monitor where you're looking. You can see right in front of the archers. That is their target. So that's why I think you don't see a lot of binoculars coming out. Just as I say that, as Gillespie takes a look, I think he's just kind of...
He's doing it because he heard you.
Yeah, thanks, Kirby. Appreciate it. But it is kind of weird to get used to it because I don't have that at home. I can't just look down on the ground and see a nice camera that's focused on there.
Yeah, a lot of times when they do have the camera there and they have the big screen up there, I very rarely take my binoculars out there with me.
Yeah, I would imagine so. continue with the Masters Open 50-plus category.
Good first arrow there.
One thing I can say about the shot process of Kirby Gillespie is he knows himself. He knows that once that clock goes off, that he needs that moment to just take a breath.
Yeah, he's not forcing anything.
Now the door's open. That 9 just opened everything up for reading her.
He capitalizes on it. Yeah, good comeback.
Yep. You also notice Gillespie chewing the gum. I mean, it is a way to relax sometimes for people, just to kind of get that energy out. A little more movement.
11:33.
Nice shoot. When you're in a match situation like this, Chris, first arrow or last arrow, what tends to be more tense for you, more adrenaline ripping through your veins?
Last.
11.
For sure. I feel like the Vegas shoot, completely different scoring than here, but I feel like the first day is definitely the hardest for me because I don't want to screw it up that early in the weekend.
Yeah.
But here, it's definitely the last arrow, especially if you know you have to hit it.
Bob, knowing the local community here, what clubs or shop do you shoot out of up there in Lebanon?
The club I shoot out of is Palmyra Sportsman's Association.
Great club.
The shop that I shoot for is Baker's Archery in Halifax. It's just a local shop that my dad had me going to since the late 70s and always just kept going back. So.
Palmyra is a great club.
Yep, with just moving to Lebanon, I joined their club, and Short Mountain Conservation Club is actually my home club from as a kid growing up, being a member there, a lifetime member and everything. So, but any local club is, no matter where they are, it's a great organization to be in. So.
Palmyra's into everything. Actually produced an Olympic gold medalist out of there in air rifle several years ago.
Boy, PJ knows his local history, doesn't he?
Yes, he does, and it's awesome to see a club, still around from the 70s.
And Bob Reedinger, by the way, he got into archery just because he wanted to be with his dad and his uncles. Wanted to hang around him, and look at him now.
Up on the big stage.
Yeah. A reigning champion, former champion going at it. One trying to double his performance from last year. And Kirby Gillespie, who won this 2022. And Bob Reedinger trying to snatch that title back from 2019.
10.
Uh-oh. How close was that clock?
No, he was running it down. But this is the last end. He just gained 1 point back. 1 point match with 2 arrows to go.
11-10 line.
That's in that same hole that he had that arrow called out of earlier.
Yeah.
So right now, Kirby can capitalize, I think, again.
But again, how do you mentally stay focused on just shooting the middle? You'll want that one back.
Turned around right as soon as he shot it to his coach.
11.
Okay, he's got to hit that 12 button here. Nope. Unofficially, it looks like Bob is going to be the 2023 Lancaster Archery Champion.
Absolutely. I still would have hit the button.
Me too.
Would have hit the button.
Me too.
So we'll obviously wait for official confirmation, but I would say the majority of the people sitting in this room watching
Waiting for our
watching what's going on. The majority of them are shooters, and definitely everyone has sat and watched archery tournaments before.
Yes, they have.
Parents, you know, and that don't shoot maybe with their kids, but
There provided by Dead Center, Bob's sponsor.
as this broadcast, of course, supported by Conquest and Black Eagle. With our scoring brought to you by Dead Center Archery Products.
And it is official. Bob
Official?
Breeder,
There's a 1 point difference there in that match. Do you think he's going to look back at this and say, man, I should have hit that 12?
Yeah, probably could have. But there'll be 2 9s, I think, for Gillespie that'll haunt him in that one.
As our champion, Bob Reedinger, first place, $3,000, 2023 Lancaster Archery Classic. How's that feel, Bob?
Feels great. I owed him from Outdoor Nationals. He had me by 1 hour at Outdoor Nationals last year, Mechanic.
Traded it back. All right, Bob, what's it take to get to this stage and to be the champion? Tell us a little bit about what you do in archery, how you shoot.
Believe it or not, I just picked his bow up in January, the beginning of January. Actually, the week between Christmas and New Year's. My dad was diagnosed with cancer early on, and I wasn't going to shoot after Outdoor Nationals. And if I hadn't been off work probably the week between Christmas and New Year's, I probably wouldn't be standing here right now. I wasn't going to shoot. And I just said to my buddy, I said, maybe I'll go shoot my bow. And next thing you know, it's just like riding a bike. I mean, it's always there. And I thought, I know I could get through qualification. I said, where I end up after that, I'll be content. And if you would have asked me a month ago, I'd be standing there in first place. I would have laughed at you. But
well, we're certainly glad you came out. It sounded like it worked out for you.
Just years of practice, you know, just getting that mental game behind you and trusting your shot.
All right, 2023 Classic Masters Open champion. Congratulations, Bob.
Thank you.
You know what, Chris? It really doesn't matter what age you're at. When you have a rival and someone that you like to shoot shoot against, and someone you go, oh yeah, get a little bit of motivation. It's always nice to see that.
Yeah, and you just heard him say that he got him by 1 point at Outdoor Nationals. Now they're swapping spots.
The revenge tour. So great result. The Lancaster Archery Classic, the 2023 version for Masters Open 50+ category. Still more action coming your way from the Spooky Nook Sports Complex here in Manheim, Pennsylvania. Welcome to the 2023 Lancaster Archery Classic. It's time for shoot-up finals from the Spooky Nook Sports Complex in Manheim, Pennsylvania. And this is the largest indoor archery tournament on the East Coast. As the stage is set already for our next competition. Welcome to the broadcast booth. I'm Greg White, sitting alongside Chris Schaff, who recently won the 2023 Neems tournament. Welcome back to the U.S. And of course, we know that you're going to be competing for the #1 spot in the Open Pro category tomorrow, but we're happy to have you here today. So Chris, let's talk about it. We've had a couple of matches so far today. There is a 12 ring that's at play. We're going to talk about that in a moment, but no one's hit it yet. No one's actually hit it. People have called it, but they haven't hit it. But what have you seen so far in competition today?
I mean, it's been awesome. You know, everybody who's came out here has, you know, shown why they are in the top 4.
Yeah, they certainly have. We're getting ready for the Women's Master Open category. This is a 50-plus category. But let's tell you a little bit more about what's coming up because we have more stuff after this one. We're going to get into 3 youth categories and then those premier women's Barebow and Barebow category. In the Barebow class, we have 8 people that have qualified to shoot in our shoot-ups. And what's that all about here? Well, it's pretty simple. In this match that we're getting ready to head into, the top 4 have qualified after eliminations earlier today, and those rank ties are broken by 11s. Now, if you're in 4th place and 3rd place, you're going to shoot together. Whoever wins that is going to go shoot against 2nd. Whoever wins that goes and shoots against 1st place. So even the 4th place qualifier now has a chance to win this tournament. But what about the 12 ring? We mentioned it a moment ago. This is special, 1.5 centimeter dot that's situated bottom of each target. You've got to call it in order to let everyone know you're going after it. And if you call it, it's 1 per end and you have 4 shots at it. And it's all about strategy and having the confidence to hit something as small as that 1.5 centimeter dot. But it is time to get our archers onto the field of play. So here's the 3rd member of our broadcast team. It's PJ Riley.
All right, Women's Masters Open. Let's get this one started. Our #4 seed from Moulton, Pennsylvania, just down the road, Brandy Hubert. Brandy qualified 10th and worked her way up to #4. And our #3 qualifier from Utica, Kentucky, Nikki Curtis. So Women's Masters Open, we want to mention that this is one of those classes that's growing. We had 34 archers this year. Last year was its debut year. We only had 16, so we had that growth. We hope to see this class keep on growing.
Yeah, absolutely. 34 archers coming out. And, you know, it's really, I think, Chris Schaff, the availability, too, of a class like this. And as more people learn, hey, listen, I don't have to go out and compete against, you know, 18-year-olds and 20-year-olds and so on, giving me an opportunity to compete against people that are at my level, it's going to continue to grow.
Yeah, here at the Lancaster Classic, there is pretty much a division for everybody now.
There certainly is. All right, so if you're just joining us, we're getting ready for the Women's Master Open. This is a 50-plus category. 4th place, who is Hubert, is going up against Curtis, our 3rd place qualifier. The targets are 20 yards downrange. This is indoor archery. It's that time of year here in the United States when indoor is kind of king. especially from where Chris Schaff is from, up in snow country in Montucky. And the targets we're shooting at are 3-spot, 40-centimeter target faces. So that means that the center 10 ring is 4 centimeters. And then we have a ring even smaller than that inside that's worth 11 points. So we go 11 for the smallest ring, and then 10, and then 9. And let's talk about that call. Why did she get a 9 on that shot?
You know, she just, so you see her arrow is touching the red, but it's also touching the yellow. All you have to do is touch the higher scoring ring to get the higher points. You don't have to break the line, just barely touch it.
Here's Nikki Curtis, 9 years shooting.
10.
Her husband Chris is here in support, and her daughter Megan as well.
And she is an ASA Classic winner from 2014.
And what else did she put down on her card, Chris?
But she shot 173-inch whitetail that same year. Pretty jealous.
Certainly are.
A bit of movement there in the back arm.
Mm-hmm.
9.
A little bit of nerves.
For sure.
BJ will definitely talk. Ooh. Sometimes just getting settled into that back wall and it comes off.
Yeah, she was right at the breakover point and didn't get it quite past it. That's why it went forward a little bit.
10-9 line. Judges call.
So now the judges will head down to the bail, take a look, and get our official score. Well, PJ talks to one of our archers.
Welcome to the Lancaster Classic stage. How you doing? Hi. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you.
Hi.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm just fine. How's it feel up there?
So nervous.
So nervous.
So nervous.
Is this your first time on the Classic final stage?
This is my first time at the Classic.
First time at the Classic. Okay. What made you come out to it? Why'd you think this would be a good idea? You're probably second guessing that now.
Yeah, I really am. We're close by. It's always seemed like a fun event to come to. This is only our 4th indoor tournament we've done ever, so it's
And now
all new.
I'm guessing you'll be coming back?
I hope. We'll see.
Run through your equipment for us. Tell us
Oh,
what you're
boy.
shooting.
So I have a Bowtech Specialist. I have Black Eagle PS27 arrows with Vein Tech vanes and whitewater wraps.
CB sight.
CB sight.
Shrewd Optum, I believe.
I have a Carter Release.
Carter Release.
Antique. But it works.
All right, Mountain, PA, right down the road. Where do you shoot? What's your club or shop?
Yeah, we go to Chestnut Hill in Morgantown.
Chestnut Hill, my favorite 3D
Yeah,
course.
love it.
Love it there.
Yeah, that's it.
All right, Brandy, we appreciate you coming out to the Classic. After our first end, we have Nikki Curtis, Brandy 29, Nikki Curtis 28.
And how about this, and talking to, Brandy, and she's here with her husband Martin and her mom Connie, but the reason she got into archery, she's only been in it for 2 years, Chris, and she says because it's something to do because they're empty nesters. And it just shows you, that once you can pick up archery anytime.
Yeah, and it's pretty awesome that her saying this is her 3rd or 4th shoot ever, and she's standing out here.
Pretty incredible. Second place in IBO Spring. First place in IBO 3rd leg Triple Crown. So obviously Brandy Hubert has got some talent. A little miscue from Nikki Curtis there.
Yeah, you can see her first arrow hit down there as well.
Yeah. Possibly those nerves.
Good
solid shot there.
Good recovery.
Mm-hmm.
These ladies are going to shoot 4 ends, 3 arrows, so there's still plenty of time.
9.
We have talked about how individualistic archery can be. you look at the way that Nikki Curtis aiming, both eyes open, downrange.
9.
Particular type of release.
It was a thumb trigger, I believe. You know, so you activate. It has a trigger on it that you activate with your thumb to get it to fire when you want it to fire.
Brandy, you can see, chooses that kind of closed eye on that left eye to really center up that peep. Didn't like that shot, but still caught,
10.
Yeah, still caught the 10.
And she is shooting a thumb trigger as well, too.
With a nice big barrel on it to get that contact.
All right, I've been waiting all day to do this introduction.
Oh boy.
Nikki Curtis, welcome to the Lancaster Archery Classic stage.
Hello.
Nikki's part of one of the great ASA families. She's got her daughter Meg back here, husband Chris down there, downrange. We see you at all the tournaments every year. Nikki, I'm thinking you're a little bit nervous today.
Oh my goodness. Unbelievable.
How does it feel? You've won big at the ASAs. How does this compare to this? Mainly you do 3D.
Right. Mostly 3D. Big difference.
Big difference.
Big difference.
A little more nervous.
Absolutely.
Well, run through your equipment for me, Nikki. Tell us what you're shooting.
TRX 34, gold tip, triple X's, bee stinger bars, XL sight, clear targets lens, True Ball Blade Pro.
All right.
Yep.
Well, congratulations on making it here,
Thank
Nikki.
you.
We certainly appreciate you coming out to the Classic, and congrats on making it to the stage.
Thank you.
All right, so Nikki, our third place qualifier, trying to hold on to a possible podium spot, but it's kind of slipping through her fingertips right now. So we'll see how things go, and if Nikki can kind of settle some of those nerves down here and start to get back to the rhythm in which we know she's capable of.
Yeah, if she can start here, you know, put some good ones down there, I think it'll, you know, boost her confidence up a little bit. Better start than last end for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
But she's, you know, she's only got one arrow above half, you know, so maybe give a couple clicks on that sight.
9.
Hubert here, trying to find that center. Just kind of had that feeling that this is kind of where that match is going. Just, we know that these athletes are perfectly capable of hitting the center. It's a matter of dealing with this new feeling.
Well, if you look at Nikki's target there too, she's got, you know, 3 arrows, one each end. That is hit low right, 8, 9 line there. You know, it could be just where she's firing because she's nervous, or, you know, maybe the knock on that arrow is a little bit messed up and it's sending him down.
I mean, that's a good point, and that's part of experience, isn't it? Understanding that something like that can happen. I mean, a lot of times something as small as a knock can make a huge difference.
Yeah, if your confidence of where you're shooting and they're just hitting down there, you know, at that point in time, you get rid of that arrow, put it in the back of your quiver and grab a different one.
3D, do they also have an active indoor leagues? Lots of shooting?
Not really.
I didn't think so.
We're trying to get, like, there's some talk about trying to get some things going.
Right.
There, we have a few people that were, you know, are interested in getting together and just doing some shoots. So there might be some things down the road.
Might be some things down the road.
Follow our
Gotcha.
Facebook page.
There you go. So Chestnut Hill has this great 3D program they run in the summer, once a month. For some reason, it's one of the most popular in this area. They always get a big turnout. But let's see here.
So this is the Women's Masters Open 50-plus category, and we have Nikki Curtis going up against Brandy Hubert to determine who gets to shoot off against our second-place qualifier.
Meg, you can give her some
Indoor archery, 20-yard range here at the Lancaster Archery Classic. You do kind of get the feeling, though, with this match that even with the points difference right now, it could kind of turn around. I mean, you know, if Nikki Curtis can just dump 3 11s down in there and a couple miscues from Hubert, and all of a sudden we're right back in the mix.
Yeah, each one is, you know, giving up a little bit of points. So, I mean, it could go either way right now.
10.
Oh, Nikki stepped on the 12 button. So she's going to shoot for that little white dot.
First arrow. I like it. Could this be the first 12 we've seen hit all day?
Ooh.
That's close.
That's going to be
That
close.
is
The
so
judge will
close.
look at it there. I think it's there.
All right. Chris Schaff, he's our expert. He says he's there.
Because all you have to do is just touch that line.
Mm-hmm. Boy, if that is a 12, that's a 3-point swing on one arrow.
Yeah, she's got to concentrate here and hit these next two.
9.
Okay, so the door is open again. Yes. Okay. So now we're going to wait for that call, that top target. Now what, Chris? What do you?
It's so close.
We can't quite see it, and this is what we talk about. All
It
that
still
air,
looks
all that
good.
shaft has to do is just touch the outer edge of that black ring, and it is count as the higher point value. It's not 3D though. I mean, it's not. We're not pulling lines here.
Our
All right.
judge will give us a confirmation here. See Nikki's husband there.
Mm-hmm.
Are you taking a look at it?
Oh yeah. See, it's where the arrow is at rest. That's the thing to remember. It's not actually, you know, the hole in the paper. It's got to be where that is at rest. I don't think so, Chris. I just don't.
I don't think it. I think the scores, even with the 12 up there, she's one down. Oh, she got it.
She got it. All right.
First one.
All right. First one. And looks like we got a 1-point game now.
All right.
We're heading into our final end, so it looks like it's Curtis 114, Hubert 115.
What a swing right there.
What a I mean, just look at that score line. 28 to 32. Close one. Absolutely close.
All right, let's bring
That was
out
that's what the
our
12
number
rings about.
2 seed from Linville, Virginia. We have Lisa Zuber.
So Lisa Zuber's coming out. And her husband Brian is here. And how she started was she watched her husband shoot and she said, well, we should just do that together. She's made a ton of friends here. Now Zuber, no stranger to success in archery. He's IBO Shooter of the Year in 2020, IBO Triple Crown winner in 2021. But this is the Lancaster Archery Classic, Chris Schaff, and it is a completely different feel.
Completely different. Both of them look like that they've, you know, had success in, you know, the 3D aspect of archery, but their target archery is definitely completely different.
We're off to the races already.
9.
This is where Hubert has the advantage of being up on stage, getting that match under.
10.
Getting the initial nerves out of the way.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yes, you still have pressure, you know, wanting to win and everything like that, but when you first step on that stage, your nerves are through the roof. But Lisa looks like she's handling them really well here.
10 seconds on the clock.
9.
It's a 30-second clock to execute your arrow. We've seen it. It's just enough time to let that arrow down and get back into it. Chris Schaff and I talked about this on the broadcast earlier. Your position is, if you're committed to it, you're going for it.
Commit to it.
Mhm.
You see Lisa's first 2 arrows hit high, and I did watch her adjust her sight a little bit. Too much?
You know, I don't think so. Oftentimes what happens is that even if you make 2 or 3 clicks, your brain is also like, I've got to hit it a little bit lower, so it's almost like the double whammy. Does that make sense?
Yeah, 2 or 3 clicks isn't going to take her from a high 9 to a low 9.
Yeah, so maybe you could grab a handful. All right. We know that Lisa's coach is having a conversation with her as we take a look. What you're looking at, obviously, is the target face. But we, from our vantage point,
Lisa,
can see what's going on.
welcome to the
Here's
Lancaster
PJ.
Archery Classic Finals stage.
Thank you.
Is this your first time here? On the stage, final stage?
Yes, definitely.
Yes. Have you shot the Classic before?
This is my 3rd time.
3rd time. Gotcha. How is the competition? Did you shoot it last year?
No.
Okay, gotcha. So first time in Women's Masters Open.
Yes.
Are you thankful for that class? I know some of the other archers, it used to be a mixed class. Last year we were able to separate men's and women's.
I was really happy that they made this class.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Run through your equipment for us here.
Okay, I have the Matthews TRX 38 with a CB sight shrewd scope. Let's see, I have a Stan Element, and my arrows are the PS 26.
Black Eagle.
Yep.
And the cool release pouch, of course. That's awesome. You were getting some tips from your coach, Nate Atkins, back here. We know real well. What was he telling you?
I was shooting too high, so he did tell me to give it a few clicks.
Couple clicks.
Yeah.
All right, well, congratulations to making it to our final stage, Lisa. After our first end, Brandy Hubert, 29, Lisa Zuber, 27.
Not too far out of range with 3 ends left.
Yeah, still a lot of arrows to shoot here.
I'm sorry.
A lot of pressured arrows.
I'm sorry, dude, but that release pouch is awesome.
I think you
Is
need
that
one.
the abominable snowman?
I think you need one.
I think, you know, my birthday's right around the corner, Chris, so you know how to send me a gift. Probably in Europe somewhere, it's fine. Women's Masters Open, 50-plus category.
She's dialed her way back in there.
Coach's advice worked.
Yep.
Now, when Lisa said, my coach said, give it a couple clicks, for people that are maybe new to archery, or even, you know, barebow shooters that are looking at compound, what does that even mean?
So you see both these women have a sight and a scope there. They all have clicks on them. So you can move the dial in super fine increments to move your arrow up and down downrange.
And for those maybe that are shooting that haven't heard this before, the best advice is if you're missing, chase your arrow. Meaning if it's high, move your sight high. If it's low, move your sight low. Chase the arrow with your scope, and that's going to help with where the arrow lands.
Yeah, I give myself, you know, I tell them confidence clicks is what they are, you know, because 1 or 2 clicks isn't going to move your arrow very much. But in your mind, okay, I move my sight.
Yep. And plus, they're free. Clicks
That's
are
right.
free. We know a friend of ours who likes to say that. Clicks are free.
11.
And
Great
if you got one of
shots.
those expensive sites on there, you might as well use it.
That's true. Great shot from Lisa Zuber.
Yeah.
Seems like she's starting to settle down.
Nine.
Oof. So we just
So
saw a
then we
lead
just,
change.
Yep, flip spots.
Brandy, I was listening to our commentators, and I believe I heard Greg White mention that you just picked up archery not too long ago.
Yeah, so we've shot a lot of the IBO events last year. We did all 7 of them. So this is our first experience with indoor and spots.
And how long have you been shooting a bow?
I'd say maybe 12 years, but we took
12
a big break in between. Like we shot some 3D tournaments back in like early 2000s and then took some time off and just recently got back into it last year. So
Do you think this will help your IBO game doing the
I think
indoor?
so.
Yeah.
I really do. Just the focus and mental game is huge.
And
in
you'd
this,
much
so.
rather be here than outside
It's a
shooting
little
3D
warmer.
targets, right?
A little warmer, yeah.
All right. After 2 ends, Lisa Zuber takes a 2-point lead. 57, Brandy Hubert, 55. 12 ring is available.
PJ always getting them to hit that 12.
It's like he's selling the 12. Hey, listen, if you hit that 12, $2. Lisa Zuber coming off her last arrow was at 11. See if she can really start to get that moving.
Ten.
Good shot.
She definitely holds it a lot longer than some other competitors.
You know what Brandy Hubert mentioned really is something that's key to archery, is that archery can come in and out of people's lives. You know, they have children, things get jobs, you move different
10.
places, maybe you don't have as much archery available, but it's always here to come back to, isn't it?
It is, you know, and it's super supportive no matter what you do.
Ten.
These shots look like they're coming off the bow too cleaner for Lisa Zuber right now.
Yeah, just that initial nerves coming up here is settling down, it looks like.
10.
Is she shooting a tension release?
It looks like it's a resistance release. That's what I was just looking at. So she draws it back with her finger on that barrel, push or depressed. And then once she gets in there, it looks like she's pulling her thumb off and then just using pure back tension to get it to fire.
Very interesting on how that release would really work even under pressure. These
11.
matches. Great shot by Brandy. It's funny, you and I were looking at the same thing, like we leaned into the monitor to see like what is going on with her thumb.
I thought that the shot before that, I'm like, it looked like she took her thumb off.
So let's talk about that for a second as we wait for these scores. There are a few different types of release aids, and that's one of them. So tell us kind of the 3 main types that we look at.
Well, you have that one there, the resistance one. So it's got a safety as you pull it back. You let off the safety and just pull against the back wall, and it fires at a certain poundage. There is a hinge style release where it's a half moon with a hook on there, and you have to pivot the release until it fires. And then there's a thumb trigger where I believe Brandy is shooting a thumb trigger.
Our score is
And
confirmed.
you just push the button
Brandy
with your
Hubert
thumb.
now jumps
And then there's
ahead,
also the finger
86,
trigger wrist
Lisa
strap
Zuber,
release, which most
85.
hunters use, but you will see it here as well this weekend.
Yeah.
Lisa, that 12.
There's a lot of
ring
ways to
there,
get that,
or
and
12 button,
a
you
lot
can
of those
hit it. I
releases are
forgot
just
to make
because
my
people
usual
have different
plea,
styles or
working
even
in
dealing
my
with different
contract.
things. I know that I've used the tension release to try to deal with something called target panic in the past, and people say hinge, you know, hinge releases. There's a lot of information out there. A lot of good archers will let you know, and information on the internet.
And it's all personal on how you want to shoot it. You know, like we said in the past, every bow is customizable to yourself.
But aren't there releases that are like hinge releases that do have a safety?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah,
There are hinges that have safeties.
There you can go. Her thumb gets off of that button and bam, off it goes. It does look like it's a clasp type of release, so it would lead us to believe that it's some type of tension release. No call for the 12 on that one, so that was just dropping the bow arm or so.
Maybe something like that, yeah. With that 8, it puts them, you know, realistically within 1 point without this arrow being shot.
So from what? The upper left-hand part of your screen, our unofficial score as we try to keep you posted of what's going on. It looks like we're all tied up. 1 arrow to go.
10.
Could we see our first shoot off?
Yeah, she's got to hit the 11 here to win this.
To
Unofficially.
guarantee it. Yeah. Chris is going to keep an eye on that clock for us.
Yeah, she drew back at 19 seconds. So she let 11 seconds go. Fired at 5 seconds.
She did not like that either. Just didn't break where she wanted it to. So now we're really going to have to wait for judges, because if that 1 arrow is called an 8 on that 8-9 line, then we are going to be all tied up. So we'll wait for official word. This is the 2023 Lancaster Archery Classic here from Spookinik Sports Complex in Manheim, Pennsylvania. We are in our shoot-up finals, where we have 3rd place shot off against 4th place, advanced to shoot against Lisa Zuber, who qualified 2nd after elimination matches today. And whoever wins this match will go to shoot against our #1 qualifier of the weekend. We had qualification round that happened either on Thursday or Friday, depending on 1 of 5 line times. 60 arrow qualifier. Then we went into eliminations, and each class has their certain eliminations, whether it's the top 64, top 32, and then
All right,
single round
our
eliminations.
scores are official. Lisa Zuber,
And that
114.
arrow
Brandy Hubert,
was
113.
just off the 9 ring.
That
for
means
Brandy.
Brandy will finish up in 3rd place, taking home $350. Congratulations, Brandy Hubert. You betcha.
All right, so Brandy's able to shoot her way up from 4th to 3rd.
All right, here we go.
And stand on the podium.
Our #1
Let's go to
seed
PJ.
From Saginaw, Michigan, and from our own customer service department, our #1 qualifier, Julie Kaufman.
Well, you heard it. Julie Kaufman is a remote Lancaster Archery Supply technical expert.
Many of you probably called into Lancaster and actually spoke to her on the phone.
I had no idea she lived in Michigan.
So not only can they give you good advice, they can shoot as well.
If you watched this coverage last year, you may remember seeing Julie in the mix. She finished 4th here in 2022. She finished 2nd at the NFA Outdoor National Championships in 2021, 2022 as well. So here we go. This is for the #1 spot for the Women's Masters Open category, 50 plus, at the Lancaster Archery Classic, the 2023 edition. And Kaufman's going to kick us off.
9.
You see her hit high, the same as Lisa did when she first stepped out.
11.
Great start to the match.
Yeah, her sight's definitely dialed in, even though Julie moved her off her spot.
9-10 line.
Julie definitely shoots one of the fastest shots out here so far. Those two were, you know, they get back, pin in the middle, and it's gone.
Oh, yeah. This is a long, long hold.
Yeah, it's 5 seconds there.
9.
And now, too, with Julie, if she just has that same rhythm and just lets this go, yeah, that fast.
11-10 line.
Now all
I
of
can
this,
definitely throw somebody off their game.
yeah, I mean, here comes Lisa. She's got to get right back to full draw into her anchor point.
It's a good one.
Great shot. All right, you'll definitely want to hear this one as we await PJ.
Julie.
Have a conversation with Julie.
How you doing?
Good.
You were on the final stage last year?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So, you remember, you know what we talked about, how you're going to go through your equipment, right?
Yeah.
Just going to give them all in Lancaster Archery item numbers,
Yes.
inventory numbers,
Item number,
right?
page number.
Page
current
number
stock.
as well, all right.
Yes.
Do you know someone you can call if you need some help?
Absolutely.
Run through your gear for us, Julie.
I've got a PSE RTX, Excel Achieve sight, Shrewd bars, gold tip 9.3s, Carter Just Cuz. I think that's about it.
And let folks know what
Oh.
you do, you know, because you're communicating with people all over the world, literally. But
Yes.
what do you do for us at Lancaster Archery?
Take orders. Here we go. I knew I was going to do it again. Take orders, do tech support, and pretty much that's about it.
Right, folks call in, you work remotely, so when they call in, they talk to you, and you give them all the advice they need.
Yes.
All right. We appreciate everything Julie does for us. Mostly we appreciate how she shoots. And right now, after our first end, Lisa Zuber 31, Julie Kaufman 28.
Boy, I thought that conversation was going to be about 30 minutes. So she was going to go over page number
Julie,
and part
if you
number
hit the
for
12, I think
everything.
Rob gives both of us.
I'd be impressed if she knew it.
The
off the top
clarifier.
of her hair,
Yeah, no
head.
kidding. Well, actually, if you need to know the clarifier in my peep.
Yeah, page 44.
There we go. Waiting for that clock, Lisa Zuber. To get us going.
Nine.
You can see as soon as she lets her thumb off that resistance release, I mean, you can see a little bit of tension build up after that.
11-10, I believe that caught the 11.
You see Julie here is actually shooting a gold tip 9.3, which is a 23 series arrow.
World Archery Legal, US Archery Legal size.
Yep, so,
Gotcha.
I mean, if she wanted to, she could have shot a 27 here, but obviously she has more confidence in the a little bit smaller arrow, and, you know, they seem to hit just fine.
Nine.
Yeah, she definitely gets right on target and then lets it fly. Contrasting styles.
Two completely different styles.
10. 10.
Just got that line.
Lisa, where do you shoot back home? What club or pro shop do you shoot out of?
Singer's Glen Bowbenders and Bowhunters Rockingham and
Right.
Augusta Archers.
Is there a good target community there? Is it more 3D, indoor? What's the makeup of the club?
We shoot more 3D.
Okay, gotcha. So your indoor game, you just work on that yourself.
Yeah.
All right, heading into our third end, Lisa holding a 3-point lead, 61-58. Oh, let's wait for official scores, actually.
Yeah, we're going to wait for official scores, as
Yes, that
PJ
is
just
correct.
mentioned, but it is correct.
61-58.
I also have a feeling, since Julie Kaufman has been here before, that getting into this third end, that I would imagine that the nerves have kind of settled down for her a little bit. As our #1 qualifier. With the amount of archers in the Women's Masters Open category, 34 this year, nearly doubled from last year. They had 2 rounds of elimination, so the total points available were 924, and Kaufman was able to snag 847 of those with 33 11s along the way. And for Julie Kaufman, she needs to find a couple more of those if she's going to close the gap, because Lisa Zuber is starting to hit them like that.
Yeah, being out here for a match or two now, I mean, she has to have her nerves calm down a little bit. But they'll probably start amping up here toward the end of this match, or the end of this end and the next end, because first place is on the line.
It is. And with shots like that, Lisa Kaufman starting to let it slip through her grasp.
Do you think she did her nails to match her bow and grip tape?
Without question. Why wouldn't she? It's a cool look. It looks like both of these archers are using the fall away or drop away rest, doesn't it?
9.
Lisa, I believe is, and I know Julie is.
Yeah. I know Julie is for sure.
Yeah, it looks like she's got the ham ski on there, one of the ham skis.
Now, I know that, competing, you use a blade rest, right?
Julie, what's the favorite part of your job? And Trey said you have to mention him when you talk about it.
Oh, well, then it's absolutely having Trey as boss.
No, what do you enjoy most about it?
Getting to talk about archery, which my life completely revolves around.
Gotcha. How much time would you say you spend shooting? Sometime every day?
Yeah, maybe not every day, but a ton.
A ton.
I'm shooting 2 leagues a week that I actually drive over an hour just to get to them.
Is that right? All right. What club or shop are you shooting out of?
Currently, I just switched to Flint Bowman in Flint, Michigan.
Flint, Michigan. All right. So after 3 ends, we have Lisa Zuber, 92, Julie Kaufman, 86.
Let's finish our conversation about that. You use blade rest, which is a stationary, rest where the arrows and then there's dropaways. What are the different philosophies on using those 2 different types of arrow rests?
Personally, I like to have the least amount of moving stuff on my bow. I travel all over the world to shoot, so having something mechanical like that could fail on me. I mean, the blade rest could fail as well, but you're more apt to have a failure with a dropaway. But the dropaways, get the arrow off faster, because the arrow only rides probably half the shaft down it before it falls out of the way, whereas a blade rest, your arrow is going pretty much the whole length down it.
Yeah, right, which gives you a little bit more time to maybe make an error.
Yeah, correct, a personal error.
That's where you need archery friends that like to buy equipment, and you say, hey, can I try that? See how it goes. or just go to Lancaster Archery, just start spending. Final arrow for the #1 spot for the Women's Master Open 50+ category. A rapidly growing category as more women in this age category are getting involved in competition.
10.
Maybe even enjoying some winter competition, as a lot of the 3D archery here in the U.S. is, at least at the top level, won't start competing until February of this year.
Yeah, that's still in the middle indoor season for me.
Yeah, for sure. 11. For quite a lot of people.
Yeah, too cold in Montana to be shooting outside in February.
It's true.
But with that arrow there, I think Lisa just sealed first place.
She certainly did.
11.
Awesome way to finish, though.
Good finish. But even still, that'll take her to 116. So as we wait for the official score, 123 to 116 is what we think it's going to be. And it's going to be Lisa Zuber. Our second place qualifier after elimination brackets today was able to pull ahead of Julie Kaufman and potentially take victory.
Getting confirmation of our scores here. Gary Reynolds is our score announcer down there. It is official. Lisa Zuber, 123. Julie Kaufman, 116. As our second place finisher, Julie takes home $550 Women's Masters Open, and our champion, Lisa Zuber, $1,000, champion 2023 Lancaster Archery Classic. How does that feel?
I'm speechless. I didn't expect this at all, for sure. I'm really happy that I got to be here.
So 2 weeks ago when you were making your plans to come to Lancaster Archery Classic, did this factor in at all?
2 weeks ago, I wasn't even sure if I was still coming.
Well, are you glad you did now?
Yes.
And will we see you back?
Absolutely.
All right, we appreciate it. 2023 Women's Masters Open champion, Lisa Zuber.
What a great and unexpected win for Lisa Zuber. After good qualification and shooting her way after elimination matches today, and she walks away champion. Well, the Women's Master Open 50+ category is growing. You'll definitely want to get involved with that, as the 2023 Lancaster Archery Classic from Spooky Sport Complex and the shoot-up finals continue in a moment.
Champion, out of Washington, 15-year-old Bodie Turner.
B3 Archery, built the best, buy the best, for the best.
CBE, that's custom bow equipment. I'm talking about field tested, fully proven.
Wow, what a match.
Premium archery accessories. Check out the full line at custombowequipment.com.
We've got the gear, we've got the knowledge, we've got the passion. We lead the world in 3D and target archery.
Being performance-driven is more than just a slogan. It's more than just slapping a new gimmick on last year's model and calling it a day. Being performance-driven means that every decision, every feature, and every improvement is hyper-focused on one thing only: outperforming everyone else. The Evo XF elevates your bow hunting experience to a whole new level. This is more than just another bow.
The 2022 Vegas champion out of Washington, 15-year-old Bodie Turner.
B3 Archery. Built the best, by the best, for the best.
Being performance-driven is more than just a slogan. It's more than just slapping a new gimmick on last year's model and calling it a day. Being performance-driven means that every decision, every feature, and every improvement is hyper-focused on one thing only: outperforming everyone else. The Evo XF elevates your bow hunting experience to a whole new level. This is more than just another bow. This is Evo Perfected.
All right, welcome back everyone to the 2023 Lancaster Archery Classic. Obviously my voice is different from Greg White. We had a change out here for a little bit. I'm PJ Riley, sitting alongside Casey Caulfield. Casey, thank you for being here.
Of course, it's a pleasure.
Casey's going to be our recurve expert for the next couple of matches that we're going to see here. Casey, before we get into that, you, I believe, will be competing tomorrow in women's Olympic recurve. Tell us about your seeding and how the weekend went for you.
Yeah, so far the weekend's going really well. I came in first seed. I shot a 6:15, which is one of my better qualifications at the Classic. And today was a really strong day of matches. Shot 2 123s, and so I'll be going in as first seed into the matches tomorrow.
All right, that is awesome. Of course, Casey was on the 2020 U.S. Olympic team. She's trying for 2024. Next up, we are going to have youth male recurve. But first, let's take a look at our schedule for today. Senior Open, Women's Open, Masters Open, Women's Masters Open. We've been through there. Next up is youth male recurve. Then we're going to have youth, followed by youth female recurve, 420. Casey, you shot in that. Youth female open, and then, you know, the big ones at the end there, Casey, women's barebow and barebow. That's going to be an awesome way to
Yeah.
final.
Barebow is some of my favorite stuff to watch. It's just super exciting.
It is definitely awesome. So we have a shoot up. So what that means is that the top 4 in every one of the divisions, they come in here. And the top 4, they are ranked 1 to 4. Ties were broken by 11s. It's a bottom-up format, which means the number 4 qualifier shoots against number 3, winner to number 2, and then they ultimately take on number 1, which means you can come in here number 4 and win it all.
So you can work your way up.
Now, here is our scoring. Here's how scoring works in the finals, especially with that 12 ring. That's going to be that little 1.5 centimeter white dot underneath. It's like in between the 8 and the 7 ring. So it is definitely high risk, high reward. Maximum number of points you can earn is 136. You have to call for that 12 ring for it to count, and you can only call it once per end. Casey, have you ever called for that 12?
I did last year. I was down going into the last 10, and I was like, well, if you're down, you might as well go for it. So I believe I just missed left, but I went for it. So it's fun. It adds a little bit of excitement.
All right, we certainly hope to see that here. We're going to take it out to the floor to Rob Caulfield, who is going to MC for us. Rob, bring in our first contestants.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I have some special guests to introduce. Connor Caulfield will be calling arrows for the youth male recurve matches. You've just heard from Casey Caulfield and PJ in the commentators booth. We welcome our kids to the stage of the Lancaster Archery Classic. Let's give them a hand. Thank you. Okay, our next division is youth male recurve, and our next competitor is Andrew Choi from Morristown, New Jersey. Let's give him a hand. Our third place competitor was Joshua Beck from Edgewater, New Jersey, who qualified fourth. Let's give him a hand.
All right, Casey, so you shot in the youth female recurve. So these archers are what age?
So they're going to be anywhere from 11 to, I believe, 17 is the oldest, yes.
Gotcha. And all right, let's start here. You could see we'll start with our archer there, who is closest to the camera. Got that tape under his chin. What's that about?
So some people have a really firm anchor into their chin, and sometimes you just get a little bit of scraping or wear on the tab that connects to your chin. So some people like to put a little piece of tape there. That way they can protect themselves and not get a nasty scab or scar.
10. So now we've been watching all the matches we've been watching. We've been seeing these big, giant, fat arrows. We are not seeing that here.
Yeah, a lot of young archers, especially recurve archers, like to shoot the skinny arrows. They're a little bit more forgiving, and they're universal for indoor and outdoor. So somebody who can't necessarily afford a different set of arrows or doesn't have a sponsor yet can just switch between indoors and outdoors with a single set of arrows, which is very convenient.
Right, and these archers, I mean, recurve is different from compound, obviously, but these archers, to me, seem like they're shooting really fast.
Yeah, the timing is definitely, most of the time, a lot faster with recurve, because there's a lot more that can go wrong, so to say. Like there's no back wall, there's no mechanical or release, so kind of the idea of recurve is to get up there and get it done. So fast timing, smooth shots is what you're looking for.
Right.
Nice shooting, Andrew. Welcome.
Thank you, Rob. I missed you so much.
Welcome back. Joshua, nice shooting. Great show you guys are putting on today, this evening.
Casey, I kind of feel like that was a shot at me, because Andrew, he'd rather see Rob out there. I'd rather see Rob out there, too. He's been doing this a long time. But, so, first end there, 29-29. That's pretty good for recurve.
Yeah, very good. So, yeah, goal is pretty much stay in the yellow, stay close to the 10. So they're both doing good. Both youth archers, 29s. That's solid shooting.
And one of the huge differences is that with those recurve bows, you know, compound bow, you might pull 60 pounds, but you're only holding 10. That is not the case with recurve. They're probably shooting, if you had to guess, it's a pure guess. But
I'd say probably 35 to 40 pounds, more closer to 30 for the males, I'd say. So they're holding that amount of weight on their fingers, whereas compound you have that mechanical release and let off.
Let off.
So it's a lot different, a lot more holding weight.
So we got a good look at Andrew there. We could see, obviously we don't see a peep sight, but he does have a sight. So how are they aiming? There's a good look at Joshua.
9.
How are they aiming?
So for recurve, you're not allowed to have any magnification. So most people shoot either just a lens with no magnification with a dot or a fiber in it, or just an open ring. Some people prefer the open ring because they like to just look through the ring at the target. Some people like to have that pin or dot for extra reference. That's more personal preference. But yeah, for the most part, it's just plain aiming, no magnification or peep sight, clarifier, nothing like that on a recurve.
Yeah, without that peep sight, how do you know you're centered?
So string alignment plays a lot into making sure you're centered more on the sort of left and right axis of things. Whereas like a peep sight, you kind of just line up the two circles, where string alignment tells you, are you in line with your shot? Is your head where you're supposed to be, your eyes where they're supposed to be? And so most people see their string line up with their riser. So that's a good tell if their shot is lined up.
Gotcha.
9.
So there we see Andrew's just a little bit definitely favoring the right side.
Yeah, good group for sure. Just a little high right. And sometimes you notice, like, when you come out on the stage, the lighting might be a little different than where you practice. So sometimes left and right, or the height is a little bit off, and you give it a couple clicks, and then you're right there.
Congratulations. I see you're shooting a win-and-win bow and an Excel sight. What bars are you shooting?
Ramrods.
Ramrods? Very good. And what tab?
5X.
5X tab. Very good. Nice setup. Andrew, you and Joshua are both shooting very well. How are the nerves up there, guys?
Nervous.
Just like at home, right? Same distance, same target. Just relax and shoot them up.
So Casey, as he is talking about nerves, how do you work on that? I mean, you've been on the biggest stages in the world, but for young archers like this, you were in that position once before. Is it just a matter of you just got to do it?
Yeah, it's pretty much just experience is what goes into it. Like, you get out there for the first time, you kind of learn what it's like, and then each time you shoot on the stage again, you feel something different. You notice something different about how your shot felt, or how your nerves were, or what's going through your head. You notice something different every time that you can kind of learn about and adjust and work on for next time. So this is, I'd assume, both their first times out on the stage. So this is just good experience for them to really grow.
11.
They really are shooting fast.
Yeah, really fast shooters. Like, if you look at the clock, it's probably maybe 10 to 12 seconds it's taken them to shoot a shot. So very fast. Yeah.
10.
Is anything catching your eye about form, or they are definitely going through the same motions every time?
Yeah, they both look very, very consistent shot to shot. I'd say more of a linear form. I see Coach Sung Woo. I know him a little bit. He works with SW Archery in New Jersey, and they teach more of a linear form. So if you look at both of them, they stay very closed into their body and have very more dynamic follow through, as you'll see here in a moment. So that bow, you like to let that bow arm swing and let it have a natural reaction.
Yeah, you were talking about their linear form as opposed to their stance being open, more shoulders facing the target.
Yeah, like they're very, very perpendicular to the target, very square.
Make this place your home. Andrew, you're looking good.
Thank you very much.
Good group down there.
Andrew, it looks like you're shooting which bow?
This is an Exceed. This is my coach's bow. I love it very much. Same way I love you, Rob. Also, I think Kung Fu Panda 2 is still the greatest movie of all time.
I don't think he knows what to say to that.
That may be, that joke about Kung Fu Panda 2 may be actually a little bit under Rob. He's maybe a little too old for that.
Yeah, maybe Karate Kid he would understand, but not so much Kung Fu Panda.
So we've got Joshua with a 3-point lead.
Going into the last end.
Going into the last end.
So 12 might come into play here. Somebody's
absolutely
feeling good for it.
I mean, if you're up there at this point, you're at least thinking about it.
Yeah, it's definitely always in the back of your mind, you know, because it makes it exciting, and And I mean, to hit it, I mean, you feel on top of the world.
Yeah. And would you wait, if you're Andrew, would you wait until the last end to see if you need it?
I
Or
would
you-
probably wait to the last end, but I have a strategy about which arrow to shoot it on. Most people shoot it on their last arrow of the last end. I would shoot it second to last to give the opponent pressure on their last arrow. Because if you just wait to the last end, then there's no pressure on your opponent. But if you go for it a little bit ahead of time, then you have that chance to add some extra pressure.
Good strategy there. That may be the longest hold I've seen.
Yeah, he's a little shaky.
10.
Still a good shot.
So right there, I'm guessing he was just, the arrow wasn't coming through the clicker.
Yeah, sometimes if you just get a little tight, you slow down a little bit, and sometimes those shakes come through, and the timing will be a little longer. But as long as you keep moving through your expansion and follow through, it'll be there.
At what point do you bail and say, I got to start over?
Usually the point where you start doubting yourself. Like if in my brain those thoughts come in of like, I really shouldn't shoot this, that's the point where I let down and start over.
Good things don't happen when you're thinking like that.
Yeah, but if you're doubting it, it's not gonna be there.
I see both of you are from New Jersey. Have you shot against each other before? Andrew?
I think so. Yeah, maybe. At nationals.
Very good. Very good. How'd that match come out?
I lost to him right now, I think.
Okay. This is a good match. Good match. Good shooting, guys. Give him a hand.
All right, it does look like we're waiting for official confirmation, but it looks like Joshua is going to take this. They did just adjust his score, 112 to 110.
All right, official scores are in, and we have Andrew with 110, Joshua with 112. So Andrew will be taking home 4th place, and that gives a $250 payout. Congratulations, Andrew.
As Rob mentioned, there's your brother Connor on the call for arrows out there.
Yeah, he's doing good. I'm surprised. Usually he likes to stay to himself, so.
Is coming up here as the 2nd seed.
All right, we're bringing in Chap Post, who is our number 2 seed. Shot an 807 this weekend. And I'm looking there. There he goes. I was waiting to see that. Okay, so we just watched him fold something down in front of his glasses. There we can see it,
yeah,
that
he's got a
blinder.
blinder, yeah.
Talk about that and what it is and what it does.
So sometimes I prefer to shoot with one eye. I know a lot of people prefer to shoot with two. It really depends for me on eye dominance. Some people have like one very dominant eye, and other people have like more like evenly spaced dominance. So they like to cover one eye because when I'm at full draw, I see 2 sights if I open 2 eyes. So some people like to close one or shade one. That way they don't see those multiple sights and just see that one clearly.
Right. You shoot left-handed. Have you ever tried shooting right-handed to see how that eye dominance works, or is that just too weird?
Yeah, I have not tried, but I'd be curious to see what it's like. But yeah, everything when I was little, I did left-handed, so that's just kind of what they did. And then turned out my eye dominance was slightly more left, so that's what we went with.
So we see a little bit of shaking there. That's not necessarily, I mean, he pulled a 10. That's not necessarily a bad thing.
Yeah, I mean, it could just be a little bit of nerves here and there, and sometimes if you hold too long, body starts getting a little tired. You might have some shakes here and there, but yeah, most of the time you just kind of power through.
I'm always amazed at that you know, with the recurve, they're holding that full weight of the string on their fingers.
Yeah, it gets tough when you're holding it for a while.
Chap, I shot with you some at Nationals earlier this year. You were shooting Barebow. How's it going with recurve so far this tournament?
Pretty good, pretty good.
All right, you feeling nervous up there? You're feeling good?
Very nervous, but, you know, also good.
All right, very good. Now, Joshua, you've been used to being up on this stage a little bit. Are you starting to cool down or still nervous?
Still nervous.
All right, well, you're both doing well. After the scores have been confirmed here, we have Chap with a 29 and Joshua with a 28. Great shooting so far, guys. Here goes the second end.
All right, there we get the scores from Connor.
Pretty close so far, 1 point.
Yep, we got a 1 point match. Mentality coming in right now. Chap, if you had to give an advantage, is it easier for you to be up there, or is it better to be the person coming in?
For me, the only time I've ever won the Classic was when I came in as second place.
Gotcha.
So it is nice to kind of have a warm-up match before you shoot that final gold medal match. And so looking here, Joshua might have a little bit of an upper hand because he's warmed up on that stage, has his sight set, and a little bit of the nerves shaken out. But Joshua coming in as higher ranked, he knows he might be a little bit of a bigger dog. So kind of depends on how you think about it going in.
So you're saying you shouldn't have shot as good as you did this weekend?
Is
that what I'm hearing?
That could be a way to think about it, I guess. But yeah, I mean, it kind of really depends on those the elimination matches prior to this. Like sometimes if you're only a couple points difference in qualification, then you shoot some matches, you might change the rankings a little bit. So I don't know if they switched it all here, but yeah, so far coming in, I've gone into matches being first place, and I've gone into being second or third, and so sometimes you like that warm-up match.
Chap just posting a 33.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Perfect
nice
end.
Clean shots.
He just
That
took
was a
one
great
in.
end, Chap. How's it feeling up there now?
Pretty good. Less nervous.
All right, so I see you're shooting a Gilo riser, and could you give a little more about your equipment?
Yeah, I'm shooting Uka limbs, Gilo stabilizers, an Excel sight, and that's about it.
All right, you're shooting it well. All right, after that end, we have Chap with 62 and Joshua with 56.
All right, so we have, there's our score. Chap post 62, Joshua 56.
It's a decent gap going on.
So this is considered, as we mentioned, Olympic recurve. This is what we shoot in the Olympics. This is what you shoot. I didn't shoot in the Olympics. You shot in the Olympics. But this is the equipment that you have to shoot if you want to be in the Olympics.
Yep. Yeah, so they both have full Olympic setups. Gilo is not as popular as Win and Win, which is what Josh is shooting. Gilo is more geared towards Barebow from what I've noticed. But Chap seems to be shooting it well here.
Now, the Olympics, the last Olympics that you were in, was a little bit different because COVID year, there were no fans. But when you got up on that big stage, what was that like as compared to the Lancaster Archery Classic stage?
Yeah, so these past games were different for sure, just because of the circumstances of having to do COVID protocol and all that. So being on stage at the games was just very quiet, not a lot of energy because the crowd wasn't there. So having this here, you can hear the people in the background clapping, and so it's just nice to have that energy around you and have that support. So it's definitely a different atmosphere here.
So we're indoors.
Joshua, I see you're shooting for
Let's go to
SW
Connor.
Archery Academy. How many times per day, how often and how many arrows per day are you shooting?
Every day, around like 200 to 300.
That's more than I've ever done, just about. So the guys at SW Archery Academy are taking this very seriously and are obviously shooting very well, as we've seen today. And let's see if we've got official scores in yet. We have Chap with 94 and Joshua with 83. Keep in mind that 12 button is down there.
Yes, that 12 ring.
Yeah.
So if Joshua's going to call it, it's going to be at this end.
Definitely be strategic looking at that point gap there. I think got to put some pressure on and go for that 12.
How difficult is it to hit something that small?
It's tough. Like if you think about it, it's smaller than the 11 is. So like it's hard for it's not hard for recurve archers to shoot it, but it's definitely a challenge. But Chap just did it there nicely. But it's a really small dot, and it's in an odd place too. The eye naturally lines up circles with circles, so it's easy to line your sight up with the natural circle of the target, but to have it a little bit lower is challenging. It doesn't naturally line up.
Chap is just on fire here. He's not leaving that 10 ring. One arrow he's got outside the 10 ring.
He might want to bump up to just Olympic recurve division next year, not even go for the youth. He's doing awesome.
10.
Which that is possible because you did it.
I actually never shot the young adult division.
I mean, that's what I mean. You were in that class, but you didn't. You went right to adults.
Yeah, so
you don't have to shoot.
Yeah,
your
you can
age.
shoot. I mean, hey, if you're good enough, you shoot the whatever class you want. So yeah, back when I first shot the classic, there wasn't a young adult yet, so I just went right for it.
All right, we're gonna find out our scores here, but I think it's pretty well
Both of you guys,
written.
great shooting so far. Just
125,
waiting for the scores to be confirmed. Why the 12 buttons right there? He could have given us a show here, given us a 12. What made you decide not to press that button?
I've never shot it before, so.
Well, your chance was right here. Could have taken it. Chap, you were hitting a lot of 11s. What made you not decide to go for the 12 today?
I just wanted to play it safe.
Well, may have been the smart decision, but, you know, maybe next round. Maybe next round. Official scores show Chap with a 125 and Joshua with a 111. So Joshua will take home third place, giving him $350 for his weekend. Great shooting, Joshua.
Good match there. Chap is definitely, he found his stride in that match.
Yeah, 125 is incredible. Like that'll win you most matches in the men's division any day.
From Pompton Lake, New Jersey. He qualified second, and after eliminations comes in as our first seed.
Just looking pretty confident there.
Chan Young Mun, he qualified with an 810.
All right.
Now, by comparison, just for comparison's sake, Casey, your qualification score was?
I don't know what it was
actually,
added to.
That's cumulative, sorry.
Yeah, so that's with all the eliminations matches in it. But my 6-year qualification round was a 615.
615. So it looks like Chan Young Mun, of course, moved Chad Post. I would move him off that post. He apparently was pretty
comfortable up there, yeah. So had a good strategy and tried to knock him out of his groove.
So shifting over to the side like that, moving Chad off of there, that's going to change. The light's going to be hitting him differently.
Yeah, it'll be a little different between stage to stage, but I think it's more of a mental thing to kind of be knocked off your groove. Like he was comfortable up there shooting a lot of good shots. So mostly the strategy is like, okay, throw him off the rhythm a little bit, or at least try to. He's still prevailing.
Look at this. And Chan Young Mun comes out and hits an 11. We haven't seen many compounders come out and hit 11 with their first arrow.
Yeah, these kids are impressive.
See what Chad can do here.
9.
That's still not a bad shot. I think that's like the second 9 he's had all day. So maybe second or third, but he's keeping it. He's keeping it good.
9.
So, if you are Chad Post, are you feeling pretty good about now? It looks like you might be shaking a little more, maybe getting tired.
He's still.
I should.
Still
that
drilling
shows what I know.
Yeah. But he seems pretty cool up there.
Yeah.
Chan Young, it's good to see you on the stage today. How are you feeling up there?
I actually feel like crazy good today. I'm like, whew, 10, 10, 10, easy.
You're making it look easy. That was a great first end coming out of the gate. Let's see what official scores come up as. It seems like we have Chap with a, oh, not quite official yet. I will have those scores in momentarily. Now we are official with Chap Post with a 31 and Chen Young Mun with a 30.
That's good shooting.
Yeah, that's good shooting right off the bat, both of them.
Yeah.
High scores. Both looking very confident. I'd say this is probably the most talkative group I've seen from a youth recurve division. Usually they're pretty
Exactly.
quiet, but I like the talkativeness and the,
Yeah.
little-
Last year, I feel
confidence.
like, everybody was frozen and didn't want to say anything.
Yeah.
These guys, they're digging it.
I like it. They're enjoying themselves up there. You can tell.
And now we see the end of Chad's arrow there. His clicker extends out beyond. Explain why that would be. Versus there we get a look at Chen Mung Young's. You can see his clicker is inside the riser, basically.
Yeah, so it depends on personal preference a little bit. Some people just like shooting it mounted to the riser. Others like it extended or mounted to the sight. For a lot of young archers, they like a extended clicker because if they need, as they're growing or changing spines, changing draw weight, they need to get new sets of arrows or cut them or like put new point weights, whatever they need to make it tune as they're like growing, getting stronger. So it's nice to have an extended clicker. That way, if you need to cut the arrows at all, then you can move it back in.
Yeah. Boy, these kids are just shooting great. Oh, he definitely pulled out of that shot.
Yeah, his release came out a little bit there, but still he's got two ends to make a comeback. Maybe shoot a 12. We'll see.
Hey, as much as he's pounding that 11, he should call that 12.
What club are you shooting from out of Texas?
X10.
X10. All right. And Chen Young, what club are you shooting out of?
M&J Archery.
All right. Coach, I saw you giving a few words to Chap here. What words of wisdom did you have for him?
Telling him to have fun and enjoy this. Not everybody gets to do something like this. So have fun. Have a good time.
All right, that's a good message. I hope something about a 12 snuck in there. Not yet. I mean, third and fourth end's about the time for it, so we might see one here. All right, after two ends, we have Chap with a 57 and Chen Young with a 61.
All right, there we see it. We've got a 4-point difference. I mean, if Chap wants to make a move, he's got two ends to do it. And that's one thing I always found interesting with that 12 ring is I found people waited until the end. A 4-point lead, one extra point isn't going to cut it.
Yeah, so recurve is definitely more variable in scores depending on certain things. Like just with compound, you see a lot of 11s, a lot of 10s. Where recurve, you see some more 9s. So that gives there a little bit more play in the scores end to end. But definitely that 12 might need to come into play this end and next end if he wants to make up some of those.
If I were Chap, I think I would hit that 12 the way Chan is shooting.
Yeah.
Just because he's not missing.
Yeah,
11.
He came out strong right out the gate. Chap's still doing well. Might see a 12 here out of Chap next.
Let's see.
10.
See what he does. He's thinking
He's
about
looking,
it.
He's thinking. Nope.
Maybe not this time.
I don't think he's going to do it. Yeah, that.
11.
Still a strong
Oh.
shot. Nice going. He made up 1 point there.
These two are crazy.
Yeah, they're shooting
Chen
great.
Young, let's talk a little bit about the bow you're shooting today. What are you launching those arrows with?
Wait, what? Oh, what's the question again?
What? Yeah, just describe your equipment to us for a second.
All right, so Hoyt, new like Formula XD, and then the Conquest stabilizer with Apogee weight, like gold version, and then it's like a Flex, the limited edition Shibuya sight, the new one. I'm very happy to have this one too.
Yeah, it looks very good. Very sharp looking setup. All right, after 3 ends, we have Chap at 88 and Chen Young at 91. Keep in mind that 12.
There we go. Connor pushing the 12s. I like it. Yeah, 3 points now. 1 end to go.
Yeah, it's definitely doable to make it up. Say you shoot 3 11s and somebody else shoots 3 10s. That's 3 points right there.
This is for the championship here, so.
Both of them shooting very well.
Yeah, it's good to see this quality at this age.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's impressive. I'm not sure how old each of them are, but they don't look on the upper side of the division. I'd say probably 15, 16 years old.
11.
Man, 11. So we noticed watching Chan there, I mean, his eyes never changed during that draw cycle.
Yeah, he's staring down that middle. It's good focus.
Let's see, Chad. Looks like he's doing the same as well. Of course, he's got that blinder on.
Still
the
good.
blinking, I know.
Yeah.
I've seen you do that.
9.
That's just to get your sight picture. What are you doing when you're blinking there?
So sometimes I have to blink if my eyes are watering at all, especially outdoors with wind. And indoors, sometimes you just get the right angle of the AC going, and it makes you tear up a little. So sometimes just blink it away a little bit. But yeah, usually I blink a couple times during draw, but by the time I get back to anchor, my eyes are dead on that center.
Wow.
So, wow.
I mean,
good shooting from both of them.
Yeah. Chap gave it everything. But Chan was just on fire.
Great shooting, guys. How's it feel up there, Chap?
Pretty good. Still nervous, you know, but you know, it's all good.
How many times have you been to the Classic here? Have you been here before?
Yeah, I've come every year since 19.
Oh, very good. Is this your first time up to the stage then?
Yes, it is.
Well, you did great. Chen Young, have you shot the Classic before?
Oh yeah, last year ended up with 2nd place.
Oh, congratulations. Well, from the unofficial scores, it would seem that you have bested that, but we will wait for official scores to come in here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, 30, 31, 30, 30.
Yeah, that's impressive. Lots of 11s.
Giving Chap 2nd place and a $550 payout. And Chan Young Mun with 1st place and a $1,000 weekend.
Wow.
Congratulations, guys.
Look at Chan. Now that's the way you're supposed to feel when you win.
Yeah,
so many times in archery we see them, they're just so stoic.
Yeah,
I like to see that
he's
emotion.
Proud. Yeah, that's $1,000. That's a lot of money.
I'm not sure
for
they
a
know.
Teenager.
I'm not sure they know the match is over.
I think I don't know. He looked like he was fist bumping.
They want to shoot again.
Another handshaking.
Their coach is saying, "Hey, it's over. You won."
They just want to keep staying up there. They like it too much.
Some great shooting.
Ah, great shooting. Chan Young Mun is our youth male recurve champion
Our next division is youth female
here at the
recurve,
2023 Lancaster Archery Classic.
and we will announce our competitors for that division in a second.
So we're going to be back here, Casey. We're going to be back shortly with youth female recurve at the 2023 Lancaster Archery Classic.
CBE, that's custom bow equipment. I'm talking about field-tested, fully proven.
Wow, what a match.
Premium archery accessories. Check out the full line at custombowequipment.com.
Being performance-driven is more than just a slogan. It's more than just slapping a new gimmick on last year's model and calling it a day. Being performance-driven means that every decision, every feature, and every improvement is hyper-focused on one thing only: outperforming everyone else. The Evo XF elevates your bow hunting experience to a whole new level. This is more than just another bow. This is Evo Perfected.
Champion, out of Washington, 15-year-old Bodie Turner.
B3 Archery. Built the best, buy the best, for the best.
We've got the gear, we've got the knowledge, we've got the passion. We lead the world in 3D and target archery.
Welcome everybody to the 2023 Lancaster Archery Classic here at Spooky Nook in Mannheim, Pennsylvania. We are about to get underway with the youth female recurve division, but we wanted to bring you into our broadcast booth first of all. I'm PJ Riley, sitting alongside 2020 Olympian Casey Caulfield. And Casey, we brought you in here to talk about recurve. You've been raised on it. What do you love about it?
I just like that it's part of the Olympics. The Olympics have been my dream since I was little, at first with gymnastics and then got more into archery, and so now the dream's archery. And so been there once, looking to go again.
All right, let's check out our schedule of events here for the finals. We are through youth male recurve. Next up, youth female recurve, youth female open, and then we're going to end with the big ones, women's Barebow. Barebow, it's going to get loud, it's going to get crazy. But let's talk about how this works, how we got here to this point. So our top four qualify. They come in for our finalists here. There were, any number of archers who were out there who competed for these four spots. Ties were broken by 11s. We come in with a bottom-up format, which means 4 versus 3. The winner goes against 2 versus 1. And the 12 ring, that's the odd man here in this format. It's a white ring in between the 7 and 8 ring, 1.5 centimeters. Maximum number of points that can be earned during this match is 136. You have to call for that 12 ring for it to count, and you can only call it once per end. So let's go out to the floor here to bring in our youth female recurve archers.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very proud to have Connor here calling arrows and interviewing archers. Let's give Connor a big round of applause. Connor and Casey are the future of the Lancaster Archery Classic and the future of Lancaster Archery. And we're tickled to introduce them this evening. Thank you very much, kids. Thank you.
Our next division is youth female recurve, and our 4th place competitor is Abigail Kipps from Phoenix, Arizona. She qualified 6th in the qualification round and now has shot her way up to 4th. Our 3rd place competitor is Sharvika Gopi, from Monroe Township, New Jersey, and she qualified 5th and through eliminations finds herself on the stage today.
All right, Casey, you know both of these archers.
Yep. Yeah, Abigail and Sharpika both shoot USAT circuit. So when the cadet lines shoot, I like to hop over there and watch them a little bit. They shot 60 meters this past year. I'm not sure if they're aging up or not, but yeah, quite familiar with both of them. Sharpika is on the Lancaster Joad team, and Abigail shoots for Pineapple Joad in Phoenix, Arizona with Coach Mel Nichols.
All right. So Joad, talk about that because that is relative here, in particular with these recurve archers.
Yeah, so a lot of local archery clubs establish a JOAD team, which stands for Junior Olympic Archery Development. The goal of JOAD is to just get young archers more involved and hopefully set them up for success in things like USATs, World Cups, hopefully, and maybe one day Olympics. And it just gives them a chance to shoot, make connections, make friends.
Right, that's that whole, you know, these future Olympians, you got to start them out early because the skill level that's required with these recurves, that's not quite as simple as it may be with compound. Not that compound's easy, but I'll say it, it's easier than this.
Yeah, so yeah, JOAD clubs are both recurve compound and also Barebow. And so lots of young archers looking to improve will join a JOAD club and make good friends through the sport. That's a big part of being a youth archer is making friends. And so that's a really important part of it. Some of my best friends I met through JOAD. So this is kind of where it all starts, and then you really grow from there.
Some strong shooting here from
yeah,
the opening
good starts from both of them.
10.
Yeah, very strong.
Abigail seems to really expand and explode out of that shot.
Yeah, both very, very explosive, dynamic follow-throughs. Yeah, both moving through that shot really well.
Abigail, you shoot for Pineapple Archery. Am I correct in saying that?
Yes.
How is it there? Like, do you enjoy the coaching, the environment there? How often do you shoot?
I shoot like pretty much 7 days a week. 5 out of the 7 days I shoot at home through the house, actually. But the rest of the week I shoot at Mel's house in the backyard, and it's pretty great.
That's great, doing whatever she can to get her practice in, and she is making it to the big stage here, shooting a great first end. After scores have been official, we have a tie at 30 all.
So we heard an archer earlier, Casey, say that he shot 200 to 300 arrows a day. At your level, what are you shooting?
I'm also in college. I will say that first. So the time to shoot has been a little bit less than I would like, just from classes and studying, but I tend to shoot 150 to 200 a day, 7 days a week.
Gotcha. All right, so we really see her shaking there, but again, that's not necessarily, obviously she's shooting pretty good still.
Yeah, so it just might be a little bit of nerves working out, and yeah, Sharpika has a little bit of shakes too, so it's totally normal. I mean, you're up there, it might be a little bit of nerves, might be just how it comes out, you know?
You don't see that and say, oh man, they got to lighten the poundage on those limbs.
Oh, no, not at all. I shake. It's just how it goes. Sometimes you hold a little long and you shake a little bit, and so, yeah, for my shakes to go away, I'd have to shoot like 30 pounds.
So we see on Sharvika's, well, wait a minute, let's get, Connor's going to come out and talk to these archers.
All right.
Sharvika, you're shooting from the Lancaster Joad Club, local here, but I'm sure this stage doesn't feel like anything you've shot from before.
Yeah.
Have you done any training with something similar like this to sort of prepare for the situation?
Yeah, like on the Saturday Joad team thing, like we shoot like this.
Okay, very good. Getting some sort of preparation for this, but you know, it can't be matched with the crowd and the excitement that is here on this stage. So, after 2 ends, we have 56 for Abigail and 58 for Sharvika.
So we should mention, Casey, I see the comments all the time where the, commenters say they question talking to the archers in between ends by the announcers out there. I did it when I was out there. And that's something that your dad brought in for 2 reasons. One, to kind of, talk about or emphasize the mental strength that's needed. But then also, hey, let's get to know these people.
Yeah.
You never get to hear from them if they're just standing there in other formats. You never hear them talk. Do you see it as a distraction, or is it something that, like Sharvika works on to block it out at her Joad club?
Yeah, I see it as a good distraction. If I'm honest, like when I'm up there, like your mind gets to thinking about anything. So it's nice to kind of have somebody to talk to and kind of just like focus on something else other than just what's going on with shooting. So it's like a nice little break in between ends. And I think it's also good to get to know the archers, because most matches like you watch on YouTube or wherever, like they're just standing up there waiting in between ends, and all you get to see them really do is shoot. So it's kind of good to get a little background story.
I agree.
Abigail, let's talk a little bit about the bow you're shooting today. What are you shooting?
I'm shooting the Formula XD with a Whiffler plunger and an Excel sight. I'm also shooting the Excel bars with 6 ounces on each bar. And then I'm shooting the Axial limbs.
Very nice. You are shooting it very well. And I believe Mel mentioned something about a clear target aperture in there.
That's her coach, Mel Nichols, in the box behind her.
Very experienced.
Very experienced, well-known coach. We're going to get our scores here. Looks like 88 to 86. Sharvika with a 2-point lead.
Yeah, that's close going into last 2 ends. Got some room to make it up.
I want to see a 12.
I want to see a shoot-off. We haven't had a shoot-off yet.
Sharvika up first.
It's looking pretty smooth up there. Nice shot.
Nine.
Yeah, it's incredible how they shake that much. It's emphasized by the camera because, the light spotlights are on it. I noticed when we're out on the bigger field, you don't see it that much, but it's kind of really, because they're so spotlit, we can really see it.
Just emphasizes a little bit,
Yeah.
but most people, like, they ask me, like, oh, what do you do to, like, not be nervous? What do you do to not shake? And I tell them, like, if you look at any video of any pro shooting, they're not 100% stable up there. Like, they're having little shakes, little movements. It's natural. Like, you don't have to look like a statue up there.
Right.
Let's give these girls a hand. That was some great shooting. Sharvika, how are you feeling up there? You feeling comfortable?
Yeah, I am.
Very good, very good. You look comfortable. You're shooting well up there. Abigail, how have you been feeling up there?
Good. A little nervous, but good.
Very good. Just waiting on official scores here.
By the way, we should mention,
And
Casey,
we have
no pressure
Abigail
there
with
put by
a
your dad,
112
put on you by your dad saying you are the future of Lancaster archery. No pressure there.
Yeah, no pressure.
You and Connor.
Yeah, just got to take care of this huge business. Yeah.
Congratulations.
We'll see what happens.
So we got a 117-112 victory for Sharvika.
And next up, our second place competitor, Akshara Vijay from Monmouth Junction, New Jersey. She qualified second, and after eliminations, is coming up here as our second place qualifier.
Well, I believe we're going to recognize the coach that's in her box as well, Brian Brady.
Yes, Brian. They have Heather out there and Brian Brady out there, both Lancaster Archery Academy coaches. Oh, it looks
that's
like
right,
actually
Heather.
They just switched out. Heather might have had to go work. That's Liz. She's
There's
also
Liz.
an academy coach.
This is like an all-academy affair up there.
Yeah, they got a whole lot of Lancaster up there.
This should just feel like a JOAD, one of their practices.
Yeah, very similar.
So Akshara Vijay, what amazes me is both of these archers are from New Jersey, but yet they come to the Lancaster JOAD.
Yeah,
That's a heck of a drive.
Yeah, we have a lot of people come from out of state, most of the time, like New Jersey or Maryland, to come and get some coaching. And so it's definitely a lot of dedication that goes into it to drive that far every weekend.
Yeah, the coaching, as you mentioned, from folks like Liz, Brian, Heather. They've got a great program there.
Yeah, they're very dedicated to helping archers. That's all they dream to do. So, yeah, very, very dedicated to helping archers achieve their goals.
11.
Oh, shooting well.
Still working down there. Now let's talk about those veins, because they're a little different than we've seen in the compound. Those curly veins.
Yeah, so those are more geared towards recurve archers. They help slice through the wind a little better and with how the arrow comes out of the bow. So they are tape-on fletchings instead of where compound you have them glued on. They are stuck on there by tape.
It's good to see you up on the stage. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling all right.
It's good. I'm sure you've shot many matches against Jarvika. Does this one feel a little different being up on the stage, or is it just like normal?
Just a little bit different.
Very good. It's supposed to be a little different. That's why we have all this set up here. Jarvika, you settling in any? Feeling better?
Yeah, I do.
Very good. We have coaches Liz and Brian in to coach these two, and they know each other well. And they, I'm sure, are rooting for both of these archers because they coach both of them. So after the first end, we have 23 for Akshara and 31 for Jarvika. And here goes our second end.
So how is that? Connor talked about that these two know each other, shoot against each other. Does that take away some of the nerves?
It kind of depends on the person. Sometimes it adds it a little bit because, like, you know, you've shot against this person before. You might know the track record, and it's sometimes a little sad to shoot against friends, you know, like because you want them to do well, but you also want to win. So
right.
Yeah, it kind of adds a little bit of something else to the match.
So we saw one get away from Akshara on that last end.
Yeah, went a little bit low left. I didn't quite catch what the shot looked like, but she was grouping well, and she's grouping well again, so I'm not sure what happened on that one shot.
Jarvika seems to have found her groove, and once again, it seems like when she shoots faster, she shoots better.
Yeah, for most recurve archers, timing is key. I mean, if you just get up there, get the job done, you have no time for mistakes to come in, and it's just make it simple and easy.
Akshara, what bow are you shooting today? Can you run us through your equipment real quick?
I'm shooting an ATF-X Wheel Whiz Riser, Shibuya sight, shrewd, stabilizers, biter, clicker, and plunger.
And Uka limbs. It looks very good. I really like the color on the riser. And you are shooting it very well. Jarvika here has a similar color on the riser. What are you shooting today?
I'm shooting a Hoyt XD riser with shrewd stabilizers and a biter, plunger, and clicker.
Very good. After
Shibuya
two ends,
Ultima
we
Sight
had
there.
Akshara with
Yeah,
a
Shibuya and
52
Excel are
and
very,
Sharvika with
very
a
popular
61.
sight brands. You see about half and half on the Recurve side of things.
If we can get a shot of Akshara's sight bar, someone can zoom in there. I see a little training aid. Not Sharvika's, the other one here when Akshara comes up. There's a little training tool on her sight bar there. That is, it looks like a Picatinny mount off the side of her sight bar. That's a little, it measures steadiness and something that they can look at their phone and see how well they're holding. I think you and I played with one together, and you beat me. I was using a compound. You were using a Recurve.
One of the little Mantis machines. They're good to show consistency in the shot pattern and all that. So, yeah, it's a good training tool. That was a good catch. I didn't see that.
9.
That was good.
Yes, good end for Akshara. And again, she shot faster as well.
Yeah, they both have very, very quick timing.
Is the timing, tell us about the timing. You tell us what you're looking for.
So some people have like different shot timing, but you just want it to be consistent between each one. So you don't want one running long, you don't want one being super fast. You want to have something that's consistent and repeatable.
Gotcha. So Connor right now is thanking Liz and Brian and Heather for their dedication, coaching.
Yeah, they work really hard. They volunteer for our JOAD program. They do not get paid to do that, so it's all volunteer based, and so we are very thankful for them putting in their time for us.
Great personalities too. I've watched them work with kids, and they're all three of them just great.
They just make it fun, and that's the most important part.
All right, so.
Oh, got a let down.
So let down, that's not necessarily a bad thing.
Yeah, she did good,
she came out with
refocused.
11.
Yeah, sometimes if that setup doesn't feel right, you just want to take a second to start over, and that'll be better than just trying to work through it.
10.
See, I'm always of the type, once I draw back, that arrow's going.
Okay.
And it often works out not well.
Yeah, I feel like that's a compound thing. You don't see as many compound people letting down as Recurve.
That's a great shot there, that angle.
9.
Look like a good shot.
So Sharvika holding a 9-point lead.
Wow.
10.
She's going for the 12.
12 call.
Here we go.
Might as well
All
make
right.
it exciting. Last arrow, here we go for the 12.
1.5 centimeters is that 12 ring.
7.
Oh,
Yeah.
just to the right.
Good for her going for it.
Absolutely.
Might as well.
There's that red 12 up there that lights up whenever someone hits the 12 button.
I appreciate the courage going for the 12. How'd it feel to shoot at that low 8-7 line?
It's whatever.
Well, you shot a great shot, just ended a little bit out to the right. But it was a great match, and we are waiting on official scores still.
Yeah, Sharvika's going to take this one. 119 to 107.
But it looks like we have Akshara with 107 and Sharvika with 119. So Akshara will take home third place. That gives her $350. Congratulations, Akshara. Let's give her a hand.
And so that goes to your point now, Casey. Sharvika has been out there for 2 matches already.
Yeah, she's dialed in. She's comfortable up there. So I know Whitney's first seed, but I mean, she might want to be a little bit scared going up there because she's got an opponent who's been all warmed up. So we'll see. This is going to be a good one.
Yes, this is Whitney Williams that we are bringing out to the Lancaster Archery Classic final stage. Our #1 seed. She's up there getting instructions from our director of judges, Larry Wise. Larry has done every classic. I believe he said he missed one year. There were for some health issues, but Larry Wise has been here as long as the classic has.
2003, I believe.
It was, so this is the 20th year of the classic, but it's the 19th classic. We had one that we missed.
okay.
So it was 20 years ago. We're in 2023, so you are correct.
Yeah.
2003 would have been the first one, but this is number 19. Next
Classic
year.
is older than I am.
Thanks.
I was born in 2004.
Thanks for pointing that out. Now I really feel old. Good look at Whitney there. A lefty like yourself.
Yeah.
Now our producer just says that's the year he graduated high school. Now I really feel old. I shot the Lancaster Archery Classic before it was this. When we had it in the shop, it was called the Christmas Classic. That was in like 1993 or so was when I shot it. Long hold from, oh, there we go.
Got to let down. She's got, 6 seconds, 5.
Uh-oh, that shot clock. She
2,
needs to just get that
1.
off. Oh, she got it. Hey, a 5 is better than a 0.
Than no points, yeah. Ran a little bit out of time there.
Wow.
Not sure what happened.
9.
Sometimes something like that can rattle you, but let's see how she responds.
I like that she's taking her time. Even though the shot clock started, she took her time to come back.
Screwed with the first one.
She's giving a couple clicks to her sight, I notice. But it just, to me, Casey, I think this goes to what you were talking about, where she's coming out cold.
Yeah, sometimes when you, of course you have some practice errors behind the curtain before you get out here, but once you get out here, it's different. You're up on that stage, the nerves are going, so for the #1 seed, sometimes it's hard to come in cold.
You're looking good. That hiccup was unnoticed. You shot a great shot. I think there was 2 seconds left. I was half watching the scope, half watching the clock, but you're looking good up there. What club are you coming here from?
Hall 0 in Connecticut.
All right, very nice.
So, yeah, that was an unfortunate arrow there.
Yeah, it happens, but I mean, now thinking about it, she's 6 points down. Maybe that 12 will come into play. Try and get some extra points here.
What do you need to do now if you're Whitney? How do you, I know what you need to do. How do you do it? How do you put that out of your mind?
Yeah, I mean, the past is past. You can't really change what happened, and you can't control what your opponent shoots. So you gotta focus on yourself, make good shots, and weigh whether you want to play it safe and just shoot at that middle, or maybe go for the extra point with the 12.
I always hear archers at your level say that, and that never works for me. The only thing I'm thinking about now if I'm her is that arrow.
Oh, really? Yeah,
That's
it is hard to block out. I mean, you just sometimes get hung up on it, but the best thing you can do is just move past it.
Well, hopefully she has learned that. Obviously you have. I have not. But
yeah, it takes a lot of experience screwing up to learn how to get over it. So I
have that experience.
Yeah, I've had quite a few. So you learn over time.
She does seem to. It does look like she got it together.
Yeah, she's composed up there.
She's in the gold.
Good shot for Sharvika. She is taking her time up there.
Yeah, she's not letting that clock dictate what she does.
Yeah.
20 seconds.
Yeah. We start with 30, so she's down. She drew at about 18.
Yep. There's a good look at her sight. That fiber there, that green fiber in the middle of her.
Another one out.
That one got away too.
Out to the left.
I see her wiping her hands. So
yeah, I'm wondering if her hands are sweaty.
Yeah.
Because nerves, they might get a little clammy. Yeah, she's got that time there.
Sharvika, we've talked a lot about archery. Let's talk about something not archery. What's your favorite thing to do outside of archery?
I like doing art.
Art, very nice. What kind of art? Painting, ceramics?
Painting, yeah.
Very nice, very nice. How about Whitney? What do you like to do outside of archery with your free time?
Sorry. I do tennis and just playing with my friends.
Very nice, and I'm sure there's a lot of shooting in there.
Great question there from
after
Connor.
our second and
Yeah, sometimes they get a little stumped with the questions. So, but she's doing good. She's doing good.
57.
So, we are getting our scores up here on the screen. Sharvika is holding the lead, however. Whitney had those 2 rough arrows.
It's a good shot for Sharvika. She's keeping it pretty close to the 10 there.
Yeah.
Eight.
She's still grouping somewhat on that right side. I saw her give it a few clicks earlier. She might give it a couple more. Nice shot. Wow. Sharvika's just in a zone.
Just looking from here, the body language is just totally different. Sharvika definitely looks comfortable. Whitney does not.
Yeah, you can kind of tell she's more hesitant, where Sharvika is just up there doing her thing. She's shooting 1 shot at a time and looks calm in between each. Another one out to the left there. Wondering if she's like plucking her string at all.
Yeah, wiping her hands.
9.
Good shot for Sharvika.
These archers use tabs to protect their fingers from the string. It also gives a more consistent release.
Yeah, and that way you're not holding like 35 to 40 pounds just on your fingers. Yeah. So yeah, it's a big help. Not as consistent as a release aid would be in compound, but definitely makes the shot easier for recurve.
Right.
Whitney, let's talk about the bow you're shooting today. It looks like you have a Hoyt. Oh, I don't know if I can get the model off the top of my head. Looks like an XI. Would I be correct?
Formula X, yeah.
Formula X. I was 1 year ahead. Looks like you got win bars, a Shibuya sight, a AAE plunger, Hoyt limbs. You're shooting it well. You're looking good up there. How's it feeling?
Not great.
It's all right. I'm just as nervous up here commentating, so. Looks like we are official for that end, and we have Whitney at 68 and Sharvika at 87.
Yeah, this might be like a learning experience there for Whitney, where she just takes this and, hey, moves on, and it's like, all right, I see what happens when.
Yeah, the nice thing about this being recorded is you can go back and watch and like see, okay, what would I change about how I was shooting my shot or how my rhythm and timing was. So it's nice to look back at that video and learn from it. Because sometimes when you're up on the stage, you can't quite feel everything that's happening. There's just so much going through your head. And so it's nice to kind of step back and learn.
I know I got questions this year from a lot of clubs who were asking how tall are those platforms, how high does the target. They wanted to set up their own finals stage.
Very good.
To kind of practice, get some kind of practice. It's not the same, but
yeah, it's definitely different than just shooting on level ground. I mean, like you're pretty much center spotlight up there, so everybody's watching you, and so having that kind of simulation definitely gets you in the zone for the classic.
Whitney looks like she's finishing strong here. That's great to see.
Yeah, you always.
11.
It's good to end on a good note. That was a nice ending for Sharvika. 11, pretty much dead center. And a nice shot for
That's a good end.
Whitney to end on.
Nice end. Good for her. I want to see him finish strong.
Whitney, that was a great last end and a strong finish. Are you feeling like you're settling in up there? wishing you could shoot a few more ends, I'm sure. But we have Sharvika, I think, once scores are official. We have Sharvika with a 117 and Whitney with a 97. So that will make Whitney Williams second place with a $550 payout. And Sharvika, our youth female recurve champion, with a $1,000 payout. Congratulations, girls.
So, once again, they wanted to keep shooting.
Yeah. Yeah, but that was a strong end to finish on for
Yes.
both of those young ladies.
Yeah, congratulations to Sharvika, who shot her way up from the #3 seed to take the title. That's one of the great things about the Lancaster Archery Classic. It's not about perfection, it's just about beating your opponent.
Yeah, and she did a good job working her way up.
She did. All right, well, that's going to do it for us for the Youth Female Recurve Division. When we come back, we are going to have Youth Female Open. Don't go anywhere. We will be back from the Spooky Nook Sports Center 2023 Lancaster Archery Classic.
Being performance-driven is more than just a slogan. It's more than just slapping a new gimmick on last year's model and calling it a day. Being performance-driven means that every decision, every feature, and every improvement is hyper-focused on one thing only: outperforming everyone else.
CBE, that's custom bow equipment. I'm talking about field testing.
Is more than just a slogan. It's more than just slapping a new gimmick on last year's model and calling it a day. Being performance-driven means that every decision, every feature, and every improvement is hyper-focused on one thing only: outperforming everyone else. The Evo XF elevates your bow hunting experience to a whole new level. This is more than just another bow. This is Evo Perfected.
Vegas champion, out of Washington, 15-year-old Bodie Turner.
B3 Archery. Built the best, buy the best, for the best.
We've got the gear, we've got the knowledge, we've got the passion. We lead the world in 3D and target archery. At the Lancaster Archery Foundation, it's our mission to get as many people as possible involved in the sport of archery.
Thank you so much for your support and giving us this grant.
Thank you for supporting us and others in the community.
It allows me to afford studying at Texas A&M.
I was able to attend my dream university and still shoot competitive archery.
You can help us in our mission by donating today at lancasterarcheryfoundation.org. Bow hunter Vinny LaSelva explains why he shops at LancasterArchery.com.
I'm a patient man in the woods, but when it comes to shopping online, not so much. That's why I choose Lancaster Archery Supply. They make it easy to order all my archery gear, with thousands of the newest and finest products right at your fingertips, ready to ship to your front door.
Here's your order, Vinny.
Or tree stand. Hey, depending on where you're hanging out, you might even get it before you get home.
For all your archery needs, shop LancasterArchery.com.
CBE, that's custom bow equipment. I'm talking about field tested, podium proven.
Wow, what a match.
Premium archery accessories. Check out the full line at custombowequipment.com.
Being performance-driven is more than just a slogan. It's more than just slapping a new gimmick on last year's model and calling it a day. Being performance-driven means that every decision, every feature, and every improvement is hyper-focused on one thing only: outperforming everyone else. The Evo XF elevates your bow hunting experience to a whole new level. This is more than just another bow. This is Evo Perfected.
Vegas champion, out of Washington, 15-year-old Bodie Turner.
B3 Archery. Built the best, buy the best, for the best.
We've got the gear, we've got the knowledge, we've got the passion. We lead the world in 3D and target archery. At the Lancaster Archery Foundation, it's our mission to get as many people as possible involved in the sport of archery.
Thank you so much for your support and giving us this grant.
Thank you for supporting us and others in the community.
It allows me to afford studying at Texas A&M.
I was able to attend my dream university and still shoot competitive archery.
You can help us in our mission by donating today at LancasterArcheryFoundation.org.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to the 2023 Lancaster Archery Classic here at Spooky Nook Sports Complex. We are about halfway through, a little past halfway through our matches today, our finals matches. We wanted to bring you into our broadcast booth on PJ Riley, sitting alongside all-world archer Paige Pierce. Paige, thanks for being here today.
Thanks for having me.
This is going to be awesome. We're going to go through the Youth Female Open class, but before we do that, Paige, we want to take a look at what's yet to come. Youth Female Open, of course, we mentioned. Then we've got Women's Barebow and Barebow. They're the two big finales we've got here. How did we get here? So we qualified the top 4 in this division, Youth Female Open. They're coming in here. They're ranked 1 to 4. There were, what did we see? 71 young ladies competing in this class. As they were ranked, ties were broken by 11s. We're going to do a bottom-up format, meaning number 4 shoots against number 3. The winner goes against number 2. Someone shoots against number 1. Unique to our finals here is the 12 ring. You're going to see when we show the targets, there is a 1.5 centimeter white dot in between the 7 and 8 line. That is going to count 12 points. You can earn a maximum 136, and you must call for that 12 in order for it to count, and you can only call it once per end. So, Youth Female Open, we are going to go out to the floor here and bring in our archers.
Howdy, folks. How are we doing this fine Saturday afternoon? Soon we are going to start the Youth Female Open Division. And coming out now is Rendon Brooks from Grandview, Texas, coming in for 4th place. She qualified 7th, and so now she is here at the shoot-ups. Let's welcome her. Her opponent will be Chloe Nelson from West Bend, Wisconsin, and she is 3rd place and qualified 5th. So let's welcome her out to the stage.
All right, Paige Pierce, you have been on the LAS Classic Finals platform many times. What is going through these young ladies' heads right now?
You know, I think the worst part about starting your match is the anticipation of not knowing what it's going to feel like, what it's going to look like when you draw back. Like, is your first shot going to fire? And so for me, it's more the build-up beforehand. Once you're out there and you draw your bow back that first time and you shoot, it's like, all right, it's go time. You know what to expect. But right now, I feel like it's just that panic of like, okay, let's go. What's it going to be? I feel that every time, still to this day.
Every time?
Yep.
How many times have you shot in the finals?
Actually, 3.
3, okay.
And I didn't start shooting this until later because I didn't really shoot indoor.
Right, yes.
So I came in 3rd my first time, and I finished in 3rd, I think. And then the last 2 years, I went in 1st and finished 2nd. And then I'll be here again this year. Tomorrow.
And you are our #1 seed, but we're hoping that things turn out different this year.
I'm going to try my best. They're off to a solid start.
All right, so yes, Rendon Brooks and Chloe Nelson we are looking at here. That is Chloe on the far side. Rendon is closest to us. What are you seeing that's, making you think, all right, these archers are in the zone or not?
Yeah, Rendon looks really solid right now. Good anchor point. You can kind of see Chloe's backhand shaking just a little bit, which is normal. And a lot of the times you won't even see that in your sight picture, so it's kind of one of those shakes you can get away with. Yeah, you can see it on her backhand there just a little bit. But honestly, her front arm and her front hand looks decently solid considering, so it's a little bit tall there. A lot of the times in compound, that'll happen if you leak pressure on the back end, and as you kind of start shaking, it's hard to be strong.
Right.
A lot of times you see those high shots. That may be what's happening.
Got an 11.99 from Chloe and a 10.10. That one's close.
Yeah, probably 3.10s, if I had to guess, for Rendon. It's a solid start, honestly. It's hard coming out there from, they just came from a room, different lighting. You come out here on the stage, you add different lighting and the nerves. And I feel like a lot of times it takes a couple arrows to get comfortable and get sighted in.
I shoot from Wicked Archery in Richfield, Wisconsin.
Okay, very good. And how long have you been shooting for?
About 5.5 years.
Great. Well, it's great to have you here. And how about you? Tell us where you're from and what club do you shoot for?
I'm from Grandview, Texas, shoot for Barebow Archery.
Okay, great. And how long have you been shooting for?
About 6 years.
Great. Well, welcome to the classic stage.
Casey Caulfield out there running the mic on the floor. We have a 30-29. So we were talking about this in the last match with Casey. The archers here who are shooting up. Well, you've been in that position actually where you're #1. Talk about why that's different. If you come out and your first match is the only match because it's the last match.
Yeah, so I truthfully think that it's almost a negative to qualify at the top. And obviously you want to be there because you have the guarantee of being on the podium. You're like, cool, I'm going to be there. I'm going to be second, whatever.
Second's your worst.
Yes.
Right.
But it's really tough. Like always for me, when I come out there, my first end is my nerviest end. And it gets easier as you go. And most people are that way. So when you're coming out against somebody who's already sighted in, they're already comfortable, and they've already worked through those nerves. They figured out their shot timing, and you're coming out cold. There is no room for error. And I will say I looked back at like the women's scores, for an example, last year, and I was like, okay, my first round score would have beat the other people's first round scores, right? And every time when you look, often that's the case, but then their second round score improves by like 4 or 5 points. So it makes it really tough. This format is interesting because, you know, you look at it and you're like, well, I don't really want to be third or fourth, but maybe I do.
Maybe I do.
So it's interesting watching these as these people come up and see, you know, if the higher seed wins or not. I think that's so interesting here.
So this age group, Youth Female Open, 11 to 17, and I mean, we've got some pretty strong shooting this end, so it seems like they have figured some things out.
They're getting calmer. They're getting comfortable. Honestly, this is exciting for me to be here because this is the future of our division, right? Like, these are the women that we're hoping to be in the pro class here very shortly. And look at that. I mean, obviously, I think they could hang.
11, 11, 11.
That's
that is
awesome.
great. And Casey's going to go out and talk to some of
Very
these
nice
archers.
shooting, both of you. Let's talk about your equipment a little bit. What are you shooting?
I shoot a Matthews 2X36. I have an Excel sight, shrewd scope, and a feather vision lens. I have a Hamsky Trinity Arrow Rest with a Hamsky Peep. I shoot Conquest stabilizers. I have a True Ball HBC release and Black Eagle PS26s.
Very nice. Well, you're shooting it well. And how about you? Let's go over your equipment.
I have a PSC Citation 36 with threads strings. I have a Excel sight, shrewd scope, Hamsky rest, shrewd stabilizers, Black Eagle PS26s, and a Carter Just Because.
Just because. I like it. Alrighty. So let's look at scores here. We have a 62 to a 62, all tied up going into the third end.
So, Paige, we've got two very different resumes here as I'm looking at it. Chloe Nelson is a Vegas champion and indoor nationals champion.
Oh, wow.
Brendan Brooks, USA 2022 World Field Team qualifier, two-time NFA field champion. So
she's more up my alley. That's really cool.
Some outdoor archers.
You know what I think is neat, though, is like this is just showing that, you know, indoor is for everyone, right? And this is the one venue that you see target people, 3D people, field, all of the above will cross at this game. And I think that's really cool, and I think that's why we put so much weight on indoor, because it's truly the best of the best from all of the different organizations.
Right, right.
And you're going to see that here today and
You're
tomorrow.
one of those few that has won at all the disciplines, field, indoor, 3D, Reading, whatever.
Yeah.
All those.
I think every different discipline you shoot has something good to teach you. And, you know, will carry over into the next one. And
for sure.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to see two girls with such different backgrounds go head to head.
Yeah,
that's pretty
definitely.
cool. They're shooting really strong out there now. The coolest thing about Lancaster scoring, too, is having the X's in 11.
Right.
I think that means a lot just because it really shows who hits the middle the most. You know, you can hang 10 and okay, that's great, but if the next person shoots 3 11s, they're actually getting to see that on the scorecard.
Right.
I think that's pretty neat.
So at what point are you thinking 12?
I feel like you should probably be down, and it should probably be near the end.
Okay.
Because the thing is to hit it in the first or second end, unless you're like some crazy compound man, and we'll see one of them do it tomorrow, I'm sure. But I think the risk is so high that I feel like, you know, if you can win the match aiming at the middle, hitting 11s, the chance, if you hit an 8 or a 7 in our class, you're done.
Yes.
There is no coming back. And so I feel like at the point that you've lost and that's your chance to not lose, at that point, I think it's worth it.
Yeah. Yeah, you mentioned archers coming out of the gate shooting at the 12. We saw Dave Cousins do that last year.
Well, he's crazy. I feel like that explains it. It's Dave Cousins, okay? He's also won about everything you can win, so I'm not surprised he did that.
Well, but at the time, if you'd been paying attention, Steve Anderson and Greg were in the booth here, and they were saying, hey, every archer who's coming out is hitting
hit low, I think it was.
Low,
and
yeah.
I hit low, too.
Yes, exactly.
Yep.
And so maybe, hey, get your feet wet first.
Yeah.
Then try for that
And that's
12.
the other thing, too, is like I said, sometimes you got to adjust to how your body's feeling, maybe click your sight a few clicks. from the lighting. And so I think it's crazy if you just come out there and do that first thing. But I actually shot at my last arrow, I think, and I hit it. Miracle. Yes. I was like, oh, that was scary. But no, it's a really cool thing. I mean, it's a different element to think about when you're out there, too. You know, and for these girls, I mean, their match is incredibly tight.
Yes.
And so, you know,
you don't believe in it as a knockout punch. I know Kyle Douglas tried that. It didn't work.
Yeah. I don't know. When they first came out with it, I was a little like, I don't know. But I feel like it does make it interesting. It's cool for the crowd when people get to shoot it. And the whole point, you have to call it. It's really neat, too.
Right.
That makes it exciting. But, yeah, I mean, I'm thinking when we see people use it, it's going to be toward the end of the round. If, you know, they're thinking about it, I feel like.
Yeah. Yeah, these two.
11.
It's funny. Chloe looks surprised at every shot. Like,
yeah.
I can't believe that went off. And they're all going in the middle.
Yeah, I would agree.
Oh, we have a 12 call here.
Oh.
Okay.
See, here we go. She's getting down to the end, and she's down, so she needs it. Oh, come on.
Oh.
That is really close.
That is right there.
I mean, that's a good shot. It is hard to aim at that. Like, that's really impressive that she just pulled that out, no matter what it scores. Okay.
And how about that for a response?
Wow.
So,
yeah.
So Rendon's really thinking, I really hope I hit that.
So if she hit that, we have a tied ball game. So that's the perfect instance where it's at the end, she's down, and she needs it.
Yeah.
If she'd missed, she was going to lose either way. Yeah. More or less, unless the other girl gave her one, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
You can't bank on that. That's really exciting.
Sure looks like it.
I think it's there.
Very good.
It looks like you can't
Come
tell
on.
if that's a shadow.
Give us a better angle. That's exciting. This is the first one I've seen today.
Yeah. Jennifer.
Oh, come on.
Lau is our judge. She
Oh,
got off
no.
that one pretty quick.
I know.
So
Someone
she
give us
called
a
it.
thumbs up or a thumbs down.
Yeah, usually I like to ask them.
I know.
Hey, give me the 12.
Yeah,
Did
let
you
us
get
know.
it? Yes or no?
All right, it looks like she did hit the 12.
She got it.
That's awesome. Ooh, the crowd just exploded in here. That's so cool. Good for Rendon.
She couldn't believe it.
That's
and was it, that's
it's impressive.
That was our last end. All right, here we
So-
go. Shoot
so,
off.
Yeah. So you want to walk us through what that looks like?
I'm really lucky.
Here goes Judge Larry Wise, I believe, is going to give us our
Ladies,
explanation.
we have a tie. So we will break that tie with a one-arrow shoot-off for score. If the score is still tied, we'll shoot a second arrow each for score. Should you still be tied after that, we will shoot one arrow each closest to the center.
So
Are we good?
Now I have a question
Okay.
because we just did it different today in the mat and like qualifying.
It is different.
So it is different
in
here.
Yes.
Okay.
we do it different in the finals. Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Score, and I mean, you want to really go for the knockout.
Yeah.
Shoot that 12.
Oh, and it's in play now too,
It is
right?
in play,
That's
yeah.
crazy.
Yeah, but it's for score if
So,
they're tied. For score if they're
Here's
tied.
where it's tough because they're obviously going to shoot one at a time. Let's say she hits an 11. Is it safer to just shoot for the 11 and keep it going, or shoot for the 12 and claim the win? Because it's easier to hit the 11 because you're used to aiming like that.
Yes.
Okay, now definitely shoot for the 11.
Shoot 11. Yeah.
Yeah, the odds are much higher when you're aiming where you're used to aiming.
11.
Oh,
She did it.
There we go.
There we go. What a good arrow.
That 12 paid off.
It
I mean,
did.
that was the lifesaver.
How exciting. And it's crazy. I mean, that really did change the outcome of the match.
Totally.
So, that's impressive. Good for those girls. How cool. So Rendon's going to be staying out here with us
Yeah.
for another match.
That's awesome.
To Chloe Nelson, who will be going on with $250 for fourth place in the Youth Female Open Division.
Chloe shot really well. She was consistent
Definitely.
throughout the whole match. A little bit shaky on that first end, and once she worked through that, man, she was solid. So
Yeah.
it's impressive.
That's what we like to see. That's what the 12 ring was put in for, to just tip it the other way.
Yep.
Is Leanne Drake from Lexington, Montana. She is coming in as the second place seed, and she qualified third. Let's welcome her. Excuse me, Missouri.
All right, Leanne Drake says she has 4 national titles. Doesn't say in what disciplines, but 4 national titles. She's been shooting for 6 years.
Brendan said 6 years as well, so they're pretty evenly matched on time behind the bow.
All right, you just won that match, Rendon, in that crazy fashion at the end. Boosting your confidence, or did it take you off your game?
You know, whenever I see someone do something really good like that, I always think there's going to be a come down now. For her sake, I hope not.
Right.
But yeah, she just took a big, deep breath there. It's really hard to even win a match not in that fashion, right? Because you get that rush of adrenaline, and then you have to just suppress it and go right back to shooting. And a lot of the times we get the rush of adrenaline at the end, we finish, and we're done.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's a really hard thing to learn to recover from that quickly, and I hope she does.
Oh, we have our, oh, they just changed the scoreboard. There we go. So Leanne opens with an 11.
That's impressive. There we go.
Rendon,
She did it.
inside out.
That's awesome. It's really impressive, too, for Leanne to come out here and start, you know, that strong.
11-10-9.
Like I said, a lot of the times it's the nerves, it's the sight, and it's all those things. And so she came out solid, which is what you got to hope for.
So I believe we're seeing there that Rendon's shooting PS26s. I don't know what size Leanne is shooting over there, but I think
26s
as well. 27 is the max. Is that just too much? What do you shoot?
So I actually shoot the PS27.
You do shoot 27.
But I was shooting with Danelle earlier today, who shoots the PS26. So a lot of the girls with shorter drawing, lighter poundage that are kind of on that cusp, 26 still gives them a large diameter, but I think it's easier for them to get it to spine out.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, Casey's going to introduce our archers here.
Welcome to the stage. Tell me a little bit about yourself and where you're from.
My name's Leanne Drake. I'm 16 years old, and I'm from Missouri.
All right, and what local club or JOAD do you shoot for?
I shoot for Ozark Target Archers out of Missouri. So.
Okay, very nice. And who do you have standing behind you today?
My dad.
Very nice. Well, we welcome you here. Waiting on some official scores.
All right.
All right, we are 32-32, tied going into the second end.
Tied at 32.
All right.
Going into the second end. Now, if you are Rendon and you have hit that 12, does that give you confidence to feel like, okay, if I need to, I am going to go for it again, whereas Leanne may be more hesitant?
Yeah, I think so. I think once you've aimed there, you've executed a shot aiming somewhere you're not used to aim, and you did it. I think for sure. I think I could see her doing that again if she needs it. And honestly, I think there's a good chance she would hit it again, having that confidence from the first time.
Right. Talk about that difference of what that's like, because everything else you're shooting in the concentric. You're shooting the middle of all those circles, whereas that white dot is not concentric to anything.
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing that's difficult for people is dot size or fiber size. Right. Because very often that dot's so small, when you try to aim down there, it's going to cover it. And so, you know, hopefully if you're someone who's going to make it out on that stage, you've had this target and you could practice. But it may be that you center from the, you know, the bottom of the yellow to the bottom of the blue, right? Maybe your dot's that big. You know, or you look and you try to find a space, you know, evenly between the two colors. And so it's different because a lot of people are not going to be able to see that behind their pin. And
right.
The scariest part's when you're aiming at it and you start looking to make sure you're on it. If your bow breaks, you're done for.
Yeah.
And it's obviously going to be something in the red ring or worse. So.
Nick Cappers was our champion last year at Open Pro, and he would actually take clicks out. He had worked it out that he could put it underneath.
He would just move his sight.
Yeah.
So I think what he did, he aimed in the middle the entire time, and he had a separate sight set.
Yes. You're correct.
And so I think what's so cool about that is it allows you to feel good about your aim and execute a clean shot.
You're
and
correct.
Obviously, if you can hit the X ring, you should be close enough to hitting that. And that was a strategy I never considered. And when he did that, I was like, wow, we're going to see more people come out next year with that. Now, you have to be a quick shooter because obviously you got to put your sight back and forth, right?
You better be confident in your click number, too.
Yes. Yeah, you better have that written down somewhere.
We were at Reading one year when you used to move your sight.
Oh, yeah,
And I
still
remember
do.
you saying someone was talking to you and you're like, hold on, I'm counting my clicks, don't disturb me.
Yeah, it was like
You were
36
moving
clicks to the left. I was like, hold on.
for the 100-yard target.
Yep, I had to run my scope from all the way out to all the way in to clear it. But yeah, that was a really impressive strategy that Nick came up with.
Yeah.
And obviously it worked. So that's interesting. I mean, I didn't see Rendon do that. She just aimed at it.
Right.
Which is, again, impressive in its own right in a different way. But
65-64, Rendon has the lead here. Going into our third end. Youth Female Open. 11-17 are these archers.
they really are putting up some impressive scores. That's going to be a close arrow. Looking at that.
So when you were this age, were there this many archers shooting at this level?
No. I can confidently say no.
Right.
I think that's one really cool thing for target archery that we've seen. You know, I say all the time, we need more women, we need more girls, but really we just need more archers in general, right?
Right.
And so to see people like Bodie and Lico and everybody out on this stage, and it's like, wow, like how good they are. And events like this that give them the experience to work through their nerves, to be in a finals venue, to shoot alternating format, like it's preparing them for such great things later in their career. They don't even realize how lucky they are. Like, I didn't have this.
Yeah.
I didn't get this. I wish I did. This, it just wasn't a thing. I never did it. I didn't shoot indoor. I lived where it was warm all the time. And so it's so neat seeing the experience that these events are giving these kids. I know, obviously Lancaster gives them the shoot up just like everybody else. I think Vegas made some youth divisions, and I've seen them down in the shoot down. And so all of those experiences are going to make these people so much better as they blossom into, adult open divisions or pro divisions later on.
We just saw matching 33s right there. Although that Rendon, that arrow right there.
First arrow is kind of close.
Yep. That's going to, especially at 26. 27, that's probably in, but I have a feeling she's going to call
There's a
this one
hole
back.
there, and that makes it tough. Because you're trying to recreate that line, and it's obviously not the easiest thing to do when it isn't there.
Right. I think Judge Jennifer Lau is going to call that one a 10.
I think so too, but
Waiting on an official call here.
We will see here. Yeah, but so you've been one of, there it goes.
There we go.
We switched it
back
to a
to
10.
tied score.
So you've been one of those advocates, I've certainly seen it, to get more women out there at the ASA. You pushed for that women's known pro, and we are going to have it. And I mean, you then go and win these things, but hey, you just want more women to come out and shoot.
I do. Obviously I'm new to ASA, and looking at that, there's way more people that shoot in the known divisions than the unknown. And speaking as someone who obviously I'm shooting a bow is still my job, but in different formats, there's a lot of people out there that can't afford the targets, land to put a range, time to learn to judge. And so I think for growth purposes in the future, we can hopefully welcome a lot more people, a lot more women into that division that can still have a life outside of judging 24/7. So that was my hope. We'll see how that goes. But
hey, we're going to see it this year. ASA kicks off in a month, but for now, we are here. Youth Female Open. Rendon Brooks opens with an 11. Leanne matches.
Yeah, she answers. This is a really great match.
This is high-level archery here.
Yeah.
From folks that are just teenagers.
I know, it's so impressive. Okay, that one got away from her. She just got to shake it off and move on to the next one. But this will open the door for Leanne.
She now looks more comfortable than when she first shot.
She does. I think some of the hardest arrows you shoot is that arrow Leanne just shot, following up after somebody missed.
All right.
Because your heart, as soon as you hear that they missed, it's like, oh,
I need
you
it.
get that. Oh,
I have to have it.
Or if they hit it, it's just kind of like, okay, par, keep going, keep going. They give you one. And I think she did a really good job at following up with that. Oh, she tried.
Oh, she did
tried
call the
for
12. I didn't even see it. I missed it.
Yeah, she tried for it, but you know what? Good for her.
Long hold.
Yeah. She'll be fine.
Oh, she got it.
Nice job.
Back-to-back birdie threes for Leanne.
Yeah, she looks just really calm.
She does.
And really focused.
How do you feel being up on the stage? Is it fun?
Yes, it's definitely a lot better than it was last year, so.
Okay, were you up on the stage last year?
Yes.
Okay, much more comfortable this time, you think?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Were you shooting very well, both of you?
That is our match there. Leanne Drake
Wait on official scores?
waiting for official, but it looks like 130 to 125.
All right, looks like we have Leanne Drake with a 130 and Brendan Brooks with a 125. So Brendan Brooks will be third place, going home with $350. Congratulations.
You know what? And good for her for calling that 12. Like, that takes guts.
For sure.
And that's awesome. I think hearing Leanne talk about, you know, last year was more stressful, and this year that just goes to show how important these experiences are for them to get comfortable.
Definitely. Indiana. She qualified first and is coming in at first seed. Let's welcome her.
All right, Grayson Fletcher we have here, 2022 NFAA Field National Champ, something you're familiar with. Two-time S3DA 3D National Champ. So she's got some chops to her game as well.
Let's see if we can add, you know, a Lancaster Classic title to
Absolutely.
that list.
Judge Larry Wise running over the rules and instructions. She did move Leanne off of her shooting spot.
I think that's a good strategy.
You don't want them to be too comfortable out there.
Yeah. The lighting is a little bit different depending on the left to right side.
From left to right.
Yep, and so you're kind of hoping just that little bit of a bump might change something, honestly. Right. Otherwise, you wouldn't be doing it. And that's just kind of part of this game.
So now, shooting first, second here. Grayson comes in, and she has to shoot first. What's your preference?
First.
You want to shoot first?
Yeah, it's just nice. I don't mind so much at the beginning arrows, but that final arrow, when they're done and you got to shoot the third one, that's a tough arrow.
Right, right.
So if I had my pick, I would choose first.
Yeah, but you're thinking more of the end than the beginning.
Yes,
you said, yeah.
100%.
11.
Got it.
Yep. She threw that one a little bit, and she got it there.
Got some English into it.
Mm-hmm.
So Grayson shooting a thumb button there.
Yeah.
That's a big silver trigger. I thought Leanne was shooting a hinge. Or actually, no, the camera's always been on this side.
Yeah, I know. It's like I can't see.
Yeah.
11.
Arrow. She has a really strong, forceful shot.
Yeah.
Strong follow through. You can tell she's definitely adding tension through her shot. Same, you can see her pushing there with her front arm as she's executing. So I'd say she's a couple clicks left. Yep, and she's clicking her sight now, which is a good call. And this is the hard part about coming in second.
Right.
Well, let me rephrase that. Coming in, you're in first.
Yes.
Coming into the finals, then you're second.
You gotta, you're going up, and Leanne's just keeps throwing down 33s.
Leanne's sighted in, and she's comfortable, and so,
How are you doing
you know,
today?
it's a tough spot for Grayson.
Tell me a little bit about yourself, where you're from, and what club you shoot for.
I'm from Boonville, Indiana. I shoot for Blackhawk. I shoot a Hoyt Stratus. I shoot a B3 sight, bowfinger scope, Shrewd stabilizers, Shrewd rest, and Easton Superdrive 27s.
Is this your first time at the Classic?
Second time.
All right, well, we welcome you back.
So, Paige, now that you're in here, this is a good time. You're a good person to ask this. Because I see the comments from people who are like, don't do the interviews, don't disturb them, you're making them nervous, freaking them out. And I know Rob does that for two reasons. He instituted that. One, so they can talk about their equipment, let's see what they're shooting, but also so we can get to know these people.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times you see them at tournaments, we never hear you speak.
Yeah.
We don't
true.
even know what your voice sounds like. What are your thoughts when you're getting, and I stuck the microphone in your face last year. What's,
You know, I think it's actually a really unique element to this tournament. And in a way, I actually like it because it's a distraction. So I've always
That's what
said,
Casey said,
like
yeah.
when I'm up there and I'm on the line and it's go time, I'm going to focus on archery. But as soon as I'm not actively shooting, I want to think about anything but what I'm doing in that moment. Because obviously, it's just going to stress you out a little bit more.
right, right.
And so I kind of like it because instead of worrying about, oh man, I'm one up or I'm one down or we're tied, it's like, oh yeah, I shoot this bow and this arrow.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
It kind of gives you a little bit of a break. But for a lot of people who aren't comfortable talking in front of a crowd, it's probably more terrifying than actually shooting their bow.
So I can tell you when I'm out there, I try and sense that. If someone doesn't feel comfortable, I don't push them on it. But
Yeah. I think it is neat, though. You'll get to see some standouts. I remember Jacob Marlowe.
Oh,
just
yeah.
had the crowd rolling out there. And I mean, it makes it fun. And I think that is really, really cool.
Yeah. I like to see the personalities as they come out. There was one of the youth male recurve.
He was funny.
He was crazy.
He was hilarious. I was sitting with his group of people, and they were just laughing.
So I believe I saw there Grayson
Tell me a little bit about
with
your
a
equipment. What are you
3-point
shooting?
lead.
Yeah, they both, I think, have some arrows out that end. It's just a matter of how many.
Yeah, unofficial
Yes.
65, 62.
Advantage X stabilizers,
Oh.
an Abyss Flex, and I shoot PS 23s. Or 26s, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Well, it seems to be shooting well. All right, official scores for the second end. We had Grayson with a 31 and Leanne with a 32. So Grayson has a total of 62 and Leanne a total of 65 going into the
All right, so we did here 65, 62, 2 ends to go, 3 points.
Yeah.
What's your strategy?
Well, I mean, basically at that point, you're thinking, okay, if you're Grayson, I just can't miss, right? But there is that 12 in play. And so with 2 ends to go, I don't know. This is where I'd be torn. They'd be saying go for it, and I'd probably not, and I'd regret it. But, I mean, the other hard part here is Leanne is so solid. I don't know that she's going to give up 3 points, so I feel like to gain back, you're going to have to probably hit a 12. And the bad part for Grayson there, and this is why I said the 11 scoring is very unique, is her arrows were barely out. You know, all 3 of those were very solid 10s, but they just were barely off that X ring. And that's the difference between winning and losing on this stage.
Right. There's 2 11s from Leanne.
Yep.
Grayson's got to be thinking about it because she needs 3 points, and at best she can get 2 if Leanne stays on this pace.
She hits 2 12s, then, I mean, she only needs 1 point given back, and that's possible.
I think she goes for it after this shot. If
I
she
kind
hits
of
it.
hope so. I would do the same. I'd wait for the 3rd
There we
arrow.
go.
Okay, come on. Come on. No, she's not doing it.
Boy.
I mean, here's the other thing to think about, though. This is different than like a shoot-off we saw last week in Nîmes, where you've got a 10 ring and the whole 9. There's still a 9 ring in play that is very easy in this circumstance to shoot, unfortunately. So realistically, it's interesting in this game because, you know, you're gunning for 11, but there's that scary reality that, like, it could be a 9.
2 points. Yeah, that's a 2-point swing. Boy, back to, I mean, they both posted 33s, and that's just, so we come out of that end, and you're still behind by 3.
Yeah,
I don't know.
it's too many. She needs to shoot for a 12 in this end, for sure. If I were her, I think, because you're already down enough, it's going to be hard to come back. I'd almost shoot for it my first arrow, and if you hit it, put the pressure on Leanne.
Yeah. Wonder if her coach is telling her that.
I know. Casey just said the 12's still in play. That's a subtle reminder. Not so subtle reminder. This is going to be a tough end. You know, Leanne's been out here and she's already went through a final end, but that was just to move on. That wasn't to win.
Right.
She looks really solid.
11.
She's just not missing. Grayson looks pretty good.
She looks really solid,
she
too.
does.
Both girls have a really clean shot,
Yeah.
really good form. Leanne's got that really high finger out there on her grip with her hand grip. Mine's similar. Definitely interesting to see. She's got some nice contact there across the front. That was a clean arrow too. Oh, no. Well,
now she looked back. There we go.
Yeah, now she's doing it.
Now we're calling it 12. Not Leanne. Grayson called the 12. We'll see it. Saying, she took the 12 out because it won't even
this is the perfect time to shoot for it. You can get the practice.
And get the crowd something.
Yeah.
Crowd wants to see it.
It gives you, that way next year, if you need it, you're like, okay, I've done this.
I did it before.
But I can see her just wanting to make a good, strong shot to finish up. Oh, no, she did go.
Oh,
wait.
She called it off. She called it, but turned it off.
I wonder if she didn't understand it had to stay on. Because I don't know if they said that. They said step on the button.
Well, and we should be clear that
Fair enough. Makes it exciting.
I mean, good for her. She smoked that thing. Obviously, she intended to shoot it. I think that was probably just a misunderstanding of the rules.
I don't know if she can see the light, actually.
I
from
couldn't
where she
when I
is.
was up there.
You couldn't see it as the shooter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, from the side we can see it, but it's not really bright enough. There's spotlights on them that kind of disperse that red light.
And there's 12s behind them, but they're not facing that way. We can all see the 12.
That's good. They gave her the 12.
Good.
They should have.
Good.
Well, this was another instance where we saw that number 2 seed pay off. I really feel for Grayson right now.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I bet you if we saw Grayson
great job. Congratulations
stay
to
for
both you
another
ladies.
match, she would have looked just as calm and cool and collected. So impressive shooting, though. I mean, I could see those girls. They're shooting the same scores we do out there right now.
Yeah, Leanne just had a run of 33s there. That was crazy.
Yeah, that was so impressive. She shot an incredible score.
Well, Paige, that is going to take us out of Youth Female Open. We certainly appreciate your time here. We want to wish you the best of luck tomorrow. We're going to see Paige shooting in the Women's Open Pro tomorrow. Good luck there. We appreciate your time, Paige.
Thanks for having me.
All right, folks, that is Youth Female Open. We just finished up here at the 2023 Lancaster Archery Classic. Don't go anywhere, because when we come back, it's going to get loud in here. Women's Barebow is up next.
Being performance-driven is more than just a slogan. It's more than just slapping a new gimmick on last year's model and calling it a day. Being performance-driven means that every decision, every feature, and every improvement is hyper-focused on one thing only: outperforming everyone else. The Evo XF elevates your bow hunting experience to a whole new level. This is more than just another bow. This is Evo Perfected.
The 2022 Vegas champion, out of Washington, 15-year-old Bodie Turner.
B3 Archery. Built the best, buy the best, for the best.
CBE, that's custom bow equipment. I'm talking about field-tested, podium-proven,
wow, what a match,
premium archery accessories. Check out the full line at custombowequipment.com.
We've got the gear, we've got the knowledge, we've got the passion. We lead the world in 3D and target archery. At the Lancaster Archery Foundation, it's our mission to get as many people as possible involved in the sport of archery.
Thank you so much for your support and giving us this grant.
Thank you for supporting us and others in the community.
It allows me to afford studying at Texas A&M.
I was able to attend my dream university and still shoot competitive archery.
You can help us in our mission by donating today at lancasterarcheryfoundation.org. Bow hunter Vinny LaSelva explains why he shops at lancasterarchery.com.
I'm a patient man in the woods, but when it comes to shopping online, not so much. That's why I choose Lancaster Archery Supply. They make it easy to order all my archery gear, with thousands of the newest and finest products right at your fingertips, ready to ship to your front door.
Here's your order, Vinny.
Or tree stand. Hey, depending on where you're hanging out, you might even get it before you get home.
For all your archery needs, shop lancasterarchery.com.
Welcome to the 2023 Lancaster Archery Classic. It's shoot-up finals time from the Spooky Nook Sports Complex here in Manheim, Pennsylvania. And welcome to the largest indoor archery tournament on the East Coast. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the broadcast booth. I'm Greg White, sitting alongside Matt Zernzak. Welcome. How has everything been so far this weekend?
Oh, my gosh. This is it. This is like the best 2 hours ahead of us of Barebow archery of the entire year. Just so excited.
And we have had a lot of Barebow archers in the mix, haven't we?
Oh, yeah. Banner year. Banner year. We had 91 females sign up. It's unbelievable showing.
And that class has only been around for a couple of years.
Yeah, just a couple of years, yeah.
It's
and
quite
before
amazing.
That, they had to compete with the men.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So why don't we take a look to see how everything happened, because initially what happened was everybody showed up and they had eliminations. But as we look at our schedule today, we started a long time ago, 1 o'clock East with Senior Open. We went all the way through, and now we're down to Women's Barebow. And we're going to have the Women's Barebow. 4 of the 91 that competed are getting ready to come out on stage and do what we call a shoot-up. So after that, we have Barebow. So the shoot-up rules are pretty simple. We had top 4 qualify. After we had qualifications and elimination rounds, the ranks were tied by 11s, and it's a bottom-up format. So what happens is the 4th place qualifier is going to shoot with the number 3 qualifier. The winner of that match goes to shoot number 2. The winner of that match goes to shoot for the number 1 spot. So is it possible to be in the 4th spot and win this whole thing? It
Absolutely.
certainly is.
Especially Barebow.
Yeah, especially Barebow, as the crowd erupts with Barebow, because we know it's getting ready to happen. The 12 ring is in play. Something we haven't seen a lot of people go after with Barebow, but it exists. A 1.5 centimeter white dot that's down, nestled in each target. You're allowed to call it once per end. And that makes a possible 136 points available here in our final shoot-up. But let's go ahead and welcome the 3rd member of our broadcast team, who has been working hard all day long. Let's go ahead and get the archers onto the field of play right now.
Okay, lady. Okay. My mic's dead. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Barebow! And we're very thankful to have, with Greg White in the booth, we have Matt Zernzak from Push Archery. Let's give him a hand. And once again, we have John Wirt. Hey, brother. Glad to have John back. John, take it away, buddy.
Barebow, we have 354 Barebow archers. '354 Barebow archers from the entire world from Australia to Sweden to Spain have come to Lancaster County in January 2023 for the night. Saturday night at the Classic is the Barebow Final 2023. Let's hear it for Barebow. Starting with the female archers, it's a Shark Tank in the female class tonight. Coming out tonight in 4th place from Martinsville, Ohio, a really good friend of mine and a person who made a display on this stage last year, Fawn Gerard. And the 3rd place qualifier, Christina Percoli. Does Christina get to choose? Christina chooses the left podium.
Well, there you have it.
I'm telling you what.
Cernzak, why Barebow? Why is everybody so jazzed about Barebow?
You know, it's such a wonderful class. It's a stripped down Olympic recurve. The barrier to entry to get in on it is not that high. You don't need sights. You don't need stabilizers. And we just have a ton of fun.
Yeah, because you don't need a perfect score.
That's right. You're always in it.
You get into compound, and it's like if you're not shooting perfect, you're like, oh, man,
That's
where
right.
am I,
yeah,
right?
Absolutely. Rob Caulfield, a few years ago, he coined the term Barebow close. So even if there's a point spread of 12 points going into the last 2 ends, it's still Barebow close. Like, it's anyone's game at that point. A couple familiar faces. Christina Percoli, 3rd place last year at the Lancaster Classic. And Fawn Gerard, I mean, no introduction needed, right? It's Fawn. She's epic.
She's epic. She is something special. All right, so here we are, 2023 Lancaster Archery Classic. These 2 archers are on platforms shooting in front of a large crowd under bright lights. They're shooting 20 yards at a 40-centimeter target face. And here in Barebow, generally what you see is a single spot target face, which is an option. When you sign up for the Lancaster Archery Classic, you can actually choose the target face that you want to shoot, 3-spot or a single spot, still 40 centimeters. But our scoring is done a little bit differently than, say, a traditional Vegas round.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. So here at the Lancaster Classic, an X counts as 11 points. So a perfect round if you're shooting a standard Vegas face, if you will, or a World Archery multicolor face, a 600 round is actually a 660 here at Lancaster. Oh, man. Fawn just opened up with a really strong shot. Now here in Barebow, if this is your first time watching Barebow, golden in is fantastic shooting, especially under pressure here. So you're gonna hear excitement coming out of my voice and Greg's voice here whenever we're seeing a lot of yellows being hit. So Fawn opening up a good scout arrow, good strong shot into the 9 ring. It's perfect. Christina throwing one here into the 7 ring. She's going to make an adjustment. And again, Barebow, we're using the tip of our arrow to aim. You can see how what she's doing here. She's kind of addressing the string slightly down the string from the arrow. And that's to get her being able to sight down that arrow. And at 20 yards, she's able to place the tip of her arrow right on that gold and execute her shot. And you can see Christina's crawl. It's crawling down the string. Her position on the string is slightly different. And depending on her poundage, the arrow weight, and her arrow length, it's just a sight. That's all we're doing. We're using a single pin sight, essentially. And that single pin sight is the arrow. And a great recovery. And so since we are using the tip of our arrow and we're using our string blur to align ourselves as our rear sight, the lighting is really important. So when you come out here, it's really important you shoot a strong first arrow and then you adjust from there. And Christina is showing how to do that. You can see her making that crawl right there.
30 seconds on the clock for each archer to shoot each arrow. The clock starts after the impact of the competitor's arrow.
7.
So 797 for Percoli. Gerard, who on our shooter card, in asking how you pronounce her name properly, I don't actually know if I could say it on the broadcast because there's children listening in and watching.
That's right. Fawn, she's great.
Let's just say it's bad. Beep.
Fawn, come back here. Fawn, it's your job to get this crowd excited for tonight. Let them know what they need to do for the rest of the evening.
Barebow! Hey, that's how we roll.
Thank you, Fawn. Good luck. Official score is 26-24, Fawn.
I'm not sure if John Wirt really needed to ask her that question.
Yeah, that's great.
I think we all know the answer
That's
to that.
right. Absolutely.
But it's part. But like, it is part of the energy.
You can see
that
shaking some of that energy off as you say that.
Thank you, Fawn.
Yeah, that's right.
But it is part of the energy that Barebow as a crowd kind of brings to it. You know, you and I both were shooting USA Archery National Championship, Outdoor Nationals. When was that? Back in September, maybe late August. And, you know, you listen to the field of play with compound archers. It's all quiet. It's all serious. And then out of nowhere, someone will yell, Barebow and Barebow. And, you know, it does a lot for people's energy level, and it does a lot for tension as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, we have fun in this class. There's no doubt about that.
Archery is about as individualistic a sport as you can possibly get, and now you add Barebow and the entire community onto that,
The characters come out.
It's next level. Yeah,
That's right.
like Fawn, for sure.
Fawn is not going to be happy with that shot. Christina needs to capitalize on this opportunity here, because you don't get very many doors open when you're going up head-to-head against Fawn, that's for sure.
I wonder if Fawn's husband, Ken, ever thinks back to himself. You know, Fawn says that her husband talked her into shooting archery, and I wonder if he regrets it at all.
That's right. It is a lifestyle now. I mean, it's taken them all over the world. I mean, Fawn has represented the U.S. in all the World Archery events, World Archery 3D Championships, World Archery Field, you name it. She's participated and represented our country. And so,
11.
Oh man, Christina just a missed shot. This is the opportunity. This is the opportunity she needs to seize this moment, you know, and just keep the pedal down.
And keep in mind, Christina was here, you know, last year and finished third. So, but it's been a year since she's had a crowd absolutely going bonkers because she puts one right in the middle.
That's right. You can hear in the background, we have these noisemakers going on, which is pretty loud.
Yeah, that's new this year.
8.
Okay, another 8 for Christina. It's going to be a tie game, I believe. Incredible match. This is great.
Unofficial scores are Christina 27, Fawn 25. We're tied at 51 unofficially. Christina, this isn't your first time up here.
No, it's not.
I was here with you last year.
Yeah.
Tell me, have you thought a lot about last year since then, training to come here again?
Yes, I have.
Did you use it as inspiration? Do you remember it well, or is it kind of fuzzy what happened last year?
I remember it well. Yeah.
Remember I mispronounced your last name last year?
I sure do. Yes.
I think I did it again this year.
It's okay.
Confirmed score is 51-51. We have a tie halfway through this match.
If you think how much real estate's available on the target, how many different possibilities there are without all the added devices of an Olympic-style recurve or even a compound bow, the fact that it's a stick and a string shooting another stick,
Yeah, exactly.
the fact that we're tied right now, to me, always kind of blows me away thinking about it.
I mean, it just seems like this class puts on a show. Like, these matches are always so nail-biting tight. And I think what makes Barebow so exciting, and we mentioned it earlier, is that you're never out. So even coming into the last couple ends here, even if it wasn't tied, even if it was within 6 points, 6-point delta in Compound Open Pro, it's over.
Yeah.
Like nails in the coffin, right?
100%.
It's over. In Barebow, that's just one arrow. I mean, you can throw one out in the 5-ring so easily here. I love Christina's form. Has that nice wide open stance.
10.
Man, great shot.
Really starting to find her rhythm now.
Yes, she really is.
By the way, Fawn Girard, when asked what her major accomplishment is in archery, she simply said that she hasn't shot anyone yet. Yet. Yeah.
Key word. You know, John Wirt out there on the floor was asking Christina about the last year. She just had an awesome year. She represented San Marino, the country San Marino, in the 2022 World Field Championships. She enjoys backpacking, rock climbing. She has a 10-acre farm where she grows fruits, vegetables, flowers, and herbs. She's a health and wellness consultant, so does a lot of meditating and those types of things. So I'm sure that's helping her through manage the stress right now.
Maybe she can help Fawn with that 7. She was pretty disappointed after the release of that shot.
Oh, she pushed the 12. Christina taking her time. Just needs to put a nice, strong, solid shot in there.
Seconds.
Oh, great shot.
You know what, Matt, and that's part of the experience is how do you manage that 30-second clock and how do you take the time at the beginning to calm yourself?
Just take that extra second.
Unofficially,
This one's dying.
75. Fawn, this is the third end. This is a chance to talk about your equipment. Tell me what bow, what arrows, what tab, who's helping you to do what you're doing tonight?
Ken helps me to do everything that I do tonight. Paul, of course. I got 3D HD, Victory arrows, Vortex binoculars I'm not having to use because everybody's telling me what I'm doing. A XD Hoyt riser with custom Ken Gerard chest weights.
Massive chest weights. How much does that weigh?
Oh, ask Ken. Spigarelli, ZT, and a biter. And a Yoast!
And ruby red slippers.
Well, good news, Matt.
Hey, we have our own noisemakers.
We were able to get our hands on some of these outstanding True Ball XL Lancaster Black Eagle Conquest Thunder Sticks.
These are great. Oh, that's what they're
Look
called.
at the shoes. Of course, Fawn's coming right. I mean, she knows how to do it.
So let's talk about equipment since we were talking about those weights on Fawn's bow. So Barebow, World Archery Barebow rules is what we follow here at the Lancaster Classic. And you essentially, your bow has to fit through a 12.2 centimeter ring. Okay, so roughly about a 4-inch ring, and it has to kind of snake all the way up the bow. So you could put any weights on your bow that you want, but it has to be able to fit through that ring. So that takes away long stabilizers, 36-inch long stabilizers.
Right.
So we're weighting the bow. We want that bow to stay vertical, like you can see. Watch Christina's bow when she shoots. You can see she has a big weight below the grip. And what we're looking for is when we're pushing against that bow, when that shot breaks, we want the bow to jump out of your hand, stay vertical, and just be a nice, stable platform to keep ourselves in the gold. Well, hopefully keep ourselves in the gold, of course. Elevated rests, plungers.
You can see, too, that you know, Christina had something in her fingers, and that's to help to catch the bow.
That's
when
right.
It jumps
That's
forward.
right. Yep. We use finger slings, so you'll see mostly everyone using a finger sling, so we're not gripping the bow and putting excess torque in the bow. So Christina throwing that high 7. Let's see if she can recover and find the gold again here. 2-point game. 9. That's a great shot. Here we go. You can cut the tension with a knife in here right now. It is quiet.
10.
Oh my God. She needed that. She needed that.
That's a statement.
I don't think that's going to be enough.
This is the shoot-up final, so
there
whoever
we go.
wins
That
this.
was enough. That was enough.
Unofficial scores.
Unofficial score, 104 to 103. Whoever wins this goes, shoots our second place qualifier.
103 over Fawn Gerard.
So we'll wait for that, but
wow, that was an amazing match. You can cut the tension with a knife.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised one of the two didn't actually go for that 12 button again.
Yeah.
Just in case. I mean,
because you could just push the 12 button
and
and
if
still
you
shoot for the gold.
100%. And if you went low, yeah, you'd get it. Because there's no.
Oh, they changed. They took a point off.
Yeah, that's what we thought. Yep. Barebow, all right. Yeah, they think it's over, but it's a tie. You guys are going to have to hug and smooch a little bit later on. Oh, wait, you're saying?
I've never pronounced Fawn Gerard incorrectly.
Who knows what
she's referencing her card, what she wrote on how to pronounce her name.
Oh.
That's great. All right.
Oh, those magic shoes.
Fawn's making a habit of jumping platforms. She did this last year in the finals versus Aaron Hayob.
Yeah.
This is great. Familiar faces here. This is going to be a great couple matches here in women's barebow.
I mean, this kind of commentates itself, doesn't it? Half commentates itself.
It sure does.
Officially 103, 103.
Yes. This is the show we wanted.
All right. So now let's see. Let's hear from our official how this is going to go.
Yes. We are going to shoot one arrow. We are going to score that arrow. If the score is still tied, we will shoot a second arrow.
Come on, let's do it.
If the score is still tied, we will shoot a third arrow, and we will measure it closest to the center. You have choice to shoot first or second. You are shooting second. Fawn, you will shoot first.
Interesting choice.
Let's go, everybody. Let's go.
Would that have been your choice? My choice would have been shoot first, put the pressure on.
Yeah, I think so too. I think I would have done the same.
But now, Christina knows Fawn, so maybe there's something about her.
That's right.
Knowing your competition helps.
Here we go. Now, there you go. Would you not stomp on the 12?
I would stomp on the 12, of course I would.
Fawn says she doesn't need it. She's just going to drain 11 here.
Inside out.
Really taking her time.
First arrow for score.
Barebow.
Barebow.
There you go. She's not going to be happy with that. Christina just needs to put a solid shot in there. There it is.
Oh, yeah, there it is. All right, now the hugs and the smooches can happen.
Yep.
Fan favorite, Fawn Gerard, will take $500 in fourth place home with her. Christina Procoli will advance to shoot against our second place qualifier after eliminations. Let's see if John Wert's going to introduce our next athlete to the field of play. They, of course, have to, the great staff here at the Lancaster Archery Classic, constantly replacing those target faces.
Putting the target faces on.
Making sure.
Now the strategy, are you bumping them off the platform and moving? So that's going to come into play.
Now we have coming to the podium our second place qualifier from Italy, Cinzia Nuziglia. Cinzia gets to choose the podium.
She left her there.
Yeah, that's an interesting move.
So Cinzia left Christina on her spot. But here at the Lancaster Archery Classic, the higher ranked archer gets to choose whether they shoot first or second.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
As opposed to like World Archery where
Sure.
okay. It's a little bit different rules.
That makes sense.
If you're just joining us, Barebow Archery, women's barebow shoot up finals, 20 yards the distance from where the athletes are standing to where that 40-centimeter single spot target face is. Scoring a little bit different than a traditional scoring range you'd find at Vegas or World Archery. The tiniest of the rings in the middle is worth 11 points. Then 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then an M. However, there's a little 1.5 centimeter dot that's hanging down there somewhere about the 7-6. If they call it and they hit it, it's 12 points. First arrow flies for Christina, and it's all gold.
So for Cinzia, she needs to just shoot a nice, strong scout arrow. No stranger to the stage. She's been up here before. Nice shot.
And a shot with that's the scout arrow that you say, We've seen that from the first two archers. It's just been a little bit high.
Yeah.
So probably just different lighting than we had in the practice range.
Oh man, great group over here. It's amazing. So Cynthia, she is a amazing archer from Italy. She has represented her country in every major tournament for World Archery, field, you name it, 3D, indoor, and she wins so much. She wins so many competitions.
World field champion in 2022.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and that's it. That is a monster. That is the Olympics of Barebow, by far. Oh, look at that group, Greg. Gosh. Unbelievable. I love Cynthia's process. How she kind of comes up and stalls, aligns everything, comes back, aims, fires well. This is going to be a great match. She just needs to bring this down a touch.
John Wertz going to sure have a word or two with Cynthia.
After one end, Christina leads Cynthia 26-24. Cynthia, welcome to Lancaster. We're very happy to have you here. And you're one of many Italian archers who have come here to Lancaster to compete. Also many Barebow archers, they come to Lancaster to compete. And we are so thankful that you make the trip and make the effort. We understand you are a world-class competitor. You've been doing this a very long time. Is this your first time up here?
No, it's the second one and the third time in Lancaster.
And third time?
Third time, yes.
So 3 times to the Classic, second time up here. I'm going to ask you while I have an opportunity. It must be very special to shoot this bow from your home country. Tell me what kind of bow you have.
Yes, this is a Gillo. The riser is a Gillo GT in 25 length, and the limbs are Gillo 2, 34 pounds. Yeah, at my length are 32.
Welcome once again to Lancaster, and we wish you the best of luck.
I have heard people pronounce Gillo in so many different ways, but
too.
now we know.
Now we know.
From Italy. It's not Gillo
Right,
or anything else.
Or
we've heard.
Gillo.
Yeah, Gillo.
That's right. That's great.
Gillo. Simply Gillo. Outstanding bow manufacturers, and I mean just an absolute favorite for Barebow archers.
Yep. Yeah, Vittorio, the owner and operator of Gillo, just a huge supporter of the Barebow community. Designs specific Barebow weights. You can see on Christina's weight on the front of her bow. It's like a little axe blade. It's like really cool little flare. That's all factory made from Italy. It's just great.
Do all Barebow archers at this level shoot with one eye open, one eye closed?
No. It depends. It just depends on how dominant your eye is, left or right eye. Some squint, some do a hard close, some keep your eyes wide open. John Demmer, you'll see him later on today. Shoots with both eyes open.
8.
Still hitting a little high.
The group's insane, honestly.
Yeah,
it's just
great.
hitting high.
Yeah, so at this point you'll wonder if she will crawl down the string slightly more.
Yeah, I did see her just kind of look back and have a quick conversation with the coach.
Yep, that's right.
Christina just put one in the middle.
Yeah, and her in her coach Danielle, he is a great archer. He was actually on the stage 2 years ago at Lancaster in the Barebow finals. There she goes. She brought it down. That's great. So if she can start grouping there, the points are going to start racking up.
And Barebow is 7-11. That is the possibility of it.
Nice shots. Christina is on fire right now.
Pride of Ferndale, Michigan.
Halfway through, unofficially, Christina 53, Cynthia 50.
So we got about a 3-point spread as we wait for the official. Look at that 11. It's just so solid.
I know you came from Michigan for the Classic, but tell me about the jersey you're wearing and where you got it and why you're wearing that.
I'm a dual citizen from a country that's landlocked within Italy called San Marino. And so I'm between 2 countries, here and there.
And you have actually represented the country in international competition. Tell me about that.
I competed in Yankton in October at the World Field Championships.
Wonderful. So that means the top 4 archers in the ladies Barebow class, we had San Marino, Italy, Sweden, and Ohio. So it's truly a world-class group of ladies up here putting on a show for the Classic tonight, and we welcome them all and all the international archers who made the journey to Lancaster for this great weekend. Thank you.
San Marino looks like it's in the.
It's right out. Yeah, it's right out. It's right near Rimini, which
Yeah.
is right on the Adriatic Sea. Famous for
Northwest.
Yeah,
Yeah.
famous for a racetrack where they raced MotoGP, Formula One, World Superbike currently.
The racer in you's coming out.
Oh
right?
yeah, yeah. It's a great little. It's one of those, you know, it's a great little country. It's inside of Italy, and it's a really beautiful place.
That's great.
The food is just amazing.
Is it?
But, yeah.
You've been trapped in the booth all day, Greg.
All day.
You're getting hungry?
A little bit.
Christina just needs to keep the pedal down.
If you're new to archery and you're wondering how this scores, as long as the arrow touches the line, the higher value is awarded. So you can see on the one last arrow that Christina shot, it was right on that line, and she'll get credited with the higher point value, even though the majority of the arrows sitting in the 8 ring, it was enough to score her a 9.
7.
Back to that familiar spot. That's
Oh, that's a great shot. She really needed that coming into this last end here. Let's see what Christina does here. It's like a 6-point gain. She can make up a little bit more room between them here.
9.
Oh, that's great. There we go.
Yeah.
Put a little bit of space there. Yeah, look at that.
unofficially 3 points, the difference.
And that is not very close in Barebow.
After 3 ends, Christina leads 78-75.
I mean, that is, you know, what's really interesting is if we look at the scores, you say 25-25 apiece, right?
Yep.
There's so many different ways to get that same score, and that's where Barebow's interesting.
That's right.
You know, you literally could go like 3-11-11, or you could go 8-8. Yeah, kind of.
From Rob Kaufhold, spends a lot of time building this show and building this shoot into something very special. And I think there's a lot of emphasis, just for Barebow archers especially. This is a really big stage for a Barebow archer. How does it feel to be here? I know you've competed and trained a lot, and you've been training for this event. How does it feel to be standing here right now?
To stay here is amazing. But it's very, very stressed. And I think that we have to, thanks to Lancaster for give to Barebow the opportunity to be here and to compete in this place that is so stressed.
Thank you. Let's have a round of applause for Lancaster.
All right, so let's wrap that up. That thought is, it's very stressful to shoot, but we're very appreciative that it's stressful to shoot. Right?
Yeah,
Am I
exactly.
pretty close on that one?
Exactly right.
78-75,
But that is a true competitor. I mean, you know, when do you not want to show up to a tournament and not be in a position
That's
like
right,
this?
absolutely. And that's the nice thing about this tournament is this is the only tournament that puts Barebow on the big stage, that shows off how exciting this class is and how exciting the competitions can be. These head-to-heads are just, and I misspoke prior to going to that last break there. 3 points is not is very close in Barebow. Like we call it Barebow close. So I mean, even 3 points is one arrow difference. You throw one out into the 6 ring. That's it.
Yep.
11.
Oh. That's a way to start off the final bit. Here, it looks like we have a little lag in the scores.
Yeah, Christina trying not to let the crowd.
That's right.
Snap her focus.
Just needs to put a couple more there in the goal. A little hot.
7.
A little hot.
So it's 16-11.
Second arrow for Christina.
9.
Oh my goodness.
Oh boy.
Look at that target. Greg, look at that target.
It's absolutely amazing.
In the stress. Cynthia, let's see what she does here. There's one out in the 6. And all we need here is for Christina to put on a solid shot. Just group it with her other 2 arrows. Finish strong. Beautiful. Beautiful.
Great.
Yep.
Great shot.
That's enough.
Finishing in third place in women's barebow, Cinzia Naziglia taking home $1,000. Third place at the women's barebow class at the Lancaster Classic 2023. Thank you, Cinzia. And now to round out this field, one more amazing international competitor, the first place qualifier from Sweden, Lena Björklund. Lena chooses to move Christina off of her podium.
So Lena is an absolute competitor. She's one of my favorite female barebow archers. Just watching her compete, she is so focused, trains hard, all the way from Sweden, and she qualified top. And not only that, she shot a 562 in qualification. John Demmer, the top qualifying male barebow archer, 560. She was the #1 qualifier out of almost 400 barebow archers.
Wow.
She is a beast. And so we are all so appreciative that they made the trip over here. Her coach, Eric Johnson, is just one of the best barebow archers in the world. We'll see him competing later on. Just a power couple, I tell you.
Her fiance is Eric, her daughter is Alma.
Yep.
4-time world champion in field is Lena.
She's amazing.
And now you have a very, very toasty and perfectly aligned and set up Christina Procoli going up against this powerhouse.
Shooting a 23.
23s. It's like Super Drive 23s.
Yeah, there you go. That's what she does.
She didn't need a 23 to hit that one.
Hey, Greg, Lena's in the house.
Yeah, Lena's in the house. It might be Lena's house.
She's here. So this was interesting, this decision to bump Christina off her platform. Lighting's different in here, right? So it's going to be slightly different. The camera boom.
That looks like it caught the 10.
So the camera boom here on this right side of the stage where Christina's now on might be a little distracting. Like, we just don't know. It's different, right?
Yeah.
And for Lena to bump her off her game, Christina was getting hot there, going on a streak. That was just a veteran move. Nice. And so in short order, Christina's just finding the goal again.
Well, the production crew here from Competition Archery Media does the best job they can in this Spooky Nook facility to make sure that lighting is as equal as possible. But there is always a slight difference.
There's always a slight difference, absolutely.
What an end. I mean, what an end for Lena. I mean, that's a great compound end.
All right. I mean, these are great groups. Gosh,
they are.
Unbelievable.
But you're absolutely right. We have seen target number 2, which is the right side target, consistently from our shooters. It's been high. What's interesting is that how difficult it seems to have been to make the adjustment. Here's John Wirt,
who has honored us to come and compete here in Lancaster tonight. How does it feel to be up here?
Nervous as always.
You don't look nervous as always. That was 3 of the strongest arrows we've seen shot all night. Tell us about you and your coach. Who's your coach here tonight?
My fiance. And I think he's becoming my husband.
He's becoming your husband. Congratulations. Let's hear it for Lena and Eric.
first shot, absolutely stellar. I mean, just
unbelievable.
I mean, you talk about that being your scout shot. I mean, can you get a better scout shot than that?
Unbelievable. Look at her. She's just so excited. Look at that group.
Maybe she's rethinking her target choice because she do have the option to shoot a 3 spot. She looks like she's got enough Super Drive 23s in the quiver. If she beats them up, she's got a couple spares.
That's exactly right.
Hopefully. generally what happens, this is totally different. You know, when you get to this part, you get to the shoot up stage, you have to have more than 3 arrows that you might even have if you were shooting qualification,
just in
because,
case.
well, not just that, they have to pull the arrows and bring them back to you, so
That's
you
right.
don't get them immediately like you normally would. Oh, come on.
Just putting on a clinic here.
Absolutely awesome.
So Lena, back in 2019, this was before the women had their own class. So the women barebow archers would compete with the men in the same class. She finished 5th overall qualifier with the men in 2019. She got knocked out in the elimination matches. She didn't get the chance to make the stage. And in 2020, she won this thing. You know, she came here, so she's been here. This is her 3rd time, and she's doing just fine. Oh my God, right, dude, this is ridiculous. Oh,
and she's looking back. How was that? Is that all right?
Is that okay?
Should I make an adjustment? If I was her fiance, I'd be like, "You're good."
Yeah, you're good. You're good. You do you.
Yeah.
There it is. That group hitting slightly high. That was a really good observation that you made. That right side stage just seems to be a little hotter than the left. Oh my God.
I'd be checking that knock.
Dude. That's unbelievable. Lena's also shooting a Gilo setup. I mean, yeah, what can you do?
I don't know.
You know what I mean? How do you, this is going to be a really strong, this is going to be a mental game here for Christina on how do you compete against somebody shooting 10 after 10 after 10. You can see a little congratulations there. Unbelievable, look at that.
Unofficial scores at the half. Lena at 61, Christina at 49.
Look how close those two are to being 211s.
Christina, another Gilo Barebow up here on the podium. It looks like 3 of the 4 ladies shooting tonight are shooting Gilo. Tell me why you chose Gilo.
Because it's Italian.
There is something special about Italian bows. When I think about Barebow and recurve archery, I think about all of the excellent Italian archers there have been over the years. What length is that rising?
It's 25 inches. Yep. And the limbs are long, 34 pounds. And I got a Gilo weight, and a sniper rest, and a biter plunger, and a Yost tab, and a Jaeger. Awesome Jaeger Artissimi,
From Michigan.
from Michigan, exactly, from my home state.
Wonderful. Well, you're doing a great job with all of those things. And thank you to those manufacturers who support these barebow archers and make the equipment that they need to compete with. It's really important today. A few years ago, there weren't the options that we have today, but because of the companies like Gilo, these archers have a lot to work with.
Why is it that Barebow seems to be the best working the camera? I mean, they do a great job.
They do.
This sport just thrives on support
Yes,
for our athletes.
Absolutely. There's no doubt about it.
You know, Lena's supported by Gilo, Easton, Gas Pro, Fairweather, and she just is where in the middle of this target out.
I'm in shock right now. This is not that she doesn't do this in practice, but to do this on this stage with this pressure and not miss the 10 yet is incredible. Absolutely incredible. Oh, there you go. A little clinch there. She's going to fight through it. 9.
Maybe I should do that
yeah,
for the
right.
red ring. I want to do that.
That's great.
9. Okay.
Oh, there we go. She's
Wow.
human.
Yeah, she's human. She gave 2 points back.
She's human. That's great. I was talking to Lena before the show, before the shoot down started, and she was saying that she did actually try other disciplines of archery. She has played around with compound and Olympic recurve as well. But it just seems that she found her niche.
8.
Ooh. I think she has a lot of points. There's a pretty big.
There's a buffer.
Yeah, there's a nice buffer there. Yep, absolutely. I think she's going to be okay coming into this. Even if this is a 10, you know, she's going to have a over 10 point whole arrow gap, if you will.
7.
Man, just all but 2.
Yep.
They're just above the half axis there. But what a clinic.
Strong shots from Lena.
Piccoli's been putting on an absolute great
Lena,
performance
one
as
great
well.
thing about
You're just
tonight
going up
and
against
the
powerhouse.
video that's produced tonight is that it goes out to the entire world, and I think it's helping to inspire Barebow archers around the world because this is extremely popular video. It goes all around the world, and I want you to take this opportunity to say something to people who want to be here, want to be like you. What can you say to these people to inspire them to come here and do what you're doing?
Oh.
That's good.
Can't you give me a tricky one? Yeah. First of all, archery is fun. Yeah. Practice a lot, do your homework, and have fun.
There you go, I love it.
I think that if you don't feel like shooting, don't. Because it won't improve your archery. So, shoot when you feel for it and have fun. Fun, fun, fun.
Great advice.
Absolutely amazing.
Those words from Lena. She has one end left to decide the champion of the Classic Barebow Women's Division. 3 arrows remaining.
And that is Sweden's Lena Björklund.
Unbelievable archer. I like her color coding of her national colors there on her fletchings. She's using some tape on plastic fletchings there, like spin wings or Spyderco.
Yeah.
And you'll see a wide variety in Barebow. There's some people use those tape on like spin wings style, X wings, SS wings, and all her 10s are just distracting my train of thought. It's unbelievable. But then you'll see Christina using feathers.
Yeah.
So indoors here, where there's no environmental impacts, you don't have to worry about wind drift or wet feathers. You can still use that. And it looks like Christina's
called the 12.
Called the 12.
Oh, that was so close.
Good. Good for her.
It's too bad you can only do it once per end.
Oh, is that right? Just once, yeah.
11. Wow.
This is crazy. I'm like coming out of my chair in the booth here. This is unbelievable.
At least she cracked a little bit of a smile after that.
8. Let's go. Let's just right down the pipe. Put another 10 in there for us.
Robin Hood.
Good enough. Look at her.
I mean, what are the chances that's not a Barebow record? For sure, it's got to be in the women's class, women's Barebow.
No, I'm pretty sure.
For a finals match, yeah.
Has to be Lena Björklund. That's amazing. 2023 Women's Barebow Champion.
$1,500 is Christina Brivkola. In first place, your 2023 Women's Barebow Champion, Lena Björklund. Lena, who's this with you?
This is my youngest daughter, Alma.
Yeah.
Sounds like you on the
mic.
mic.
We are all so proud of you, and once again, so happy that you and your whole family come here to compete in Lancaster. This is a special stage for archers like you, and we just are so happy for you. And now, I want to introduce you one more time, the Women's Barebow Champion 2023 of the Lancaster Archery Classic, Lena Björklund. And Emma.
I mean, just look at those scores. 33, without calling it 12, 33 is the max.
Unbelievable.
She drops 2, she drops 3. 27 was the dip, and she only drops 3. That's Barebow.
That's unbelievable.
It is
It's
unreal.
truly unbelievable.
118 total.
It's insane. What a great series. What a great these top 4 archers in the women's Barebow class was incredible. They put on a show. They did not disappoint.
To take a break here for just a second.
Incredible. Well, we hope you certainly enjoyed that entertainment. Lena Björklund from Sweden comes across with one of the best Barebow performances we have seen here at the Lancaster Archery Classic. We have more on the way, so don't go anywhere.
foundation for the World 3D Team Trials. The foundation presented $1,000 to every team member who went over to the World 3D Team Trials. So that's what Dwayne's talking about there.
Which really means the world to a lot of these competitors, because amateur archers like these mostly fund themselves to travel overseas, and there's not a lot of money for archers who do this sport because they love it. But because of the newly created Lancaster Archery Foundation, a lot of those archers were able to make the sacrifice a little less difficult for their families because of what they've done here. And, you know, I think it's a time we should all thank Rob because this is a really, really special thing that this whole group at Lancaster puts on. But it happens really because Rob Koffold has a vision for this tournament. He saw something like this a long, long time ago. But he also has the willpower and the will and the drive to make it happen, because there aren't many people who have both of those things. Rob Koffold is a driven person, and he knows how to inspire and encourage all of the people that helped set this up. So one more time, I want to thank Rob. I want to thank Rob for letting me be a part of this tonight. But I also think we should all thank Rob and thank everybody who helped here tonight to put this together. A round of applause for Rob Koffold and the team at Lancaster Archery Supply.
It's time for the 2023 Lancaster Archery Classic from Spooky Nook Sports Complex in Manheim, Pennsylvania. We are setting the stage for our shoot-up finals at the largest indoor archery tournament on the East Coast. And on deck is the most popular Saturday night class. It's Barebow coming at you. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the broadcast booth. I'm Greg White, sitting alongside Matt Zernzak.
Hey, guys.
And Matt, it has been a spectacular weekend of shooting. The turnout for Barebow, both in the Barebow class and the women's category, has been outstanding, and we have already seen great shooting. But we have 8 shooters that are going to work their way up through the ranks. Tell us about how everything went today.
Oh, it was unbelievable. The shoot-down head-to-head matchups this morning were nail-biting. A ton of unbelievable Barebow archers from around the world were getting knocked out. It was amazing. Yeah, I'm so happy to be here. The next hour and a half, buckle up. It's going to be entertaining. It's going to be amazing.
If you're just joining us, you missed a ton of other archery. Let's take a look at the schedule. We started at 1 o'clock with Senior Open. Then we went to Women's Masters. And then in the middle of the day, we had these great, unbelievable shooters looking at the youth archers that are coming up. And we just had an amazing women's Barebow match. And now we are at it, the final, the piece de resistance. 8 archers that have made their way through eliminations are going to shoot their way up. And here are the rules. Okay, so top 8 qualifiers. Rank ties were broken by 11s and the bottom-up format. What that means, Matt, obviously, is that number 8 and 7 qualifiers are going to shoot off. Whoever wins is going to go shoot against number 6. Whoever wins that against 5, and so on and so forth. So the person who's in 8th has the possibility, although it is a lot of arrows away, they have the possibility of winning this thing. However, they have to get through a steamroller by the name of John Demmer III.
That's right.
Now, the cool thing is that we do have a 12 ring in play for this shoot-up finals. It's a 1.5 centimeter white dot. So the maximum points that you can get in our 4 ends is 136, but you get it 1 opportunity per end to call the 12 ring, and you have to call it. So if you mistakenly hit it, which is definitely a possibility in Barebow, unless you called it, you don't get it.
Got it.
So let's not delay any further. We've got to get our archers to the field of play. Here's PJ Wright.
All right, I got to do one quick plug.
Or John
There's another
Word.
way to support these archers in April 14, 15, and 16 is the Barebow Boot Camp. That is also raising money to support amateur archers traveling abroad to compete for the United States. So Martinsville, Ohio, April 14th, 15th, and 16th, Barebow Boot Camp. All right. There's 8 of the top Barebow archers behind this curtain right now, and I want to make them as if they could be more nervous standing up here. I want to hear this house right now. I want to bring that noise up in this room. I want 3 Barebows out of this group, and we're going to welcome these guys to the stage. Ready, Barebow? Barebow! Barebow! We're going to shoot down 8 archers for the championship. The first archer is the 8th place qualifier, Mike Ellis from River Ridge, Louisiana. Come on up, Mike. Mike's competing against the 7th place qualifier from Raleigh, North Carolina. Everybody here knows John Winker.
So Zernzak, here we go.
Here we go.
Top
Men's
8.
Barebow, top 8.
Shoot up. You're looking at 2 very talented Barebow archers. Louisiana, North Carolina getting after it.
That's right, getting the rules run down to them right now.
Shooting single spots, 20 yards the distance to the 40-centimeter target face downrange. Special target face here for Lancaster Archery Classic with that 12 dot. You got to call it.
12 call.
And Winker's going to start off with a 12. He's not messing around.
If I know John, he's going to call that first arrow every end.
Why not?
Why not, right?
Yep.
Okay, here we go. Nice strong scout arrow. First time out on the stage here. You see where it hit, and then you make some adjustments.
That's the only reason why I would have called it maybe second, just to get that scout arrow.
Yeah, right. There you go. It's good. I always like these first couple arrows to watch these archers, you know, to see their form, what they're doing here up on stage. Everyone approaches Barebow slightly differently.
11.
Wow. But, you know, this will be interesting to see how this plays out. John has a lot of experience at a higher level of competition than Mike. Mike has been competing for about 5 years. He's a lifetime recurve bow hunter. He bow hunted with recurves, kind of got interested in competing about 5 years ago. He's a fishing captain down in New Orleans. Yeah, that's amazing. That's what he does. 50 years young.
12 call.
Yep, calling the 12. Looks like there's a little bit of strategy around this 12 button here in the men's division.
8.
I think so. I mean, I guess in a way with Barebow, it's kind of free points in
Yeah,
a way.
call it.
Isn't it?
Yeah,
just call it. Yeah.
Unofficially 28-28. Mike, this is the part where the guy sticks the microphone in your face.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How many classics have you shot?
For one. I haven't even got done with one.
Haven't even gotten done with one.
Yes.
So have you been thinking about this? Have you been thinking about getting up here to the stage where you are tonight?
Yes, yeah. I mean, if you shoot Barebow, you got to come and shoot us.
You got to come shoot the classic. How does it feel to be up there?
You got a beeper on there to shut it down.
I wish I could. But you look good. You don't look nervous, and you're one of those archers that have probably been watching this on TV for a few years, haven't you? So what's happening here in Lancaster is this group is really ringing a bell and calling a lot of the best archers from all over the world to come here and compete. You're one of those guys. I want to say congratulations for making it here. That's a feat all by itself, and I want you to try to remember to enjoy the rest of this night, all right?
Thank you.
263 competitors lined up to shoot Barebow. And this first-timer finished 8th in qualifications after elimination rounds.
was chatting with him over on the practice range before these finals, and he says to me, you know, I just started an indoor. Thought I'd dabble in it and try Lancaster out. And here he is. He finds himself on the big stage. It's amazing.
As opposed to this guy, the owner of First Flight Archery in Raleigh, North Carolina, also USA Archery Barebow Champion from a couple years ago. And for John Winker, who just trained in 11, he's also, he's not 100%. He's got some shoulder stuff going on.
That's right. Yep,
and he hasn't been shooting as much as he'd like to.
Yeah, you're exactly right. He's been shooting archery for about 15 years, shooting barebow for the last 4. And he's been stacking up. That's so great. He's been stacking up a pretty good resume here. He won Reading in 2017 in longbow division, and in barebow in 2018 he won Reading. 2020 USA Archery Indoor gold medalist, and in Vegas 2nd place in barebow in Vegas in 2021.
Yeah. Came originally from the compound side of things.
That's right. Yep.
And in the Raleigh, North Carolina, area, he is an absolute force. They run an outstanding JOAD program, and a lot of people look to him. He's got a lot of people interested in barebow in that community, in the state capital of North Carolina.
A lot of good shooters down in that area.
And up-and-coming shooters.
Unofficial score, John leads 56-45. John, welcome to the podium.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing great. I know you've been thinking about this day for a long time. How does it feel to stand up there?
It's everything I want it to be.
I know you train hard for this. I see you've been competing all over the country and all over the world. It takes a lot of work to get here, and it takes disappointment, and it takes, sometimes painful times, but it all came together for you this week, and you should be proud to be up there on the podium. Last question, I haven't had a chance to bring up Hoyt Archery. Tell me about that bow you're shooting and why you choose to shoot it.
So this is the Exceed 27, and I'm shooting the Axia extra long limbs on it. The bow, 74 plus a little. The bow just reacts really well for me. It gives me just enough energy to pull against where I can execute a good shot, but kind of a soft enough feel where it absorbs some of my mistakes.
Awesome. Good luck, John.
So let's dive into that, Matt. What exactly is he talking about? What is he looking for from a bow? Because he just gave us the secret into how he shoots so well.
Yeah, and so what we're seeing in the barebow community is we're starting to see a trend where our risers are getting longer and everyone's using longer limbs. So historically, we'd been shooting 68-inch, 70-inch bows, and now people are creeping up into the 72, 74-inch range. Longer bow, more forgiving, and we're crawling down the string. So we're addressing the string with our tab. We're using the sight, or we're using the tip of the arrow as our sight. So in barebow, you can't have sights or stabilizers. Oh, looks like we got a 12 called here. All right. And essentially what we're doing is we're drawing back, we're crawling down the string slightly so we can sight down that arrow. For indoor, and for indoor, we want to be able to place the tip of the arrow on the gold and execute our shot and have the arrow go there. So you can see that Mike Ellis is also crawling down the string slightly. Look at the knock of the arrow right under the eye. And he's just aiming right at that gold. And so these longer bows, since we are addressing the string at different places down the string, these longer bows are more forgiving of that.
Yeah, very interesting. And John has called the 12.
Hey.
Oh, there we go. See what Mike does here. Last arrow.
Mike with a very expressive anchor point.
Yes, he does. That's a great way to say that.
Unofficial score after 3 ends. John leads 83-70 over
the
Mike.
Box for John
Mike, you've got a bright white and orange CD Archery jersey on. You got a big, bold X right on your back. It's bold to wear a target on your back like that, but CD Archery is not just any company. It's a special barebow company that's done a lot to support archers like you. Tell me why you choose to shoot a CD bow.
Just dealing with Calvin and Janet, always very easy to deal with and make a great product. Just have to use it.
They do. When a product is made by competitors like Calvin and Dwayne, you can trust it and you know it's something that's going to work. And we've seen CD on this podium for many years now. We're happy to have them as a supporter, and love to watch the guys shooting those here at the Classic.
Our final end of our shoot-up. This is an 8 archer shoot-up with Mike Ellis coming in 8th place, John Winker in 7th place. The winner of this will move on to shoot against the 6th place qualifier after eliminations today. And I say that, Matt Zernzak, but really every single arrow counts here at the Lancaster Archery Classic. Tell us why.
Yeah, so every arrow, especially in Barebow in this class, it's so easy. So right now, coming into this last end, there was a 13-point spread. But if you, in Barebow, if you throw a few, everyone in the crowd just looked up to see if he called the 12, and he didn't. So he doesn't get the points. But even coming in this last end, there's a 13-point spread. That's Barebow close, right? That a couple arrows thrown into the blue rings, you're right back in the game, you know, by your competitor. So every arrow counts, to your point.
11.
Man, there you go. John just kind of put the nail on this one here.
And you know what, honestly, he called the 12 on that one, but there wasn't any room in the 12. I mean, there was a little bit on the left side.
That's right. 8. Okay. Great first opening match here in the men's division.
John, I think it's not an exaggeration to say that archery is a big part of your life, maybe the center of your life. You're wearing a First Flight jersey. Tell me about First Flight. Tell everybody here what First Flight is.
So First Flight Archery is my archery shop in Raleigh, North Carolina. We have a 24 indoor range, 20 yards long. Well, I guess 35 if we want to stretch it out. We do about 15,000 square feet of retail and shooting. We run a pretty strong Joe-Ed program, and I try to get as many people into archery as I can.
I know you do a lot of coaching and encouraging and growing the sport, and I think that's one of the most important things for people like you to be doing is sharing what you do with your community. And once again, on a night like tonight, sharing archery with the whole world who watches this video. So great job at First Flight Archery.
Yeah, and I'll definitely add to that, is that in the coach's box is his wife Leslie, who's a compound shooter, and as an organization, as a shop, they support all. You know, they support Olympic Recurve, they support compound. Sure. In Raleigh, they're the ones that hold like the NFA Indoor Championship there, and they'll do, you know, league nights and all kinds of stuff. So it's not just the Barebow community that they look at, because obviously he's a shop owner, he sells everything, but they've been very supportive of the only shop, you know, in Raleigh, North Carolina. So
and you're in that area.
Yeah.
You've personally been there. You go there.
Yeah,
often.
Yeah. I shoot NFA states out of there, and they recently expanded to get that range that he's talking about, where you can go up to 35 yards indoor, and in that range he'll have targets set up, you know, normal butts and then 3D targets as well.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah.
Got Tim Johnson coming out here right now.
So Tim Johnson. Now the total amount of points scored, because this field was so big, during the elimination rounds earlier today, they had 3 rounds of eliminations, and we talk about each points that matters. All those points get accumulated to decide who's going to be on top of the pile. Tim Johnson, who shot 10 11s during the course of it, with a possible 1,056 points, he came in at 869 points. And normally in Barebow, we see the largest spread, but when we shoot up like we're doing right now, anything is possible.
That's right. Tim's really put together a really nice shot here. Tim is a longbow specialist. He competes in all competitions with longbows and wood arrows in the longbow class for World Archery. And he decided to put together a Barebow rig and start playing over the last few years, trying to come up with a system, come up with the shot process. He's just shot fantastic this weekend so far.
A strategic move by Tim was to move John off his spot, move him into the #1 spot.
And you can see John's first scout arrow hit high, 7. You can see he calmed it down.
9.
All right, Tim put together really good first 3 arrows out here on the stage.
12 called for John Winker.
8.
All right. 426 after the first end.
Unofficial score 26-24. Tim Johnson leads. Tim, here comes the microphone. How you feeling tonight?
Tired. Yeah, it's been a long day.
How many times have you shot the Lancaster Archery Classic?
This will be my 4th.
First time on the podium?
Yeah.
How does that feel?
Interesting.
I know it's something that hundreds of archers spend a lot of the year thinking about, preparing for, dreaming about, and it takes a lot to get there. You got to survive the first day. You got to survive some of the toughest guys in the world. In the shoot down yesterday, or this morning, which competitors did you go up against?
I'm drawing a blank on the first 2 names.
Last one was.
I think his name was Dwayne Martin.
Dwayne Martin, one of last year's finalists, also the owner of CD Archery. What an accomplishment to beat Dwayne, to get here. We're all proud of you, happy that you finally achieved this goal of making it up here, and we hope you remember to enjoy it up here while you have the chance and show us how to do it.
It's a good point that John brings up. 255 competitors didn't make it to this stage.
That's right. With the amount of participants we had in men's barebow, we had 263 contestants coming out and shooting our qualification scores, and then during elimination, we narrowed the field down to 64 men. And in that 64 men are like some of the best barebow archers in the world. And so not all of them can make it here on the stage. So they just referenced Dwayne Martin. He came in 2nd place last year at the Lancaster Classic, just an absolute icon of our sport. And Tim took him down here. And like I said, Tim's just put together a really nice shot. He's doing well up there right now. Oh, nice group.
Yeah, well, it's a good way to put it.
Unbelievable. Tim, I mentioned earlier, he's a longbow specialist. He represented the U.S. The U.S. team for, he took the 3D World U.S. team in Canada in 2019. And then in 2020, he was a longbow champion at the USA Archery Indoor, and he was 2nd place in 2019. So he's, all right, here we go. See the nerves a little bit.
This is the 2nd time. There's 30 seconds on the clock. How much time does he have left?
It's 7, 6. He had to get that one off fast.
Not bad, though, considering that he just had to pull it.
Yeah. He probably could have spent a couple seconds there.
Well, he let it.
I think it looked a little panicked, right?
Yeah, he had let down. While you were reading the stats, he let down, then he reset, and then the arrow kind of came off. You know what I mean? So I think, yeah, you just let it go.
Yeah, for sure.
Tim leads 51-45 over John. John, I know you've been shooting archery for a long time, and it wasn't always barebow. You were a competitor with compound. Why did you make the switch?
So I went from compound bow hunter to compound open to longbow to barebow. I switched from bow hunter to compound for an event for a friend of mine who wanted to shoot an open class, and I stayed there for a while. I shot longbow because I got a little burnt out on the compound game. And then Calvin Smock actually convinced me to try one of his bows and shoot barebow, and found my groove. It was barebow's my thing.
Not just for you, but for your wife too. Is that right?
Yeah, she switched to barebow for a couple of years, but she's back on wheels right now. She had some compound goals she wanted to get off the bucket list before she switched back.
That's a great reason to do that. And it's a sport. Barebow archery is a sport with very little boundaries to get in. There isn't a lot of money it takes. You can come from anywhere. You can come from any experience level. You can be a top-level competitor like John was, or you can be brand new to archery. But that's what makes this class special, is it's open to all of us.
That last end, Tim had to kind of fire up that arrow off. It landed in the 6th ring, it looked like. And John Winker, you could see just a little bit of disappointment on his face, not capitalizing on that opportunity to make up some points.
Yeah. Because we know, obviously, with the way John shot in that first match, I mean, he can definitely find the 11 ring.
Absolutely. Nice little group up there. Beautiful shot right there. Hitting low. Groups are starting to open up a little bit.
It's definitely warm out there.
Oh, yeah, it looks like it. Okay.
Quick, but kind of just a nice soft shot he's got.
Sure.
You can see the clock for John, plenty of time.
7.
Low.
after 3 ends. Tim leads 76 to 67. Tim, few people, when standing up there, will admit that indoor archery is their favorite sport in archery, but field, 3D, target archery, what's your favorite way to compete? What do you enjoy the most?
Indoor, absolutely.
Why indoor? What about indoor that's different from field archery or different from outdoor target archery do you prefer?
Field can be hot, and usually up in Michigan, indoors, you know, kind of nice warm range and don't have to work with the weather. But I mean, this tournament is one of the main reasons.
You've been watching this tournament on YouTube and the live feed for a few years now. Is that part of the reason you wanted to do this, was watching those competitors come up here?
Yeah, I think I'll start with the 2018 when my friend Scott Bill's on here in Denver, and that was a really good show, and then came the next year, and just the rest is history.
Well, you've made it to the stage tonight, and you've got the world watching you. There might be 1 million people to see this video. What can you say to new archers who want to make it to this spot?
Get out here. Come on.
You heard him. Get out here.
No pressure, right? No
No
pressure?
pressure.
Yeah, there's still only 1 million people going to be watching this over the next year or so.
Yeah, come on out. Be a Barebow celebrity.
Yeah, go ahead. Have fun shooting your next 3 arrows.
Yeah, but the point is that, you know, when you get to the top level, it's the top level, but there's so many levels in Barebow of people that just enjoy shooting their bow, and it's really more about the community than it is just about draining 11s like that.
That's right. But draining 11s makes for good TV and a good
Of course it
head-to-head.
does, and you know what? If I was doing that consistency, indoor would be my favorite as well.
I'm telling you. That's a great shot. Tim's just putting together a nice little groove here. All he's got to do is just repeat that, and he's going to have this one in the bag here. See a couple good, strong shots from Winker.
11.
Oh, that's a great shot. That's good. Looks like he's going to try to call the 12. Doesn't look like his light went on, though.
Didn't know, but he stepped on it.
Pretty big spread. I don't think he's going to be able to make it up here.
7.
There we go. Tim Johnson moving on.
That's it. Let's hear it for our 7th place finisher of the 2023 Lancaster Archery Classic, taking home $500, John Winker.
John, I want to take this opportunity to personally thank you and your wife for running a JOAD program at your dealership, putting a lot back into the sport. It's what makes the whole sport grow, and it's, you know, I know it's a labor of love. We do it ourselves, and, you know, thank you very much, John.
It's my pleasure, Rob. It's my pleasure.
Let's have a hand for John Winker and his wife. Thank you.
Now we have the 13th place qualified archer finishing in the shootdowns in 5th place, all the way from Australia, one of my favorite archers, Mick Fisher. As the higher qualified archer, Mick gets to choose his podium.
Interesting move.
Yeah, interesting. He did not bump him off the platform. Letting him stay in his groove. So this might be a move because the last time Mick was here, he was on this right side platform, I believe, when he was shooting. So Michael Fisher, no stranger to this. Unbelievable archer.
And if you are maybe talking to some other people, some of the other archers, you know, certain the women competed, maybe they went back into the practice area and said, look, in terms of the consistency from the practice range to the shooting lane,
they might say left is better.
Left is better. It's shown us that it's been better for sure.
So let's talk about Michael Fisher here for a minute. 2019 Lancaster Classic men's champion.
11.
So he's won this, right?
Yeah.
And he's showing you how and why. 2020 he came in second. So he's only been to 3 Lancasters, and he's up here on the stage again. He's just super consistent. He's Olympics top 3. He missed the top 3 for the Olympic trials for Australia twice in back-to-back qualifications. He's finished 4th, and only the top 3 men get to move on to the Olympics from Australia. Just unbelievable. World Field, 1996. World Target Championship, 1997. Just amazing.
Been at it for a long time.
He's been at it for a long time. He's an interesting guy, too. I really enjoy speaking with him. 2002 to 2009, he just spent his time in a motorhome traveling around in Australia. And then he picks up Barebow in 2010 once he gets back home. And here he is.
Amazing. Barebow has filled the role. Look at that.
Oh, Tim.
Come on, Tim.
There we go.
That's a Lena end.
That's a Lena end.
Michael Fisher, welcome back to Lancaster. How does it feel to be up here?
Good, thank you, sir.
I think that you possibly come not just to compete, but to see a lot of good friends of yours in the United States that over the years you've become very close with. How does that feel to be here with all of your friends here that support you and cheer for you?
Everything, you guys are legends. Sorry, my voice is...
That's all right. I won't make you talk too much. It's really something special to have an archer come from Australia just to compete here. The Australians love competing in the USA competitions, from 3D to target to indoor archery like this. We truly have an international field out here tonight. And from all of us in Lancaster, thank you for coming to compete. And remember to enjoy yourself while you're up here tonight. And we're all going to do our best to cheer you on.
He's fun to talk to. It's a bummer his voice isn't working as well as it could.
I agree. He's been suffering from a pretty severe head cold. It's just been getting worse as the weekend has gone on, which is a shame. But he's shooting okay.
Didn't bother him in the first arrow, that's for sure.
Okay. Little fun fact, Tim Johnson's coach in the coaching box is Ryan Davis. Ryan Davis made the big stage last year, put together a really incredible performance there in the 2022 Lancaster Classic. Michael Fisher knocked out Ryan in the elimination rounds. So I'm sure Ryan's sitting in there just really hoping for Tim to knock him out.
All I'm saying is, okay, if my sports team gets eliminated, you know, on, say, the run to the Super Bowl, I want that team to win because I would rather lose, right? Like, that's all I'm saying.
There you go.
Boost
That's
them
fair.
up.
That's fair.
Yeah,
That's fair.
I wouldn't...
And there's a shot of Mick, and in the coach's box there, Frank McDonough from the Barebow Project. Just does a lot for our community. Mick's hitting left side gold right now.
Yeah, Johnson finally got one out of the gold in the last 5 shots. Oh, gets right back to it.
There we go. I love it. He's just put together such a beautiful shot. I love watching him shoot. Michael Fisher has a very strong, powerful shot. You can see he comes from an Olympic background, a very dynamic break in the shot. He's a beast. Trailing by 4.
Halfway through this match, unofficial score, Tim leading 58-54. Tim, I think Eric Yost at Yost Archery Products makes the ugliest jersey of any jersey out here tonight. But he does it because he wants it to be noticed, and he makes it an incredible product. Tell me why you wear a Yost jersey and shoot a Yost tab.
That make it look good.
You do make it look good, and the way you're shooting makes it look effortless, by the way. But the tab's made from brass. It's got cuts on it. It doesn't have cuts on it. No cuts. So you don't have any marks on that tab. Tell me why.
Use the force.
Tim, like a lot of Michigan archers, is a Jedi and uses the Force to compete up here tonight. He's doing an excellent job with his Yost tab and his ugly Yost jersey. Tim, keep it going.
Well, Tim is a man of few words, but he certainly gets his point across, doesn't he? He
sure
chooses his word carefully.
He sure does. That's great.
I make it look good.
I use the force.
I actually kind of like that shirt. Different design.
Yeah, it's definitely different. I mean, that's for sure.
You know, it looks like a good 80s shirt from a computer nerd.
That's right. Tim from Lansing, Michigan. He's an auditor. I think if he puts down a couple more competitors, that might be his nickname, kind of like the CEO.
Oh
right?
yeah, the auditor.
The auditor.
kind of a tough one to say many times in a row.
There you go. Still hitting left side. Let's see what Tim can do here. A little fast, but same group up there.
Can you explain to us with Barebow? It's one thing that's pretty evident on how you can adjust the arrow height going up to, but left to right, how do you deal with those?
Yeah, left to right, we do have plungers, so you can put a couple clicks in your plunger, left and right, and move it, a couple rings over left and right. Also, we use string blur, so you'll see these guys as they anchor. The string is basically the rear sight, and so you're aligning your string blur maybe on the side of your arrow shaft as you're aiming, or maybe a part of your riser, some landmark on your bow that you can consistently have your left and right, your windage proper. And so you can make micro adjustments to that as well.
Yeah, he just made an adjustment on his riser, doing something.
Give it a few clicks.
Yeah, a few clicks, yeah.
Michael, another Gilo archer out here tonight. On the front of your riser is this huge stainless steel axe blade. Most of us here watching know that that's a weight to help balance the bow. Is it sharp? Have you cut anything with it?
It's fake.
It's fake. It's fake. It's fake, but Gilo's not fake, and Gilo is making a dent tonight on the podium. I think a great majority of the shooters out here tonight have had Gilo risers. Once again, we want to thank them for being a sponsor of the event and also helping these archers compete at a very top level.
Well, you couldn't pack that bow and bring it on the plane. That's not making it through TSA.
That's right. If your career as an archer fails you, you can just go right into lumberjack.
There you go. Yeah. Flip the riser around and
a lot of Gilos.
I mean,
Gilo risers.
A lot. And not just because they're Italian.
That's right.
Final end. Strong shot.
Very strong. His target looks great.
Again, we're at the 2023 Lancaster Archery Classic, and we're in the shoot-up finals, where we're watching archers try to shoot their way up to compete against the #1 qualifier, John Demmer.
Everyone's going for the big guy.
Yep. Tim Johnson and Mick Fisher getting after it. This will guarantee this archer the win, guarantee them 5th place in this tournament, as they will compete against 4th in the next match. A couple arrows to go.
8.
Still struggling to find the right side of that target. Looks like he's making an adjustment right now.
9.
It's a great shot to finish this up from Tim.
I probably clicked the button, call for the 12.
Just looks like he's a little far away. Can't make up the spread. Good strong shot to finish up. There it is. He finds it.
A little bit too late for Mick Fisher, but a great match nonetheless.
Absolutely.
From Australia, Michael Fisher. Tim's got a rack of biter knocks. He's making a quick change. Did one of yours get hit by your 2nd or 3rd arrow?
Yeah, hazards of the trade.
Hazards of the trade. All these Barebow archers are shooting a single spot target. Earlier, we saw many of the compound pros shooting a 3-spot. The reason Barebow archers shoot a single spot is not because they don't hit the center, but because in Barebow archery, things happen when we shoot with our fingers and no sights. Our fingers can hang on the string and easily go off into the 4 or 3 ring. So almost all Barebow competitors shoot a single spot target. The risk of shooting a single spot target, it's just like Tim showed me. His arrow tip collided with one of the arrows in the target. That arrow had a broken knock. Let's hope that's all that happened to that arrow. But it's part of shooting Barebow. It's part of what makes this class special. It's part of why all of you guys are here to watch this and watch these great Barebow competitors. Now, 4th place qualifier from Oregon Wisconsin is Brian Way.
But also another reason why you're not going to shoot a 3-spot is because a 3-spot ends at 6.
That's right.
Right?
Yeah.
Like when you shoot a 3-spot, it's either 6 or miss.
That's right. Yep.
And so you want to give yourself as much opportunity as you can. And we've seen some of these archers, even at this high level, have to utilize something as out in the 6 ring, the 5 ring.
There's no doubt about it. Brian Way on the stage. He's a very interesting guy. I can't wait to talk to you guys about him. So a little confusing. He is from Oregon, Wisconsin.
Yeah.
So a little confusing. Traditional bow hunter all his life. Only been competing for 3 years, and he's already racked up a very impressive resume of wins. 2022 and 2020 Rushmore Rumble champion. 2020 USA Archery Indoor, 2nd place. Just did amazing work. 2020 NFAA Indoor, 2nd place. Let's see what he can do here. First arrow.
Johnson already landed an 11. But again, that's the scout arrow.
That's the scout. He's just got to figure out where to hit.
Okay, Tim.
All right. There he is. Tim is just cruising. The auditor. We're going to make that stick.
Yeah, there was Tim Hanley, the CEO. Now Tim Johnson, the auditor.
Everyone's got to pay.
Everybody's accountable. Oh, come on, 33.
Yes.
Just stop it.
Yes.
Hey, that's Barebow.
Everybody's got to pay their dues.
The force.
The auditor, look at him.
The force.
Look at that group.
It's a great group.
That's a great group. So, he's got to make an adjustment here. A couple clicks on the plunger, or maybe a foot placement change, or maybe adjustment to a string blur.
After one end, unofficial score, Tim Johnson, 33, Brian Way, 23.
Wow.
Brian's getting coaching from his coach, Joel Turner. Joel Turner is here coaching Brian, and Joel is doing a clinic in the pro shop on Monday evening. There are, I think, 6 spots remaining for Joel's Shot IQ clinic. If anybody wants to, call the pro shop tomorrow to try to set up an appointment for you to be in that with Joel Turner on Monday. Brian, welcome to the Lancaster Archery Podium. How does it feel to be up here?
Oh, it's like you said, it's hot.
It is hot up here. These lights are unlike anything most people have shot under before. Is this your first time at the Lancaster Archery Classic?
It is my first time here.
First time here, straight to the podium. Has this been a dream of yours for a long time? And if so, how long?
It has been, yeah. I started Barebow about 3 years ago, and happy to finally be here.
You've come a long way very quickly in 3 years. We're very happy to have you here and wish you the best up there, and remind all of you to enjoy your time up there while you've got it.
So compared to Tim Johnson, obviously Brian Way, a little bit of a rough start, but one thing I want to note in terms of our 8 finalists that are here in the shoot-up for Barebow, only John Demmer shot more 11s along the way to get here. He shot 19, but Brian Way shot 17.
Oh, yeah, good point.
Right, so he has the ability to find that middle and to really put up a big score. So, it may look dire, but when shots like this happen, and the door opens up, if Brian Way can get hot, he can close the deficit awfully quickly.
Yeah, hopefully he can take those impacts and move them left. He had a great group over there to the right. Okay, he's a little hot now. Impacting a little high. You just mentioned John Demmer and Brian Way in the same sentence. I got a really funny story from them. So he was tied with Demmer on the 2nd day of the NFAA Indoor Championship this past year, and Demmer shot a miss and hit Brian's target, and it really messed with him, and he went on to shoot like some really poor end and ended up losing to Demmer by a couple points. But that's it, Barebow close. I mean, even the great John Demmer, we actually call it pulling a Demmer is when you shoot far right side, like 2 or 1 ring.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
It randomly happens to him
randomly
occasionally.
happens to him. Yeah, it's great.
After 2 ends, unofficial score, Tim leads 62-49. Tim, this is your chance to talk again. I spent the day thinking today about what makes this Barebow community something special, and I struggled to put it into words. I know you're active within the group, within the discussion forums, and at competitions. What do you think makes this group of competitors and fans special?
It's folks like Ryan Davis. I mean, just people who are willing to come out and help out no matter what, and we want you to do your best. And if they beat you, it's because you did your best and they did a little better.
That's right. There's a great deal of support. I'm sorry. There's a great deal of support for these archers. They're friends. They spend time on the road together, and they want their competitor to win just as much as they want to win, and I think that's part of what makes this group special.
Let's go. Love it. I mean, let's go. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Come on, Tim. It's great. And he's right. Our community is so helpful to each other. I mean, we truly are trying to put Barebow on the map, and we are all rallying together to put out content and to support each other through all of this. And thanks so much to Lancaster Classic for giving us a stage to show you how exciting this class is. That's a great shot. Brian's going to need to go on quite a streak, and Tim's going to have to start leaving some points on the table if Brian's going to turn this match around. And it doesn't look like Tim's willing to do that.
Look, when you're practicing Barebow, often how many arrows are shot per day?
100 to 150 is pretty normal. Yep. Yep. You can shoot these
pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
High rep. Ooh. There you go. So that is a great example of Barebow. Just you flash out, you clutch, you have a big collapse, and now you're out of the one ring. And that is what we would call pulling a demmer.
Pulling a demmer. And he pulled it.
And just like that, everybody, we now have, after 3 ends, a 2-point match. Unofficially, Tim leading 79-77 over Brian. In Barebow archery, it's not over until it's over. You got to shoot every arrow because the points can change so rapidly, and one arrow can turn things around just like that. Brian, how's that feel to be back in the hunt?
That's pretty wild.
On the back of your shirt is Traditional Bow Hunters of Montana. Did you come to archery through bow hunting? How did you start doing archery?
Yeah, my dad got me in, my brother and I, into it when I was young, and yeah, a hunter, and yeah.
How old are you now?
34, but, well, next week anyway.
Happy birthday, Brian.
Brian's a really interesting guy. He spent the last 2 years out west working and hunting, but sleeping out of a tent for 2 years. Wow. And he just came back, and he's been back here in the Oregon, Wisconsin area, and no longer sleeping in a tent. There we go. See, this is such a powerful statement there for Tim to be able to pull himself out of the depths of whatever he was dealing with, shake off that miss, and just drop an awesome 10 right in there. Keep the pressure on. Nice. Unbelievable. Brian had to face some pretty fierce competition and eliminations. He knocked out Tim Strickland, who was on the stage last year, and Matty Yaka, which is one of the best Barebow archers here in the U.S. And that's a great way to keep this thing close. Remember, it was 2 points at the beginning of this end. Tim's at full draw. 9. Puts a solid shot in there.
Okay.
So Brian's going to have to come up pretty big here.
A 10 or an 11.
10. Oh, my gosh.
How close was that?
Whoa. You can see.
Are you kidding me right now?
Tim is not happy right now. Wow. Unbelievable.
Unofficially tied at 107. We're going to see what the judges say here. What we're looking at is 2 gentlemen fighting for the 4th place spot. This is going to be a tie, or one of them is going to walk off the podium right now as the 5th place archer at the 2023 Classic. Watch these scorers at the bales. Okay. And we have a tie.
Very well, gentlemen, we have a tie. To break the tie, we will have a 1-arrow shoot-off by score. If you're still tied after that first arrow, we will shoot a 2nd arrow by score. If you're still tied, we will shoot a 3rd arrow closest to the center.
Okay, here we go. Greg, this is why Barebow is so excited. Look at that score, 33-28. Then he has a miss and shoots an 18 end, and Brian's right back into it. I mean, there was like a 12-point delta at that point, and now Brian's right back in the mix. Oh, man.
Oh, come on.
Baby. That's what he needed. He was standing there very stoic, very frustrated.
He called a 12. He's called a 12. He's trying to go for it all.
He has to. Let's see what he's doing. That was beautiful. What a great match. What a great match.
What
great
a
showing for
great
Brian.
way to recover,
Yep.
though, by Tim Johnson from a miss and a shoot-off arrow in 11.
First time at the Classic, first time on the podium, finishes in 5th place. Congratulations, Brian. Guys, we got 3 more archers waiting back there. They're already nervous. Let them hear it. Let them know that it's wild out here. Let's hear it for Barebow. And in 3rd place, from Okmulgee, Oklahoma, Matt Hudson. Matt has the choice of podiums.
Okay. That was something else.
That was something. Where do we go from here? Right?
I don't know. Tim Johnson comes in here after eliminations in 6th place. He's now marched his way up to a potential podium spot.
Yep.
Matt Hudson comes in 3rd qualifier. So whoever wins this match is guaranteeing themselves a podium, but
Yes.
still 2 more matches to go.
You know, Matt has a awesome shot. I was watching him back in practice earlier today as he was getting ready for these finals, and he's just the shot he runs on the practice range is beautiful. Let's see if he can keep it together here on the big stage. He's taking that, basically making a crawl. Looks like about a 2.5-inch crawl. He's sighting straight down the arrow, pushing hard, no grip on his bow. And there's a scout. So now he needs to make an adjustment to bring that impact over to the left. Tim Johnson, familiar over here on the right stage. He's been bounced back and forth, so he knows what he needs to do to hit the gold.
I still think it was a good decision by Matt Hudson to just move him over.
Yep, I agree completely. Just some change. Just get him off his game just slightly. That's all you really need. Just a really strong shooter. Look at that. Power archery there. Matt Hudson. Great alignment. Great strong shots. This is going to be a great match. I can feel it. Matt Hudson, not a stranger to stiff competition. He knocked out Robbie Weisinger, the #1 qualifier in the men's side, in eliminations earlier today.
11.
Powerful shot.
Wow, yeah.
Just a powerful
And that
shot.
really showed he's got so much power even
Yep.
in his bow arm.
Yep.
Just driving that bow towards the target.
Yep, and Tim has a completely opposite shot, right? Tim is a softer feel, softer look to his shot, and Matt is just trying to pull the limbs off.
28-28. Matt, welcome to the Lancaster Classic Barebow stage. How does it feel to be up there?
A little nervous.
Is this your first Classic?
Yep. First Classic. It is.
How long you been thinking about this day? How long you been dreaming and practicing to get up here?
Probably when I started shooting last year.
Well, that's just not fair, but also pretty impressive. And tell me about the equipment you're shooting today. That looks like a heavy bow. What is that?
CD, riser, Uka limbs, AE, plunger, and rest. That's it.
You know how much the bow weighs?
I do not.
Looks like about 5.5 pounds to me. All right. Good luck, Matt.
Is there a certain range that a lot of archers with Barebow like? I know that, you know, on the compound side of things, when you have stabilizers and weights, a lot of these shooters are 8.5 to 11.5 pounds when they're shooting it. But what about Barebow?
Yeah, Barebow's in that between 4 pounds upwards. The heavier side would be about a 9-pound setup. I know Spanky Brooks, who has shown up on the big stage here in past Lancasters, has one of the heavier bow setups in the Barebow community, and it's right around that 9-pound mark. Man, I love watching him shoot that shot. He's a very powerful shot.
And his arrows look so good coming out of that bow. He's done a good job of like spining his arrows properly as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, he's a good solid tune there.
Choosing the 4 fletch.
Yep.
Is it common, do you think?
It's pretty common.
I mean, feathers are obviously common in Barebow.
In
and
indoor,
so it gives you, in indoor, gives you a lot more flexibility, especially with contact to the riser.
That's right, absolutely. Get your arrows correcting quickly, as fast as you can out of the bow. You don't have to worry about side crosswinds or moisture, because when feathers get wet, like out on a 3D course, it's not good. It's not great.
Absolute nightmare. That's like, 1,000 frame per second slow-mo, neato looking shots, but
sure.
not good for scores.
That's right. Man. Great.
I can totally
I love
see
that.
it. That
That's a great
that
camera
shot
angle.
from the back, yeah.
That's a great camera angle. Okay, we've got a game, Greg.
100%.
We've got a game.
Unofficial score after 2 ends. Matt leads 56-54. Tim, you've been up here for a while. You've shot a lot of arrows. Some of these people think that's an advantage. Some of these people think it's a disadvantage. How do you feel right now? You feel strong?
I do, actually. I felt pretty tired earlier, but I mean, obviously the adrenaline kind of kicking in. Body's working all right.
Excellent. We don't often get to shoot under the lights like this. I see you don't have a crawl on the string. Are you aiming with the arrow?
Yes.
What that means is he's using the tip of his arrow in his vision to center the target. He's also not working his fingers up and down the string to aim. That usually is accomplished with a heavy arrow or a light bow. What weight limbs are you drawing?
39 pounds.
39 pounds on the fingers. Well, that's excellent. It's a great way to set up a bow, and you're doing a great job with it.
39 pounds on the fingers, totally different from a compound.
Sure.
People talk about 60 pounds, 70, 80-pound hunting bows. 39 pounds in that range, a lot of weight, a good, a middle weight, do you think?
Yeah, so in indoor, I would say the average is probably 38 pounds, roughly. But, people are competing with 32 up to 44 pounds, somewhere in there. That seems to be like that nice sweet spot. Usually outdoor, you'll start seeing some higher poundages in that 43, 44 pound range, like 50-meter game or 3D. But in indoor, it's in the mid-30s to, high 30s. This is great shooting from these guys. And it's funny to see Tim up here as he's interacting with John Ward out there, because Tim is a really lighthearted, happy-go-lucky kind of guy, and he can see he's serious. He's up here to win.
Yeah, he is, for sure.
He's really taking this seriously, and his shooting shows. I mean, he's just shooting phenomenally. So, and Matt, too.
8-9 line.
Great shooting.
8-9 line.
His target looks so tight.
I know.
It's great. I think he missed the goal once. Tim, too. I mean, that'll be his second miss there. 4-point game coming in the last arrow, third end.
30-second shot clock, allowing these Barebow shooters that are walking to get set.
Plenty of time, 15 seconds left on the clock. Oh, dude, his form is awesome. He's just powering through. He's trying to rip the limbs off that thing.
8.
Very consistent.
Unofficial score after 3 ends. Matt leads 85-79 over Tim. Matt, you've been doing this for 1 year, so that I've got a lot of questions. You've got really strong form and really textbook form. How did you get there so quickly? Do you have mentors in the sport?
No, just playing around with it.
Second question is, you shoot a really strong shot. Were you an athlete? Did you do other sports before you found archery?
No.
I don't understand it then one bit, but I think that what it means is that a lot of people are coming to this sport because they get to see it on TV, they get to see this show that Lancaster puts on here, and I'm sure that's part of what inspired you. I still don't completely understand it all, but I'm excited to watch it and excited for you right now. Sponsored by Kubota.
I don't think he's sponsored by Kubota. I think he just lifts them up and moves them to another spot,
Right.
all by himself.
He works in sales for Kubota. That's great. So he was actually, so he just started competing real recently. Last year, in 2022, he won every ASA competition in Barebow class except for one. He was the ASA Shooter of the Year. He's only been doing this for a short amount of time.
9.
That's so good.
10.
There we go. And so this was a close match, 6-point game coming into the last final end here. And as we saw in the last match with Tim, like anything can happen. Barebow close. He made up a point there. Matt just has to put together 2 more stronger shots.
9.
Which is beautiful.
Is he trying to make the target bale afraid of him?
It owes the money.
It does, apparently.
10.
10. Nicely done. Making up, just needling it.
We just
one
couldn't
at a
see
time.
2 different styles. I mean, in terms of just even how you aim,
That's right.
how you execute the shot.
Yeah.
But the results are incredible.
Yeah, they're both shooting incredibly well. 4 points now. Oh.
8.
Here we go.
I looked to see if he called for the 12.
I think he needs it.
11.
Oh,
wow.
He needed the 12.
Yeah.
He needed the 12.
Unofficial score, Matt is ahead by 1. We're waiting on the score, official scores from the scoring team. I think that every year there's at least one archer that comes up here and shows warrior status and plows through as many competitors as he can. Tim is working towards that right now, but we're still waiting on the score to see who takes home the 4th place and $800 and who moves on to the final 3. Official score, finishing in 4th place is Tim Johnson. Well done. And now, a really special competitor, one who's had an unbelievable year this year, shooting in Sweden. Also the fiance of the Women's Barebow Classic champion, Lena Bjorklund, is Eric Josson.
Eric Johnson from Sweden, an absolute icon in the Barebow community. This guy is unbelievable. I have so much to say about him as we get into this. He's making a strategic move. He's bumping Matt over to the right platform, which is a good move based off of how Matt was just completely dominating that yellow there from over on that left platform. So this is going to be incredible. So happy these guys decided to come to the 2023 Classic. Lena is in his coaching box. We saw Lena put an absolute clinic on for us here in the last final shoot down in the women's division. It was unbelievable. She just couldn't miss the 10. I've never seen shooting like that. So let's see if Eric can repeat that. Looks like he's going to shoot first. And here we go.
Guaranteed podium for both shooters.
Guaranteed podium. Another Gillo.
Yep.
Riser. Gilo.
Gilo. Yep.
Oop. Little clutch there. Recovers.
9.
Okay, here we go. And we're off.
20 yards the distance from where the archers are standing to the 40-centimeter single spot target downrange. 30 seconds on the shot clock for each arrow.
8.
Okay.
You'll hear that buzzer after the impact of that arrow. As we are watching 2 shooters trying to advance their way to shoot to our #1 qualifier and move 1 step closer to being crowned Barebow champion here at the 2023 Lancaster Archery Classic.
We are here. We're in the thick of it. We're enthralled by these performances. It's amazing. Matt's just shooting good, strong shots. He sent his scout out there, impacted left side, see if he can make an adjustment, and he does. Hits down the middle.
But again, that right side hitting high.
Yeah, you're right.
It's not high.
Yeah, it's just a
because
ring
he's
or
made
two.
the adjustments, but it's just up there.
Yeah, you're right. And Eric Johnson just doing what Eric Johnson does, just keeping it all on the gold.
Yeah, he seems to be struggling with the nerves just slightly. Does
So,
Eric?
So Eric Johnson, I'm sure John Ward's going to talk about it here at the break, but Eric, just this indoor season, he shot a perfect 300 in practice with a Barebow. Greg, unbelievable.
It's unreal. Do you know how many people on the compound side would like to do that?
No.
You know, with stabilizers and sights and scopes and.
27. Eric, I'm delighted to welcome you to the stage here at the Classic. How does it feel to be up there today?
Yeah, pretty good. I've been dreaming about this for 3-4 years now, so.
Excellent. I know this has been a goal of yours, is to win the Classic, and you've been working very hard at it. Speaking of working very hard, something incredible happened earlier this month that not a lot of people can even wrap their minds around, but you posted an incredible score in competition. Where were you competing?
Oh, it was just a practice.
Oh, it was just a practice?
Yeah.
And you shot, what was the score that you shot?
300.
Perfect 300. A perfect 300. I don't think anybody in this room has seen that done with the Barebow, and not many people will ever see it in their lifetime. But that goes to show you how hard Eric has been training to come here. Eric and Lena together, the best support team in archery that I've seen. And we wish you the best, Eric. Enjoy your time up there.
And number 2, here we go. And a perfect 300 is just, I can't even wrap my head around that. So everyone kind of knew this was going to happen at some point with him. Over the years, every now and then there would be an image of a scoring app of his that kind of leaks out into some of the Barebow Facebook groups or whatnot, and it would be a 297 or a 298 round. So he has shot over the years 5 297s with his Barebow, 1 298, 1 299, which he lost on the last arrow. He shot a 9 on the last arrow, and just this winter shot a perfect 300 with the Barebow. He's a machine. He threw a 7 his first arrow. Matt throwing an 8.
And you know, he gave us an indication of how important the Lancaster Archery Classic is as we see another little flinch from him. I bet he wish he would have called that.
Yes.
No call in the 12, but and I think when you hear an archer say, I've been dreaming about this for quite a while, there's a lot at stake here, and that's what creates those nerves.
I think you're exactly right. Desire breeds anxiety and panic for sure, that pressure. There's a very uncharacteristic impacts here from Eric. Let's see if Matt can capitalize here, put a nice strong shot, make up some ground, or at least spread the gap a little bit even further.
I mean, you know,
Puts a 10
if
in
this
here.
wasn't Barebow, you say, if you put an 11 out there, you're going to break the draft. But honestly, it's Barebow.
It's Barebow. Yes, that's what he needed to do right there. He's got to have a 5-point game coming into the next time.
Strong, strong finish from Matt, putting him ahead unofficially, 55-50 after 2 ends. Matt, it's time for you to talk with the guy with the microphone again. Still can't figure you out. Matt, last year, tonight's video, from what we're doing right now, had 830,000 views as of this morning. 4 times what any other video from this event garnered in that year. So you have an opportunity to talk to people, and a special opportunity because you've been doing this for literally 1 year. So there's a lot of people who are thinking about trying this. What's your advice to those people?
I mean, anybody can do it, for sure. You can. I mean, you really can.
I think he's absolutely right. I don't know that they can all do it like he does it, but anybody can do this. And I hope that this is inspiration for people watching to make it here next year.
Here we are. Anybody can do it. Right, Greg?
I mean, anybody can sign up, and anybody can come out to shoot, and anybody can stand next to Matt Hudson or Eric Johnson on the line, and it's part of the appeal, I think, of Lancaster Archery Classic and a lot of archery tournaments.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you get to rub elbows with the greats. You get to ask questions. And one thing about the Barebow community, it's amazing. Anybody, even John Demmer, Dwayne Martin, Eric Johnson, any of these guys, you come up and ask them a question, ask them for some help, advice, they'll stop what they're doing and point you in the right direction. It's incredible.
So I think Hudson's probably on track to figuring out his rhythm, as is
Eric, man. Yeah, shooting good. Eric was the first competitor to shoot over the 570s in Barebow ever back in 1999. And how amazing has this game come in since 1999? Posting at 300, posting multiple 298s. Unbelievable.
What's incredible about the growth of Barebow, too, is that you're getting people that may have come from other sports, shooting sports even, and they've arrived on the scene in the last 3 or 4 years.
Oh, he's letting down here.
That's fine.
He's got 17 seconds left. He's got plenty of time to reset. You got 10 on the clock, 9.
Yeah, it's gone. That's good. Yeah. And you know what? You hit gold.
That's
you
right.
have to think to
Yeah.
yourself,
Good for him.
that was a good,
decision.
maneuver. Yeah.
But to your point,
Yeah,
bigger,
the point,
bigger talent pool.
You've seen over the last couple of years these like literally first-year archers come out and absolutely crush Barebow.
Sure.
Whether that's USA Archery stuff, whether it's field stuff, whether it's indoor.
Yeah, you're exactly
and
right.
so, you know, I think Matt Hudson does have a good point.
You're exactly right. Yep.
Unofficial score after 3 ends, Matt leads 81-76 over Eric. Eric, when Lena was up here shooting for the women's podium, she announced to the world that the two of you are engaged, something that's a surprise because I think we all thought you were already married despite different last names. But you're a very special couple together in archery, and the support that I see between the two of you is unlike anything that most people get to experience. What does it mean to have Lena with you, training with you every day, and competing with you?
We don't live together.
Okay.
No. We have 2 hours drive between us. So first we're gonna move together, then we get married.
Well, on behalf of the whole crowd here, let's wish Eric and Lena congratulations. We can't wait to celebrate with you.
Yeah, that's an interesting little exchange there that Eric had with John. The reason why they live apart is because Eric trains at an archery academy.
Okay.
And so that's why there's the distance between them. Last end.
Last end to guarantee yourself second place. There's his coach, fiance, and as she mentioned, possibly future wife.
That's right.
You'd have to watch that broadcast to figure that one out.
That's right. Here we go. 5 points. Good, solid shot. That's all Matt needs to do here. Keep him in the gold, and Eric will be able to catch up.
Eric with another flinch, but still able to match.
Big, strong shot here. Let's watch him rip the limbs off this bow. So powerful. Great. He's performing so well.
Wow.
He needed that. Now he needs Matt to have a Barebow arrow.
Yeah, Barebow arrow. Boy, that came off so clean off Eric's bow, too. You could just see it go. Just the flight of it was like, it's going in the middle.
This is a big arrow. This is probably the biggest nerves that Matt's felt so far. This is a big, high-pressure arrow here. Oh, and he just
powered through it.
That's good to do it unofficially.
There's one more shot.
Here we go. Going for the 12. Aiming low. Let's go. Let's see it.
10.
Oh, that would have been exciting.
That's going to do it. Finishing in 3rd place. All the way from Sweden, we want to thank Eric Johnson. He's taking home $2,000 plus $250 from GLO and contingency. Congratulations, Eric. Thank you for being here. Congratulations on your engagement to Lena. Let's hear it for Eric and Lena. And now, there were two. Once again, last year's reigning champion, coming from Kingsley, Pennsylvania, one of the guys who is the reason everybody came out tonight to watch, John Demmer.
I mean, come on, what an entrance, right?
I mean, what are you going to do? If you had a walkout song, I wonder what it would be.
I know. I think we need to add that for next year.
Yeah, possibly. Maybe just for these final two.
Here he is, taking the hoodie off, getting ready to go to work. Mr. John Demmer III, the legend.
That new, Hoyt's new branding for official factory staff. And the shorts to match? No, not really.
Question mark?
Yeah,
that was a hard question mark.
I love him, though.
Yeah, for sure. This is standard John Demmer, right? Flashy.
Oh, yeah.
And he started doing this, you know, a decade ago to draw attention to the Barebow community and kind of get some eyes on somebody that can shoot and hold good groups and be consistent. And, man, what he's done for this community, for the sport, for this class is amazing. And he's in standard Demmer form. He did this last year. He steps up and just steps on the 12.
So if you're at one of the larger tournaments and you see Hoyt pro staff and they're wearing this jersey, that's an indicator that they are official pro staff, where you can't get this jersey if you're shooting for a shop.
Yep.
Just so you know.
And that bump might have got under Matt a little bit, and also facing somebody like John Demmer of this stature.
Yeah, it's hard
it's
not to
gotta
have
mess with
nerves,
you a
right?
bit. John just needs to keep him in the middle. In his coaching box is Matty Yaka, an unbelievable archer. John and Matty end up going head-to-head quite often at these competitions. There you go. That was, see how hard he was pushing at that target? His bow just flies towards the target. It's amazing. Oh, interesting. Let's see what Matt can do here. Uncharacteristic 2 left side hits and the 8-ring from John Demmer. Matt Hudson. Let's see if he can end the first end here with a little bit of a lead on the big guy.
9.
Ooh, and he does. Nice shooting.
Johnny, I'm honored to welcome you back to the stage. It was 1 year ago here where you put on a show and made an impression on all these people. You've been at this game a long, long time, and everybody in here is excited to see you up here. I want to get a quick minute to talk about your bow. You're wearing Hoyt red and white. It's a company that has done everything there is to do in archery, and just a few years ago, they decided that the sport of barebow archery was something they wanted to focus on. They wanted to put their power behind as a brand, and they chose you as well as a number of other archers. I'm happy that they chose you. Tell me what it means to wear that Hoyt jersey up here today.
It's pretty special, really. They've done amazing things. It's awesome that that company, and specifically that big of a company, got time and put some effort into promoting barebow and just get involved in it and try to help move it forward. It's been awesome.
That's great. We like to do here at the Classic, it's a time to thank all of the manufacturers who support archery, support target archery, and especially I love those that support barebow archery. So thank you to Hoyt. Thank you for all the other great manufacturers that we've talked about tonight. And let's hear it for everybody. Let's get loud in here. Let's hear it for these last two.
Here we go. 1 end down, 3 to go, baby.
So 27-25, Matt Hudson, who was ranked third after the elimination matches that happened this morning. There were 5 different times for people to shoot qualification rounds, 60 arrows in one go, and then elimination rounds this morning where every arrow, every point mattered. John Demmer had the highest total score, scoring 896 out of 1,056. But when we're in the finals, none of that matters. Because
12 arrows.
with Hudson, ooh, and there you go.
He just pulled a Demmer.
He pulled a Demmer.
We jinxed him.
We didn't jinx him. Could have been, but and that was it. It would like kind of lurched forward, and he just couldn't get it back.
Yep, just flash out for that microsecond.
11. Oh wow!
Hudson just
he punished him.
Puts the pedal down here. John's gonna settle into his groove. Let's see what he does here.
11.
And just, I mean, that's what he does, right?
100%.
He's not gonna be happy with that. Let's see what Matt does here.
33.
That's
yeah. Oh yeah.
Unbelievable. There you go. What a great opening end. That's
Matt, I can't believe what I'm watching. Get a drink of water. I can't believe what I'm watching. There couldn't be a bigger contrast between these two archers on the stage. One that has won just about anything there is to win in this sport, and one who is brand new to the sport. If you don't get a Kubota tractor out of this, we're gonna create a write-in campaign that is gonna overwhelm that company. They're gonna have no choice but to put you in the seat of a brand new Kubota, Matt. Keep doing what you're doing. We got your back.
Well, Zernzak, you know a little different, don't you?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he works for the company.
He works for the company, so we know that's not happening.
That's right. Or maybe they do.
Maybe they do. I don't think it's a tractor. It might be maybe
Yeah,
a lawnmower.
yeah, sure.
They make weed eaters.
Right.
Either way, they make a good quality product. I know
Yes,
that
they
much.
do. Well, here we go. JD3, we were talking about this. Lancaster, 2022 champion, 2016 and 2015. So he's in the hunt for his 4th Lancaster Classic title. Outdoor Nationals, World Games silver medalist, IBO national champion. I mean, the list goes on and on and on.
But he has got a hill to climb.
Yes, he does. A lot of points to make up here.
9, 8 line, please, 9.
Okay.
John just put on an absolute epic show last year with Dwayne Martin in the finals. It was incredible. And Matt here is following suit. He is so consistent.
And how long has been Matt shooting?
just right up, coming into his 2nd year right now.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Anybody can do it, he said.
Anybody can do it.
Hashtag anyone can do it.
I like how he just takes his time. The clock doesn't mess with him. You know, he looks at that clock, takes his time, gets into his process, and just powers through. Such a powerful shot.
9.
Okay, very good. Good in from Demmer.
Yeah, Demmer looks like he's gained 2 back.
Yep, 13-point game.
Unofficially, Matt leads Demmer 86-73. John, it's not the first time I've seen you miss before.
Probably won't be the last either.
If there was any competitor who can come back from a miss, cool as a cucumber, put everything back in the gold again, it's you. All you need is a little bit of breathing room. This guy's not giving you any. How does that make you feel?
No, it's pretty awesome. He's putting on a show. I'm just glad that he's shooting as well as he is and kind of like putting it out of the reach. So that's cool. Keep it up.
That's incredible. I don't see a chink in the armor, but this is Barebow. Anything can happen. We have 3 arrows left to decide the new champion. Let's hear it for these guys. Let's bring this one
Talk about some
home.
pressure.
Yeah, a little bit. Maybe Demmer goes to the last chance, or the Lancaster Archery Classic Committee and says, tell you what, if I don't use my 12s the first 3, can I save them up and then just use it for each arrow?
There you go.
You know, and so we can kind of, you know, I can go for 12s every end. But
That's great.
13-point deficit is huge.
It's big.
But it's Barebow.
It's Barebow.
Anything can happen.
Yep, and these are going to be some high-pressure arrows for Matt here. He just knows he needs to keep it in the gold. It's out of reach. There's nothing he can do. Just he can't pull a Demmer, right?
Yeah, he can't. He's so strong. I can't imagine coming off the string. 1 in the bank.
That's it. 1 down, 2 to go.
10.
There you go. Demmer's doing his part so far. He just needs the door to open. And let's see if Matt can keep it closed.
He's going through his process.
Yep.
He's using the clock
Look
to
how
his
slow.
advantage.
Yeah, just
Yep.
taking his time. Where a lot of archers are up there, they're scrambling. You know, he still has 14 seconds on the clock. Plenty of time. Run a strong shot. Awesome. I mean, you can see it. Like you don't even have to see the target. You know it's in the goal just based off of what he's doing.
That's
I mean, this is
10, 11 lines.
This is what John needs to do.
But I mean, seriously, if Hudson even puts anything in the red at this point.
Yeah, it's over. 12.
Somebody's a fan calling for the 12. I'm not taking the risk if I'm Hudson.
7.
Okay. There we go. Let's see if he aims for the 12. A little behind in the score here. Oh, there we go. Matt Hudson.
Matt Hudson.
Unbelievable.
Wow.
Lancaster Archery Barebow Champion, Matt Hudson. Let's give it up for Matt, everybody. He's taking home $8,000 and the Lancaster 2023 Barebow Classic Trophy. Matt Hudson, and in second place, John Demmer taking home $4,000 plus $200 from Hoyt Target Archery. John, quickly, how does it feel to transfer or hand this over to Matt tonight?
It doesn't feel great, but he seems like a pretty cool dude, so I'm okay with that.
Matt, you couldn't get that from anyone.
Hey, one more thing. USA, baby. No, it's pretty cool that we had so many international archers that come over. Simande, first time shooting barebow in like 6 years. Incredible. Eric and Lena and Cinzia, the class act, and I can't wait to see them again. And Leo.
Thank you, Johnny. Always a competitor and always graceful in defeat. Matt, to you, how does it feel as the new champion? I don't know if you thought this could happen, but how does it feel to be up there right now?
I'm not sure yet. I'll let you know next year.
I know you're not sure. I know you weren't prepared for this, but I'm so proud of you. Everybody in this room is proud of you. One more for Matt Hudson.
Thank you all.
Nicely done. Good job.
Well, Matt Zernzak, Barebow continues to surprise as usual.
Entertaining.
Virtually new archer comes up, and he comes against the powerhouse of Demmer. Had to shoot his way up, as we do here at the Lancaster Archery Classic. What are your thoughts?
Oh, just, it never disappoints. What a show. The greatest 2 hours of Barebow of the year. Just love it. Unbelievable show.
Matt Hudson, you got to remember that name. He took down the juggernaut. It's been great. And our first day is done and dusted here at the Lancaster Archery Classic. We hope you enjoyed it. Barebow in the books, and the family joins Hudson in celebration of being the Barebow champion. Thanks so much for checking out our broadcast. Make sure you tune in tomorrow, bright and early, 8 a.m. East, as we have more coming at you from the 2023 Lancaster Archery Classic here from the Spooky Dick Sports Complex in Manheim, Pennsylvania, the largest indoor archery tournament on the East Coast. See you soon.